Yes, we do, Tim. You know, this is a great recruitment tool for the Midwest All-Stars to see these players from the local area rugby unions come together and showcase their talents. So the first game of the day should be a good one here between Indiana and Minnesota. Hopefully we'll get it kicked off from the right way for this 2 days of action.
Minnesota here in the purple kickoff, and in the blue, taking it home to have the first possession of this match. Again, 15-minute match, or 2 25-minute halves. Taking through things, a wet and rainy morning here in Chicago. Kick up over the top to try to relieve a little bit of pressure. Handled nicely here on the near side by Minnesota. Thuinderbird with that take. Back the other direction with the boot. And inside the 22, Indiana trying to work with ball in hand out of their own end. Fella here on the near side, trucks one, steps through two, and a little bit of a kick. Sends it down the line, eventually trickles into touch, but good little movement with the big boys on the edges.
Yeah, you like to see that movement for the big man on the outside, waiting for the ball to break it down the sideline. Pretty good ball movement for wet conditions so far, Tim.
Rain pouring down, beautiful pitch here. Natural grass seems to be in good shape. Not a lot of mud sludging through so far here today. Get the put into the scrum here from Michael Temple. Opposing scrum half Aaron Bumgartner there next to him. Temple out of Indianapolis Impalas, Ranger, Indiana. Gets this one out, and we are back underway again. Minnesota Rugby Union with the knock-on. Tim, something we might see throughout the day today. A little continuity, trying to bring in players from all over the place, and that wind and rain definitely not helping the action.
Yeah, you can see some slippery fingers there as that ball goes to ground. We'll knock on, get a scrum here. Nice patriotic shorts there from Michael Temple for Indiana as they get set up, and we'll get to see their first scrum of the day.
Coming here, again, referees coming in town to help support all of the area rugby unions. Opportunity to see some of the best talent from this area as we'll pull this one out the back. There in the fancy shorts, Bumgartner gets it off to the left. This one does hit the deck. Advantage being played, but it's scooped up. Taken back into contact by Christopher Ballard. Minnesota back ball in hand with it. Keep it in tight, pot of three, attacks over the midfield stripe they come. Charging run there, a little blitz defense, but they're able to step around one and keep things moving. Definitely a little bit isolated here on the near side, but he's able to break through. 4 players around him, finally brought to deck. Able to gain a good 15 meters there. Still using the pods of 3, but this charging defense again brings them back 5 meters behind the gain line. Tim, in these sloppy conditions, they're trying to work it out to the outside, finally able to do so. There's the kick through. This one will trickle out into touch in front, or just outside the 22-meter line. So our first line out of the match will go to Indiana.
Yeah, it was a good line break there with number 15, Ryan Gillian there from Minnesota. But you can see those wet conditions. When he got tackled, there were guys sliding all directions, 3 and 4 meters. So it all started from that. Indiana tried to do a miss pass to the outside, didn't go to hand, had the turnover, and they were able to work it back left. And gained about 30 meters there, so Minnesota's got to be happy with that.
Side-to-side stuff here from the all-star squad from Minnesota. Get set here for the line out for Indiana. They're able to get this one in nicely. Hits the mitts of DJ Martin. Back to the little guys they go. This one hits the deck. Eventually, high tackle is going to be the call. So back 10 go the boys in purple, and a penalty for Indiana.
Yeah, just going to be a sloppy one. You try to make those long passes, it's going to be hard to go to hand all day today. It might end up having to play this pretty tight.
Relief of pressure there. Relief of pressure there will send it just outside the 10-meter line. Line out here back to Indiana off of the penalty. They're able to retain possession as they look to work their way down the pitch. 4 minutes gone by here in Chicago. Chicago Blaze Complex hosting this event this year, the 2024 Thunderbird Cup. Big charging run right up the gut. Webb Ballstat gets things moving for Indiana. Nice little show and go to the outside. Fake the pass out there, and there's some space here on the near side. Down they go around the final defender, and they're going to take this one the distance into the try zone, and the first 5 points up on the mat, up in the board. Rashawn Eder takes it home for Indiana, and they crack the scoreboard first.
Yeah, great run by him there as they work it out the right-hand side. Great break down the end, but like you said, big run by the number 8 started that, but getting to the outside and has the speed to finish. You see him dot it down right there in front of number 9, Aaron Baumgartner. Great try there for Indiana to open it up, the scoring for this match.
Good use of hands. Love that movement there on the near side of, on their half of the pitch. Able to work out and go a full 60, 80 meters there to take it the distance and get the first points up on the board. Says America likes some rugby shorts. Stars and stripes looking to help boost this kick up and through. As you see the second field there just about ready to get underway. That match over on field 1 will start at 11 o'clock. Kick here, a little bit of side spin, nicely done, and the first conversion up on the board. Scored there by Baumgartner and has his team Indiana on top 7-0.
Yeah, nice little slice back in to get that for that extra 2 points. Just good ball movement there, and really was difference was it just go. That was the first time the ball's really gone to hand in multiple phases for either team, and able to turn it into 7 points. Good start for Indiana just 5 minutes into this match.
Solid kick there. Not too often with the right boot you see that slicing angle, but he was able to make that happen to perfection. Knows what's going to happen and slotted it through. Back in possession again here, Indiana, near that 22-meter line. As this one trickles away, eventually knocked on. And so an attacking scrum now, opportunity for Minnesota.
Good job ripping that ball out there by Minnesota. Wet conditions going to be hard to hold it into contact like that, and they did a great job of ripping that out, forcing that turnover, that handling error. And they're just 22, 24 meters out here with an attacking platform.
Territory advantage here in the first 7 minutes of action, highly in favor of Minnesota. They've been parked down here on this half of the pitch, maybe only 15 seconds. That try, 60-meter try, was the only time Indiana's gotten on the opposite end of the pitch. But that's all they've needed so far as they're up 7-0. Minnesota, bit scrappy play here. Ball hits the deck a couple of times. They're able to retain possession out of it. And Temple will get us back underway again. Into the center of the pitch, but a strong tackle from Indiana sends him back to deck. Fourth phase, another hard run with the forward pack. Now they're looking for some space on the outside. This is where we saw them dangerous earlier. Good use of hands to get on the edges. Power right through the center of the pitch right now, though. The penalty is going to be given, not releasing the call, so support wasn't there in time, and a turnover back to Indiana.
Indiana just doing enough defensively to keep them out from advancing the ball at all. Great job by them, and a great kick here by Michael Temple.
This one knocked on. And so just outside the 22-meter line, it'll be a scrum down back for Indiana.
Yeah, just another handling error there for Minnesota. So far, that's been the name of the game for them. 8 minutes in, I think they've dropped the ball 5 times. So these slippery conditions definitely having an effect. Maybe need to tighten up a little bit, a little shorter passes, a little more hard-charging ball, a little pack ball. See some muddy jerseys here in a little while as things liven up.
Scrum comes in, taken away, and Minnesota will charge from their own end of the pitch. Good use of hands here to the near side, but again, coughs this one up, and an attack back on for Indiana. Not a lot happened in there. No advantage gain, so we'll come back for a scrum down, but Indiana still applying the pressure, already up 7-0.
Just another handling area there by Minnesota and a turnover, but that was a great steal by them as the two backs went head to head there. Steal against the head. You don't see that often in today's game. People feed so much, but good job by them stealing that one.
Apologies on that. Previous play was Michael Temple, the man with the fancy shorts, ready to put this one in. Already slotted through one kick on the day. Again, Temple out of Indianapolis Impalas. 5'6", 195, won a club national championship previously. Also out of Indiana University. He's able to scoop this one out the back and get his club on the front foot as they look to charge. Fullback coming in and taking this one at a hard line. Hands in the ruck there, though. Begging for it was Temple. He receives the penalty for his squad. Back 10, go Minnesota, and an opportunity for a shot at goal here for Indiana.
Great option here for them to go up 2 scores relatively early in this match. Overall, like you were saying, Tim, Minnesota dominated possession here in the first 10 minutes, but Indiana is going to come away with the points. Temple slotted that first kick with a nifty little slice through the uprights. Let's see what he can do here.
Popping that up on the nice high kicking tee there. Rugby ball, a little bit different than your normal approach here. The sweet spot, definitely a little different from a American football. Nudge this one from underneath and behind the ball, able to get his foot there. Not a lot of spin on that one, but unable to strike it between the posts. Goes all the way out the back, and we'll bring this one up here to the 22-meter line for a 22-meter drop. Just like a restart off of the kickoff. Look to relieve a little bit of pressure and apply some defense and find an exit strategy here. Minnesota down 7-0. Again, this is a 50-minute match, so 2 25-minute halves as they look to find something there on the far right-hand side, but a great take in the air there by Indiana. Went up high and snatched it out of the air. Referee slips down, but made it look perfect there as he gets down underneath the ball. Was a knock on. So we will come back, and Tim, sloppy conditions. Both teams going to need to trudge through this and find a little bit of continuity here 11 minutes gone by.
Yeah, you can see, you know, that was a great take, as you mentioned, on the kick here as he went up. But as they try to work this through, you see the referee lose his footing here, go down, avoid the pass. He's going to say he did that on purpose, but we know different.
Oh, yeah.
But there, another knock on, you know, I think we've had about 13, 14 handling errors already. And I'm sure we're going to see that all day in these conditions. And so maybe dial back the running rugby you want to put on display here as you're being evaluated, and play smart rugby. Keep it tight, short passes, minimize the spin, make sure you're hanging on to these balls.
Majority of the possession in this game to the side of Minnesota. A couple of big breaks, though. A big 60-meter break, our first points of the match. Great take, the take at the distance. I believe that was Rashawn Eder that was awarded our first try of the match. Penalty there and a kick to relieve a little bit of pressure for Minnesota as they flip the pitch and look to attack from the line out on the opposite side of the field.
Yeah, so far we've seen both teams just go short so far when they've had the line-out throws. It's been effective when Indiana had the throw-ins, and now it's Minnesota's turn. We'll see what they do. Just a 4-man line-out, it looks like.
Go to that first pod, but it's tapped backwards over to the boys in blue, and Indiana look to charge out of that. A little bit isolated, but they're able to retain possession. Temple gets him moving over here to the right-hand side. That kick looks like it's going to land in touch on the full. Referee has a quick conversation with the AR to see if it landed in play, and I believe it did. So we'll stay here, and it will be a Minnesota line out.
A well-weighted kick, but just a little bit of gained territory there. Went up about 10 meters. So Indiana happy to just hack this ball away. They're not putting too many phases together, even attempting to so far.
Minnesota has definitely been playing a little bit better with the phases, but again, those knock-ons, the forward passes, And just not getting to play with all these guys day in and day out, trying to come together, always can be a little bit difficult. And we see right there, maybe even a forward pass too, as they kind of a little bit discombobulated there on the near side.
Yeah, maybe trying to do a little bit too much right there in these conditions. But you're right, continuity is a big thing in rugby. When you have familiarity with what the guy next to you is going to do, what support line they're going to run, it makes a big difference, especially in these kind of conditions when handling is already difficult because of the rain and the wet. But the field team appears, at least in these first 15 minutes, to be holding up pretty well to these conditions. So a good strong scrum there from Indiana. But referee's going to restart.
Nice soft pitch that they've got here in Chicago. Not something we're used to back in our playing days in the Lone Star State, or dry, rocky fields, but this is a beautiful complex here in Lamont, Illinois, home to multiple national tournaments here, thanks to the Chicago Blaze. They continue to be one of the top rugby clubs in the country, putting on a great facility and a great show here in Chicago. And thank you for joining us here, a Next Level Rugby production on Field 2 here at the 2024 Thunderbird Cup. Tim Wilkes and Tim Sigmund taking you through the action. And again, we will come back. Believe penalty advantage was being played there. We'll come back and have a look. Back 10 go Minnesota, and another opportunity, already 7 up on the board. We'll see a Bumgartner here. We'll put this one out into touch and start the attack yet again for Indiana.
You can see right here in the scrum as he puts it in, see what the referee is calling. Good strong push there as they worked it through. I think the referee's going to, yeah, he's got advantage for offside there, I think, from the scrum half as he came through, and that's what they came back to after this pass didn't go to hand. But just conditions being the big dominating factor here. Ball's just not going to hand for most of these folks, but every throw has been short so far. We'll see if they try to go longer here and maybe try to see a gap there in the middle, because there's definitely space available. Looks like we're going short again.
My apologies again, called Temple's name there, taking it down, number 9. High tackle penalty there. Working through these rosters as we go through the morning, and Temple will snag this one again as we take a second look at the line out.
So here they go short, and it's contested well by Minnesota, taps it down, but as he goes through that gap, he ducked down and just got that hand right across the face. That's going to get called every time. Good call by the referee.
Off the quick tap, they look to charge here, just about 5 meters out. Nice spin, almost at the line, but they lost it forward. Great tackle there from Minnesota as they repel the boys from Indiana away from their line. In possession now, about 5 to 10 meters out. So look to keep things nice and tight. Now they'll spin it back, try to find some space. That one's not going to find touch, though. Come up and take it. Kimafuna off to the left now. Back center of the pitch. Trying to find some space here near side, but off the hands there. Dom Wesley could not hang on to it. Advantage back being played for Indiana inside their 22. A little bit of space here opening up in the center of the pitch. Got numbers out there, but Indiana were able to fringe their way out and cover the pitch. Continue to go weak, looking for some space here on the near side, and they're able to find a bit through 2 defenders, drug down, seatbelt there from behind. Not up high enough. Referee's gonna let this one play on. And then a penalty there for not releasing. So a first good break we've really seen here in the last few minutes for Minnesota. A little bit too stranded and isolated. Turnover back for not releasing.
Yeah, it was Simeon Jumper, the outside center there with that break, and good dummy to break through the initial line break, and then making another little swerve there to make the second man miss. Good covering tackle there by Indiana. If he'd gone to ground and held that, it may have been all right, but he looked for that breakthrough pass. It didn't happen. Another good clearing kick here by Michael Temple, and it'll be another line out to Indiana. They've gone short every single time they've done this. Good throw so far. They've been able to control it. But as to where the first 8 or 9 minutes were in Minnesota's territory favor, now we've been down here for a while for Indiana. They missed that penalty earlier, which they probably aren't happy about. See if they can turn this into some points, as we're only about 7 minutes out from half, because these are only 50-minute games.
Look to get set here. Indiana has looked good on the line out so far, already with the steal and the take there from Trey Sherman. Gets things moving. He's looked really well up high and comfortable in the air. And again, that's something, the continuity that we've missed a little bit, but those lineouts, it can rear its head as well. But so far, good work from Trey Sherman and the boys in blue on the lineouts. Lost this one forward, though, so they'll get back into the engine room for another scrum.
Yeah, as we go through into halftime, I'm sure Michael Temple is not only the scrum half from Indiana, he's also listed as their head coach. So we'll see if he says, hey, boys, maybe we shouldn't do these pop passes in contact. Maybe we take it to ground and recycle that way, because those pop passes are what are killing both teams right now. They're not going to hand for either side.
Maybe a full Jackie Moon speech at halftime. Get the boys going as they'll look to spin this one out to the right-hand side here. Minnesota playing with fire, lost it again, and it's scooped up by Indiana about 5 meters out. They've got numbers here on the right-hand side. But that one, a little bit of a stumble and lost forward in Minnesota. By the skin of their teeth, holding on tight here. Down by 7, about 5 minutes left to play in the first half. Left-footed boot looking for some touch, but that one's gonna stay in play. Back off to the left-hand side. Counterattack is on, and a chip kick looking for some space. Takes the bounce back towards the end goal, but it's scooped up by Minnesota, and a little filtered pass out to the right-hand side, eventually lost, and still not out of the woods yet, inside the 22, and attacking scrum for Indiana.
Yeah, dangerous. Tried to get it back and not recovering the kick, but somehow able to make the turnover there. Minnesota was able to turn that around, but they're playing with fire down here on their own side. And these little pop passes just really either need to start going to hand, or they need to change strategies if they're going to string together any phases here. I think we've only seen about maybe 4 phases from either team strung together in continuity, and one of them resulted in a try. The rest have all resulted in knock-ons so far.
We've seen, some of the best teams are the ones that are able to do those offloads, able to keep the ball moving, keep it out of the rucks. And so taking some of the best players from all of these different teams, sometimes you've got a lot of people that want to do that, maybe not, like you mentioned earlier, looking to play the winning rugby, looking to play a little bit more fanciness, try to make their presence felt out there. But keeping that ball is always the name of the game here on the rugby pitch. And right now, Indiana, ball in hand, already up by 7 with about 4 minutes left to go in the first half. Knocked forward, Wallace Kanak could not hang on to it. And now Minnesota look to escape here on the near side. There's a break in the action at the 22-meter line. Still on their feet, shake and bake, sends the full back to deck. Still on his feet, Simeon Shumper. Takes it over the midfield stripe, and they're able to retain possession out of it. As Indiana came in from the side, you see number 10, Bruning, fully laying horizontal across that ruck. And back 10 again, not quick enough. And now Minnesota looking threatening here, Tim.
Yeah, great. Another great break by Simeon Shumper. That's his second of the day. Let's see what your call is here. Still a Minnesota favorite, it appears.
Yeah, not getting back quick enough. They had plenty of time on that last one. Maybe came up a little bit early there, but there's the quick tap from Bumgartner into the hands of the big number 8, Webb Bolstat. Brings a couple of defenders with him just a few meters out. Minnesota looking for their first points of the match. There's a hard charging run from Streibel. 1 meter out now for Minnesota. Keep it in tight. Another pounding run. Just trying to hammer away, inching closer and closer to that line. Another take from Bolstat. Great defense from Indiana time and time again. Advantage is now on. Offsides is the call. Penalty advantage not needed, and the try is scored. Great work by Minnesota. 5 phases in a row of pounding rugby, and they get over the line in the first 5 for Minnesota.
I think that was the big prop, Kenyatta Kavika, who ended up getting that one over. But great 4 phases there, just crash ball off the right side by Minnesota to work that through. But it came from 3 penalties in a row, 2 of them being from not back far enough. So they made 30 of those meters off of Simeon Shumper's big run, then another 30 off of penalties, and they finished the last 5 with some hard charging runs. And you always like to see a big prop get himself a meat pie and get a 5-pointer on the board. They see if they can hit this conversion kick to try and tie this up. But that was some good continuity. We saw right there, Tim, what we've been talking about. Short passes off the base of the scrum, not trying to recycle, just hard charging ball. Indiana doing a good job keeping them 3 phases, not allowing them in from less than 5 meters, really a meter. But then Kenyatta Kavika finishes it anyways on that 4th one with the hard charger.
So Minnesota up on the board. Kick here coming from Bumgartner, trying to tie this one back up at 7 apiece. Not an easy kick as he's over there near that 5-meter line. Sends this one off to the left a little bit short. No good. So 7-5 our scores. We're just a couple minutes away here from the end of the first half at the 2024 Thuinderbird Cup. Tim Wilkes and Tim Sigmund taking you through all the action here on Field 2. In this tournament brought to you by the Midwest Rugby Union here on live on the Midwest Rugby Union's YouTube page and Next Level Rugby YouTube as well. There's a great response there for Minnesota. 1 minute left to play in the first half. We had the huge break early in the match from Akimafuna. And that will take us to halftime. 7-5 your score with Minnesota coming back and punching one home with the big boys. We will step aside with them, take a quick break, and when we come back, we've got more action here live from Lamont, Illinois. The 2024 Thuinderbird Cup returns here in a couple minutes.
It's great. We all love each other. We all like hanging out at these tournaments.
Just meeting so many new people and getting to know them is just amazing. And meeting so many new friends, it's definitely.
Nah, one word is family. Like, you got people like you could depend on.
Probably my favorite part of playing rugby is like I can forget any problem I'm having at school or at home or just any kind of worry or burden and just like giving my all on the field.
We all choose to come here. We don't have to be here, you know. It's just good fun coming out on a Sunday, playing, getting all together, and just great.
All right, so yeah, I think it's the fact that we can play very hard, smack each other up, boom each other, and just eat good and talk to and laugh with each other after.
So, one thing that rugby has done for you?
It's brought up a lot of my confidence. I wasn't very confident in middle school, and I knew that if I wanted to become a better player, I would have to bring up my game, which I did, and I've just become so much like a better person to myself. I see myself in such a bigger light, and I'm honestly so much happier playing rugby.
I ain't gonna lie, if it wasn't for them, I don't think I would like be around here, to be honest. So I guess family.
New York Rugby Club is a great community because they put you around great people such as Alex, my coach Alex, and he teaches me more about rugby, how I can make my game better every day and elevate it to the next.
Nah, but like, you feel me? But like, I bet like you know how the hood is, so you know like it's crazy, like around shooters and all that stuff. So it's just keeping me out from there, and then changing from like me got to worry about, oh I can't walk here, instead of just changing my life and being positive and don't need to worry about anything that much.
I think people really underestimate women in sports. Like in my school, rugby, especially the girls' rugby, is really strong, and I don't think a lot of people expect that that women can have the sort of strength or like sort of drive that men can have in sports. And I mean, you can see today, like it's pretty much even. Women want to, you know, have an outlet for physical contact or something to blow off steam just as much as men do, and they're just as physical, and we're just as, I guess, you can say aggressive as men can be, and we can be just as successful on the rugby field. So I think it just helped me learn that whatever a man can do, I can do it. It's no worries. I can do exactly what they can do.
So the RCT out here has been amazing. I came out here because I know all the states out here have some great youth rugby, and I was not disappointed in any way. So saw some amazing action out here from both young men and young women, and it's looking pretty bright for our future here.
And what's your favorite part about playing rugby?
I really like the camaraderie of it, and like the game is just so physical and it's fun. But it's hard, like even though it's hard
For me,
Yeah.
rugby has helped me stay consistent, and as a woman, I feel really empowered being able to tackle people. It just changes lives, honestly.
Tell me about your experience with RCT so far.
Well, I think my experience can be best described as really fun and.
Tell me about your experience.
Welcome back to Chicago, Illinois area, home of the 2024 Thuinderbird Cup, the inaugural cup here created by the Midwest Rugby Union. We've got teams from all over the country coming here in Chicago to try and test their skills against each other. Men's tournament, women's tournament, and right now we've got men's action. Minnesota taking on Indiana. And we have one half in the books, ready to see what half number 2 has in store for us. Tim Wilkes and Tim Sigmund taking you through all the action. Right now, Tim, Indiana on top 7-5 in sloppy conditions here in Chicago.
Yeah, Indiana came out with a long-range score to open up scoring, a nice slicing conversion to make it 7, but Minnesota charging back with the forwards to make it 7-5 just before halftime. Like you said, sloppy condition, lots of knock-ons. Let's see if they make any adjustments here in the second half.
Contact is good.
Strong take, getting up high there. Sujai Akimafuna already with one try. The winger out there almost brought that one home. A little bit of conversation here between our referee and line judge.
Gray.
So they're
Looks
going to
like
say
they're
this
calling
one
a
was
knock on there.
knocked out into touch. Should give them the choice there. Looks like a scrum has been chosen instead of the line out. And Minnesota again down by 2, and you mentioned it, Tim, struggled throughout the first half with the knock-ons, but got the big boys ready to eat, had 4 or 5 phases in a row, and they knew what they needed, had to have that try, and they punched it home for the first 5. Down by 2 here, they're able to secure possession out the back of the scrum. Baumgartner gets things moving for the boys from Minnesota. Nice line back into the teeth of the defense. Pushes that gain line forward another 5-10 meters.
Gotta go ropes, gotta get the ropes.
Finding something now with the boys in the engine room. Kick up over the top. I believe that was Bolstat with the kick and chase, and the big number 8 testing his speed and dots it down for the try. 50 meters off of the kick and now takes the lead here for Minnesota, 10-7.
That was beautiful. When he kicked that, I said, there's no way he's going to get this in my mind. And he had the legs and he had the speed and he was able to dot it down. You can see the big smile there on his face. Very pleased with himself. Way to show out. What a great line break here. You see, that was at halfway when he hacked that ball through. Wet conditions slow this ball down. It just sets up perfectly, dives in, try time. Great try there for Minnesota.
Not too often you see the number 8 breaking through in a foot race there with backs trailing behind him. A great job, and you mentioned it, kind of a little bit of a higher turf we've got here in Lamont, Illinois at the Chicago Blaze Rugby Complex. So that one's set up nicely, perfectly there, and the first 5 points up on the board for Minnesota. Conversion was good there as well from Baumgartner. Baumgartner gives them a 10-point lead, 17 unanswered points up on the board for the boys in purple.
I think that should be 12, Tim. That was only their second try there, so 5-point lead.
12-7 your score.
Inside the 22.
In the 28th minute of action, again, just 25-minute halves, and a great take there straight away. And Indiana look to apply the pressure here, again, down by 5, 12-7 your score. Pick and go off the back, keeping it in nice and tight. Cobble keeps things moving. Now out in space, Landon Campbell, the big fella, takes it into contact. Campbell, 6 foot, 300 pounds. Gets stifled there and passed to the outside. Again, the try scorer almost able to hang on to it. As this one go to deck though, Kimafuna could not grab it, knocked out. Actually just had this one trickling out into touch, no knock, and so it'll be a line out for Minnesota.
Yeah, it looks like Trey Sherman's pass didn't go to hand. Maybe that touch judge called the ball out before that happened there at the end. So Minnesota's throwing.
5 numbers.
McAndrews rises up to snag this one out the top of the line out. Keep things moving. Center's getting into the action. Find some space on the outside, but great defense. Bruning steps up and makes the tackle. This one's going to be kicked through, but we're going to come back for the infringement.
Yeah, just you're still seeing the same ball control errors here, Tim. You know, just some loose passes and knock-ons and things like that. Except for that long kick and chase by Webb Bolstad there. We're seeing some of the same mistakes we saw in the first half as far as ball handling and those sorts of things.
Started to see the aggression there from that forward pack, really taking each and every pass at pace there for the first couple of minutes. This time still pinned in. Here inside their own 22. Bring this one back. It's Michael Temple. Player coach Jackie Moonin it. Little stab kick through and the chase is on. Boys in blue are going to take this one. Looks good from here. Whistle sounds and Indiana take the lead, or excuse me, come right back, tie this one up. 12-12 your score with 5 minutes gone by in the second half.
Adam Trejo here tracking this one down from the number 13 spot. Great job gathering that. I thought with one hand on that ball in these wet conditions, what a great take pulling that in and scoring.
Adam Trejo out of Long Beach, California with Michiana Rugby Football Club, just 5'7", 170. There from that center position, had the speed that was required there for the kick and chase and slid to perfection. That is a lot easier said than done there, trying to make that slide, trying to catch the pace of the ball off the bounce. Did a fantastic job. And a 14-12 score line here as Indiana has come back to retake the lead.
Great job there by Indiana, immediately responding to that try from Webb Bolstad earlier for Minnesota and giving some of their own medicine. You're going to play aggressively on defense. We're going to kick in behind you. They had 3 guys who were there who could have gotten that one, and Trejo was there first to dot it down.
We got it.
So ready to get back underway again. Ashton Johnson with that left boot. Put this one up high, and we are back underway. Chicago Blaze Rugby Complex. Michael Temple will send this one up in the air. Nice kick to flip the field. Chase is on, unable to take them down and stop the counterattack, and they're able to kick this one back. But boy, the Indiana squad is ready to go. Nice little take there from Muter. Still on his feet, dishing out the fins left and right.
Leave it.
Possibly crawling through that last ruck there. Ref lets him play on. Continue the action. Back to the center of the pitch. Michigan doing a great job trying to get in there, but just a little too late, and they get dinged for hands in the ruck.
Yeah, Dougie Searles in there coming in as a replacement. It looks like he didn't support his weight there. Referee caught him with his hands in the cookie jar. Penalty, Indiana's favor here.
And as part of making that tackle, got to make sure you give the full release there. Is this one going to go in touch? Maybe even knocked on a little bit there as well. So Indiana, off of that kick, you see the rain really starting to come down now here in Illinois. And it will be a line out back to Indiana. So Indiana, with the first try of the match, looked like they were able to take control. And then 12 points up on the board for Minnesota. Is again a 14-12 score line here for you. Indiana on top of the boys in purple. And a big time opportunity in the downpour to get this one through. Tap back nicely, but it bounces right back into the hands of the boys in purple. They're able to scoop this one up and now look to charge themselves. Down by 2. Here with a little under 20 minutes left to go in the second half. Again, 50-minute match, 2 25-minute halves. This one's going to be kicked through. Possession secured as Malcolm Pope tried to give that one the boot. Release! Here on the near side wing. They can get that one through the wall of purple, and they're able to get this one back in possession. through the back goes Ashton Johnson, and it's taken away. A pass up over the top, hits his target. Trey Sherman takes it all the way home. Second try of the second half for Indiana, and they extend the lead now 19-12.
And that was a great offload there. He floated it up over the top as he was going down. Trey Sherman at full pace grabs it and gives another 5 points on the board there for Indy. Great job there. That one went to hand. Some of those others not quite as well advised, but that one worked out perfectly. You see, here's the pass looking out wide. Intercept there by Indiana. And pop over the top. Sherman there to collect. Just too much pace for that short distance. Try time.
Great interception there. Minnesota just trying to find some space, create some relief there, but playing with fire. We mentioned it there in the first half so many times. Ball in hand inside their own 22, and this time that huge interception, just knew that ball was coming to the outside, got into the passing lane, snagged it out of the air, and they find little pass up over the top, hit the big fella Trey Sherman. Sherman 6'3", 255 out of Fort Wayne. Takes it the distance from there. You get him open in space. No stopping him as he takes it home, and the kick is good as well. Michael Temple gives him an extra 2 points.
And you can really see the rain coming down now, Tim. That didn't stop those spider hands there on that intercept with Sherman finishing off the try. And looking at the radar, it is just piling up from the south. Good thing is, it doesn't look like there's any thunderstorms in this, so it should just be rain throughout, so it shouldn't slow down our action, but it's going to keep things messy. It looks like all day out here.
Great to see here the Midwest coming together. We've seen the Midwest Thunderbirds throughout the country playing at different tournaments, all-star tournaments, but here all coming together, the entire Midwest Rugby Union battling it out for supremacy here in the 2024 Thunderbird Cup. Indiana ball in hand just outside the 22-meter line. Chicago Blaze Field Complex now out to the right-hand side. They've got numbers there, moving it through the hands, but a big tackle takes Connect down. Penalty's going to be given, not rolling away the call. Back 10 go the boys in purple.
Yeah, big hit there. I think that was Malcolm Pope who made the hit, but he never attempted to get away after they went to ground.
Relieves a little bit of pressure, but it's a strong take. Lost forward, though, and Indiana back in hand. So in the end, everything works out for Indiana. But we are going to come back here. No advantage gained, and so we'll have a scrum down back to Indiana, still on top here in the second half.
Good take there and good tackle break, but he slips through the tackle, and then the ball just slips right out of his hands. You can see the effects this water is having. Wet jerseys, wet ball, the ground, another knock. Probably up to 20, 25 at least. You know, basically 1 a minute so far in this game, maybe a little more. But that's just what happens when it's wet out like this. Tough conditions to handle that ball in. It looks like we might have, for Minnesota, number 2, Nathan Welsh working his way to the sideline with possibly a right arm injury there. You see the way he's holding his arm up against his body, so substitute here.
He's checking in, sir.
Another substitute already on the pitch for Indiana, making his presence felt. Anthony Anderson, number 17, swarming around in there, made that last tackle, jarred the ball loose.
Liking what I'm seeing as far as aggression from Minnesota, Tim. You know, it's just unfortunate they threw that interception that resulted in a try for Indiana, but it does seem like they're running tighter lines off the edges of the scrums and rucks, and maybe not trying to spin it as wide as they were in the first half to deal with these wet conditions so far.
These last 2 tries have kind of flipped the script here, but we had Minnesota with 12 unanswered points, had the lead just about 10 minutes ago. But now everything changed. Indiana ball in hand here in the scrum as they're going to reset this one. For a quick chat here with VAR.
Nate, you're off.
So far, I'd like what I've seen from both sides, Tim. You know, what I would say overall is the centers from both sides have looked strong, each achieving some breaks.
6 came on for number 2.
Simeon Schufer for Minnesota has had a couple of big breaks. Adam Trejo for Indiana with a great kick chase and a try. Just some good looks overall here, maybe what the referee is saying here.
Looks as though things have been sorted out. A couple players coming back on and off here.
All right, give me a minute. I got time on. Here we go. Ready?
We are ready to rock and roll. Put in coming again from Michael Temple, head coach of this Indiana squad as well. Temple out of Indiana University, also played for the Midwest Thunderbirds.
Let's have it.
Scoops this one out the back, already with a couple kicks made as well. This time we'll bring that boot back out of the bag. Chip finds some space. A lot of pressure here as this one's going to be brought into touch.
We'll have the knock.
Last touch by the boys in purple, Minnesota with it. So it'll be an Indiana line out there off of the kick. Well placed.
Well placed, and it looks like it may have been a knock on beforehand. He's motioned for a scrum there. So it'll be a knock on before into touch.
Scrum to blue.
So Indiana's put in here, and man, it is just raining so hard. And Indiana looks like they're willing to gain position with these kicks deep to space, and Minnesota's leaving them plenty of room to get the ball in behind them. They gained about 25 meters there off that kick.
We already saw Akimafuma, number 11 with the long try down the wing for Indiana. They've definitely got speed on those edges. So many times you see that kick taken there by Sam Bruning, and no chase there along with it, but they had all of the pieces needed there. The chase was on, and they're able to get the ball back here off of the knock-on. Nice use of hands. Find the charging runner in the center of the pitch. To the left they come. Indiana still with about 11 minutes left to play here in the second half. 50-minute match, so 2 25s on the docket here for us. Into contact goes Stephen Coble. Now back to the center. Big charging tackle there. Sends Indiana back. No chip kick up over the top again, testing the edges. Winger had a little bit of trouble with it again as this one goes out into touch. Finding a little bit of weakness here on the edges as Minnesota just trying to repel time and time again.
Yeah, Indiana doing a good job when they're seeing Minnesota coming up aggressively in defense, chipping over the top, taking advantage of these wet conditions and what that ball might do in it to continue to gain meters and retain possession. Good job by them. We're closing in here into the last quarter of this game. Up by 9, attacking line out just about 9 meters, or excuse me, 23, 24 meters out. Good job by Indiana.
To set this one up. A couple of subs coming into the action. Dougie Searles onto the pitch. Number 18 there. Gets ready to lift. A couple more coming on as well. Make sure you stay tuned. This is just game 1 of 5 here live on field 2. Is this one not straight? The call there, and we'll have a scrum down. Not too sure if they maybe knocked it back on to Minnesota there to be able to lose that one. But a scrum down back to Indiana, the call here.
Yeah, Minnesota's line out does not look very strong. A couple of one stolen early in the match, a couple not going to hand. So Indiana on the attack again.
Put in here from Temple. Secures possession out the back. Off to the right they come. Outside center takes it in. Trejo. In from the side yet again, and a quick decision there. Michael Temple from straight between the posts will give it a shot here with the boot.
Good decision there by Temple. Take the points, take the time, bleed it off the clock, take it over a little bit more, put yourself up by 12 if you slot this. If not, you've wasted at least a minute of time as we close in here in the last few minutes of the second half. He missed one earlier from about the same position on the other side of the field, so let's see how he does here.
Rain coming down. We thank you so much for joining us here, whether you're watching on Midwest Rugby Union's YouTube page or Next Level Rugby YouTube. Thank you for joining us, Tim Wilkes and Tim Sigmund, taking you through all the action here today. And Michael Temple patriotically pushes this one off to the right. No good, so second time there from in front of the posts. Sends this one off the mark. And we'll have another 22-meter drop for Minnesota. Down by 9, they need a quick try to be able to creep back into this match. Able to secure possession here, Indiana. Into contact they come. Nice tackle there from Bolstat to wrangle the Indiana player to deck. And not releasing is going to be the call, so a good tackle turns into a turnover ball. And Minnesota, again, with about 7 to 8 minutes left to play, an opportunity to march down the pitch and get a little closer.
Oh, able to keep that in? Yes, he was. Great play. Oh, calling for touch now. Initially, I thought that was a great play to keep the ball in and keep Minnesota from getting the line out, but touch judge saw it differently, so good luck there for Minnesota as they try to sort out their line out here. Last two have not gone their way.
Looked like maybe the initial one there was up in the air in time to be able to try and tap that one back in, but landed back in touch. Flag goes up, and again, Minnesota lose this one forward, and we've seen it time and time again, just slowing down the attack. The sub there on the pitch, Sam Horn, could not make the connection, as you see the boys just trying to settle things down, getting a little out of hand here for Minnesota.
Yeah, you'd like to see that pass about a foot higher. Instead of being at his waist, it was down around his knees, and that's just a tough pickup when you got these wet conditions. We've seen a couple of times, it looks like it's broken right now, but a couple of times we've had some strong downpours that even though it's not raining now, that grass is soaked, these jerseys are soaked, and that ball has definitely got some moisture on it. Just another handling error by Minnesota. Good job on the line out, but lost it there.
Indy able to secure possession here, but a big shove coming from Minnesota will force Temple to have to scoop this one up and try to give it the boot, but that one a little too strong and will go all the way into touch. He was in front of the 22-meter line. Kick goes out on the full, will bring it back to where he made the kick. So a big-time mistake there for Indiana, and Minnesota with an attacking opportunity off of the line out just outside the 22-meter line. Able to get this one through. Pedro Cardenas gets things moving again for Minnesota. Another strong tackle there. Adam Church getting into the action there for Indiana. Off to the right, and again, off the mitts there. Shumper has had a couple of big runs, but a couple of knock-ons as well. Gonna need to shake that off. Again, more action coming to you later. We're gonna switch gears here in about an hour. We've got women's action coming your way. Again, here live from the Chicago Blaze Rugby Complex in Lamont, Illinois.
See another good take off the top there. Oh, that's the one earlier one on the first drop right there, but twice in a row, good takes off the top of the line out, and by the second phase off of that, just the ball not going to hand. And if you can't get more than two phases together, it's really hard to score in rugby.
We've seen them really be the most potent when they're really pounding it through, keeping the ball in hand with their forward pack, catching it at pace is when they've been their most dangerous. But a little bit of difficulty there out on the edges, and this time it's a free kick, not a straight drive there for the boys in blue, and back 10 they go, and a free kick will give them the opportunity possibly for a little quick tap. Back underway into the hands of their try scorer, Webb Bolstat. Bolstat keeps possession alive. Center of the pitch, Williams takes it into contact, but they're able to keep things moving. Nicely done out to the left, but really they've lost about 5 meters here and lost it forward as well. So strong pressure and defense from Indiana, just relentless here in the second half, Tim.
Yeah, good job by them being strong at the point of contact. You know, Minnesota dropped that twice in 3 possessions there. One of them went backwards, that last one going forwards for the knock-on, so it'll be Indiana's put in. But these handling errors are just not allowing them to get any traction. They're still trying to swing it wide. Just no real lessons learned here, trying to keep it a little tighter and maybe deal with these conditions and build some phase play and try to wear them out and create those gaps through concentrating them rather than forcing it out wide and trying to force it out there.
Coaching staff for Minnesota will have their work cut out for them. Seth Jones, Billy McDonald, and Luke Sasler will look to flip the script here for the boys from Minnesota. Down by 9 right now with about 3 minutes left to play. This one's starting to get a little bit out of hand. They need a try quickly, as this is still a 2-score match. But again, another big tackle. Corey Warner, 5 meters behind the gain line, charges up and gets it done. But here's a bit of a surge coming from the boys in purple. Minnesota over the midfield stripe. Teaming up, Landon Campbell, the big fella, with the shove on the defensive end, but back, Bolstat with it. We've seen how dangerous he can be time and time again. They're able to keep things moving now. That's the most important part. Talked about it throughout, keeping possession. Now they try to find something here on the near side. Pass goes all the way out to Linus Sims. Sims keeps it in play. Again, this strong defensive performance. They were down early in this second half, were Indiana, but they have been terrific ever since. They put up a couple of tries since, taken the lead back and have a stranglehold on this match. 9-point lead here with about 2 minutes left to play. We'll give this one the boot. Gabe Voss just sends it over in the other half of the pitch. They're gonna take it and run straight at the defense. Stilton into contact, gets shoved out. Player down will look to find the final call here.
That was a big hit that forced the knock on, but it looks like he may have injured himself in the process of that on this wet ground. Hopefully not that left knee, which he already has looks like he has a strap on around that leg. But overall, that was a good phase of play from both sides. You see here the recovery. He's going to take it up that left-hand side. This is number 20, Kemper Stilton. See right when he makes that contact, hard hit, loses that ball. It looks like maybe that right arm a little sore after smacking into one another right there.
It's up.
Looks like he's going to come off.
Too. Yeah.
And makes his way to the bench. Looks like he can be replaced by number 23, Sam Horn. So good hit by Stilton to force the turnover, but knocks himself out of the match as well, unfortunately.
But that's what we've seen from Indiana time and time again. They are making the decision to come up and play with that fire and make the contact. They have done a terrific job here in the second half. Again, it was a 12-7 match. A couple minutes gone by into the second half. But Indy with 2 tries up on the board, big time responses. They are looking to get it done here. And again, 25-minute halves being played on the men's side. Total of 50-minute matches. As a big shove from Minnesota. Second time we've seen that. They're still going to let them play on. And Temple's able to pull this one out the back. Space here on the near side, but it's knocked forward. Kicked through. The chase now. Linus Sims dives on top of it and scores the try for Minnesota. Great work. Linus Sims off the bench and has the speed and the footwork to take it the distance.
Great job there by Linus Sims. We saw a great pickup by him earlier on a loose ball on the right-hand side in these wet conditions. They are a wayward pass from Indiana. You can see here it's going to skip across the ground as it doesn't coat a hand right here. Trejo, who scored earlier for Indiana, missed that one, and Linus Sims hacking it through, showing the soccer skills. And he's going to dot it down right there and draw this match just a little bit closer as we get closer to the end of this game.
Give it a couple dribbles there in the high grass here, and referee, we just got word there is time for one final play and one final opportunity for Minnesota to get the victory. Kick is good, and one final play to decide here our first match of the 2024 Thuinderbird Cup. A good one.
We are at full time. We're at full.
Great way to start off this tournament on day one of a 2-day tournament. We're in the men's plate division.
We are at full time. We'll have the kick.
You can hear the referee. We are at full time, so the next stoppage should be the end of this match. Minnesota has to lay it on the line here.
Inside the 22.
Kick taken clean. Able to bring this one up over that 22-meter line. Into possession here. Baumgartner keeps things moving. We'll just keep it nice and tight. See the blue jerseys fringing out here to the left. Passes on, and a beautiful skip pass, but again, lost it, just left without his baggage. Leaves it there. Knock-on's going to be the call, and that will do it. Opportunity there by the wayside. Your final score, 21-19 off of that last try. A 2-point victory for Indiana, and a great start to this tournament, Tim.
Yeah, yes, indeed. You know, Max Colvin has to be sick right there. He got that ball into some space, and it just slips right out. Missed opportunity, but a very nice, tight game. Great game to start this tournament.
We've got more on hand here. Field 2, Tim Wilkes and Tim Sigmund. Tim Sigmund will take charge here for our next match. Women's action coming your way when we return here live at the 2024 Thunderbird Cup.
What's the RCT so far?
Well, I think my experience can be best described as really fun and community bonding because I meet so many new people playing the sport I love.
I wrestle and I play football, and there's nothing like rugby.
Yeah, everybody that I've ever met that tries rugby just comes to one practice has ended up liking it. And I asked her like what it was, and she said like full contact, like same rules, guys and girls, and I didn't believe her. And then she was like, oh, come out to our practices, and I did, and I was like, oh yeah, I want to play. And then I started playing, and it was really fun.
I don't know, it's just a game that I love. It's pretty fun though, I don't know, I just love everything about it.
The laid-back atmosphere of it, we all be friends on the field and off the field.
Just the bond and the vibe from everybody is nice and builds like a lot of character.
You should play it. Play rugby. That's it.
Like how we can like beat out of each other in the game, but then we like come together after and we're just like shake hands.
Well, what do you think that is? Why is that?
I personally think it's like, it's just, we're all one community, like it's one family. You all play rugby, it's just one family.
It's a sport.
Yeah,
because if you have to have respect for the person going after you because you work hard and they have to work just as hard after you.
So you say that respect is probably the greatest value you can gain out of this game?
By far.
Yeah.
By far.
You know, we as a country, we've been at war since 2001. And I think that a lot of people who are not involved in the military really don't think about it.
Get across. Past 19, but I'm saying, you know, we finish here, but we can orient up and then get eyes on the enemy. You know.
It's not on the forefront of the news anymore, but we have people out every day taking risk, and obviously sometimes they pay the ultimate price.
I mean, there's some hard stories in there, so they're all great guys. You wish they were still here today with you, but you understand, you know, duty calls, they serve the mission, and there's tragedy and everything, and you know, a lot of them died in war, others died when they came back home. And
we have our jerseys, and since the beginning we've worn a black mourning band, and that black mourning band stands apart as a reminder to us of who we're playing for.
Who are we playing for?
Marines.
Our brothers. Right there. That's what we're playing for. Play with their fighting spirit. They can't be here. You fucking make it up for them right now, all right?
There's a lot of suffering and pain involved, but you try to bring the good out in every situation, and this is our way of doing it.
It's Friday night, what we come here for. That's the main event. And we go to the Legion, and we have the ceremony. Remember our fallen, talk about them, we tell stories, remember their lives.
Brett Beacon. Lance Corporal Richard Burstetta. Major Jeremy Grazik. Lieutenant Colonel Dave Green. Major Ryan Hansen. Lance Corporal Eric Herzberg. Sergeant Donald Lamar. Major John Lee. Captain John Maloney. Major Kevin Nave. Gunnery Sergeant Cat Pelletier. Captain Michael Quinn. Captain Patrick Rapico. Major John Roca. Lieutenant Colonel Kevin Shea. Corporal Jared Shoemaker. Lance Corporal Keynote Snow. Major Keith Takabayashi. Corporal Tyler Trevelyan. Captain Al Ziegler. As we do, let's raise a toast. I'm going to ask everybody to stand. To our fallen. And as we do, first verse of the Marine Corps hymn. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, we will fight our country's battles on the air, on land, and sea. First to fight for right and freedom, and to keep our honor clean. We are proud to claim the title of United States Marines.
That means you fucking put your shoulder into every fucking tackle. You put your shoulder into every fucking ruck. You take these guys down. You don't do stupid shit. We run it up, we fucking score, and we're done.
Fucking A, let's do this.
Do not leave anything else out here.
Come on, Marines! On, 2, 3, Marines! Let's go, boys. Fullback and winger.
Let's go, boys.
Most girls are smart and strong and beautiful. Most girls work hard, go far, we are unstoppable. Most girls are fight to make every day. No two are the same. I wanna be like.
So actually, before I started playing rugby, I was just a cheerleader for my high school, and I was very shy, nervous, and being around teammates. Rugby is a very accepting sport. I wasn't embarrassed about my body or anything. People really welcome you and actually take your strengths and weaknesses and work with you to make you a better person and player.
You hit each other and then you're friends.
Yeah. I really like the camaraderie of it, and the game is just so physical and it's fun.
Definitely try it. You maybe don't think you're the strongest, but once you go out and you hit someone, that adrenaline is so amazing.
Growing up in Mississippi, my prayer was, for as long as I can remember, God, use me. Use me, use this life. I don't know what the future holds for me, but I know that there is a vision for my life that is greater than my imagination can hold. Use me, use me. What would you have me to do? And that dream, that desire, that prayer brought me somehow to television.
And she's gonna learn that this life will hit you hard in the face, wait for you to get back up just so it can kick you in the stomach. But getting the wind knocked out of you is the only way to remind your lungs how much they like the taste of air.
If we want to give all of our children a foundation for their dreams and opportunities worthy of their promise, if we want to give them that sense of limitless possibility, that belief that here in America, there is always something better out there if you're willing to work for it, then we must work like never before.
You might never fail on the scale I did, but some failure in life is inevitable. It is impossible to live without failing at something, unless you live so cautiously that you might as well not have lived at all, in which case you fail by default.
Movements for peace when all seems lost. Together, I do believe it is part of the American mission to ensure that people everywhere, women and men alike, finally have the opportunity to live up to their own God-given potential.
It's huge. There's limitations. There's been greater limitations before my involvement, which has stopped some athletes from being able to chase their dreams and having to go and fulfill a 9-to-5 job just to live, really.
So in life, there are moments when you stop and ask yourself, how did I get here? Why am I standing here? Girls have the power to change the world. It is a fact. There's a really, really beautiful quote that I read recently, and I think it's absolutely appropriate to explain what I'm trying to say today. The hand that rocks the cradle, the procreator, the mother of tomorrow, a woman shapes the destiny of civilization. Such is the tragic irony of fate that a beautiful creation such as a girl child is today one of the gravest concerns facing humanity.
It's great. We all love each other. We all like hanging out at these tournaments.
Just meeting so many new people and getting to know them is just amazing. And meeting so many new friends is definitely...
One word is family. You got people you could depend on.
probably my favorite part of playing rugby is like I can forget any problem I'm having at school or at home or just any kind of worry or burden and just like giving my all on the field.
And we all choose to come here. We don't have to be here, you know. It's just good fun coming out on a Sunday, playing, getting all together, and just great.
All right, so yeah, I think it's the fact that we can play very hard, smack each other up, boom each other, and just eat good and talk to and laugh with each other after.
So, one thing that rugby's done for you?
It's brought up a lot of my confidence. I wasn't very confident in middle school, and I knew that if I wanted to become a better player, I would have to bring up my game, which I did, and I've just become so much like a better person to myself. I see myself in such a bigger light, and I'm honestly so much happier playing rugby.
I ain't gonna lie, if it wasn't for them, I don't think I would like be around here, to be honest. So I guess family.
New York Rugby Club is a great community because they put you around great people such as Alex, my coach Alex, and he teaches me more about rugby, how I can make my game better every day and elevate it to the next.
Nah, but like, you feel me? But like, I bet, like, you know how the hood is, so you know, like, it's crazy, like, around shooters and all that stuff. So it's just keeping me out from there, and then changing from like me got to worry about, oh, I can't walk here, instead of just changing my life and being positive and don't need to worry about anything that much.
I think people really underestimate women in sports. Like in my school, rugby, especially the girls' rugby, is really strong, and I don't think a lot of people expect that that women can have the sort of strength or like sort of drive that men can have in sports. And I mean, you can see today, like it's pretty much even. Women want to, you know, have an outlet for physical contact or something to blow off steam just as much as men do, and they're just as physical, and we're just as, I guess, you can say aggressive as men can be, and we can be just as successful on the rugby field. So I think it just helped me learn that whatever a man can do, I can do it. It's no worries. I can do exactly what they can do.
The RCT out here has been amazing. I came out here because I know that all the states out here have some great youth rugby, and I was not disappointed in any way. So saw some amazing action out here from both young men and young women, and it's looking pretty bright for our future here.
And what's your favorite part about playing rugby?
I really like the camaraderie of it, and like the game is just so physical and it's fun. It's hard, like even though it's hard
for me.
Yeah.
Rugby has helped me stay consistent, and as a woman, I feel really empowered being able to tackle people. It just changes lives.
Tell me about your experience with RCT so far.
Well, I think my experience can be best described as really fun and community bonding because I meet so many new people playing the sport I love.
I wrestle and I play football, and there's nothing like rugby.
Yeah, everybody that I've ever met that tries rugby just comes to one practice, has ended up liking it. And I asked her like what it was, and she said like full contact, like same rules, guys and girls, and I didn't believe her. And then she was like, oh, come out to our practices. And I did, and I was like, oh yeah, I want to play. And then I started playing. It was really fun.
I don't know, it's just a game that I love. It's pretty fun though, I don't know, I just love everything about it.
It's the laid-back atmosphere of it. We all be friends on the field and off the field.
Just the bond and the vibe from everybody is nice and builds like a lot of character.
You should play it. Play rugby. That's it.
Like how we can like beat out of each other in the game, but then we like come together after and we're just like shake hands.
What do you think that is? Why is that?
I personally think it's just we're all one community. Like it's one family. You all play rugby. It's just one family.
It's a sport.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you have to have respect for the person doing that for you, because you work hard and they have to work just as hard after you.
So would you say that respect is probably the greatest value you can gain out of this game?
By far. Yeah. By far.
You know, we as a country, we've been at war since 2001. And I think that a lot of people who are not involved in the military really don't think about it.
Get across. House 19, but I'm saying, you know, we finish here, but we can orient up and then get eyes on the enemy. You know.
It's not on the forefront of the news anymore, but we have people out every day taking risk, and obviously sometimes they pay the ultimate price.
I mean, there's some hard stories in there, so they're all great guys. You wish they were still here today with you, but you understand, you know, duty calls, they served a mission, and there's tragic, you know, there's tragedy and everything, and you know, a lot of them died in war, others died when they came back home. And
we have our jerseys, and since the beginning, we've worn a black mourning band, and that black mourning band stands apart as a reminder to us of who we're playing for.
Who are we playing for?
Marines.
Our brothers. Right there. That's what we're playing for. Play with their fighting spirit. They can't be here. You fucking make it up for them right now, all right?
There's a lot of suffering and pain involved, but you try to bring the good out in every situation, and this is our way of doing it.
It's Friday night, what we come here for. That's the main event. And we go to the Legion, and we have the ceremony. Remember our fallen, talk about them, we tell stories, remember their lives.
Brett Beacon.
Lance Corporal Richard Burstetta. Major Jeremy Grazik. Lieutenant Colonel Dave Green. Major Ryan Hansen.
Chicago Blaze Rugby Facility on Smith Road in Lamont, Illinois. Joining me today is Tyler Deutsch in the booth as we're going to watch the women of Michigan take on the women of Iowa in the women's plate first match of the day on field 2. Tyler, what are we expecting today from these folks in these rainy conditions?
I think we're expecting some of the best Midwest rugby that we can get. As we know, Blaze, legendary pitch, but also as we know about Chicago, legendary weather conditions. Saw a little bit of rain. It's taking a little bit to drain out, as you were mentioning, that first half, some penalty errors. So let's see if they can get back past that quick here in the first half and put some tries on the board.
Yeah, that sounds good. Let's go down to the field, and here it looks like Iowa will be kicking off. They're going to be here in the blue and white, kicking off to Michigan in kind of the teal and pink. And there is the whistle. Low kick, Dribbles to the hands and working it to the left side and straight into contact. So Michigan tries to work it here through the phases and out to the right-hand side. Dragging a defender or two. Good push there from Michigan, working it forward. She goes down to ground. They recycle and back out to the right-hand side here. And hacks it down the field. Nobody at home. Good kick, rolling towards touch. Back to find it is Iowa. Turning it. Good run so far. Cuts it upfield into contact. Michigan there to slow him down, just 10 meters from halfway. We saw earlier in our first men's match, there's been rain on and off all day today. There's some wet ground out there, and a good steal there by Michigan. It's number 12, Samantha Rodeseiler. Working back out to the right side, looking to find some gaps, and that one doesn't go to hand. Looks like we got a knock on there, and we'll have a restart. Iowa's put in.
Ball's a little bit like a cautious play here in the beginning.
A little bit of back and forth right there, as you mentioned, just a hack down the field and a good return, but the ball doesn't go to hand. In the first match, we saw quite a few knock-ons due to the wet conditions, and I expect that to be the same here in this one. To put in from number 9, Eileen Billman for Iowa here, the first scrum of the day.
Definitely going to expect a lot out of the forwards here. Want to keep the ball close and tight. Don't want to take too many chances on those passes. Get it out of the scrum here.
Good run by number 8, Katie Weber. Didn't go to hand. Number 16, we saw her break earlier down the sideline, working her way through. Does she have the legs? Oh, good stiff arm. Not quite. Can't support get there in time. They do. Good release. Pick and go again. Recycle. There should be space out wide left as Michigan looks to retreat. Lots of numbers out wide left for Iowa. Good contact there by the Michigan defense. Great recovery after that big break by Iowa. Working it through the hand slowly. Chance at a steal here. No, referee tells her to get out of there. Great counter ruck, and she stole that.
Oh. Excellent patience here from Michigan.
Went backwards there. Great steal there by Michigan, as you mentioned. Able to reverse the field there, and now they've got some space out wide left to work with after they break that tackle.
No, just lost forward, going to ground.
Number 14, Cheyenne Roning there.
That was really good. Nice use of our space.
Great defense from the Michigan side here. I mean, they did a really good job. Although Iowa made the break, as you see here, got along the side here, number 16. Michigan, good job of defend them, but also take the ball back. Subtle little mistakes, like we mentioned before, little slippery errors are going to lead to those knock-ons. It's the important stuff of turning it over and getting the ball back like this that's going to win games.
I think that was number 8, Maddie Peskin, with that big counter ruck there, but right now, Iowa, Eileen Billman takes it around the right side, turns it back in. Good break there. Number 8, Katie Weber there in support, and they need somebody to come recycle this ball. Big run there from Iowa as they look to recycle this again. Michigan strong counter rucking so far. Working through the phases. She rolls over and they're going to recycle this back out. Push through here. Left again. Now there's an inside runner. Number 5, Taylor Isburner there, and she's breaking some tackles and making some meters as Iowa moves forward, but Billman there again to pick it up and keep possession going for Iowa in about 6 phases right here. Iowa doing a great job of keeping this tight in these wet conditions, not seeing as many knock-ons, probably more phases right here than we saw in all the first men's game because they tried to spin it wide. The rain just wasn't having it. Good job gaining some meters there. Got about 2 more across the gain line. They're working their way towards the middle of the field.
I think I heard a penalty advantage
there with the carry. A little knock on there. Tyler, what are you seeing so far from Iowa in their attack?
I am seeing a lot of use of the forwards. They're going to depend heavy, as you can see on the screen coming right now. A little bit of drizzle coming down. they're going to rely really heavy on these forwards. As you mentioned, a ton of phase here. It is going to be almost nearly impossible to get wild. And they said, you know, obviously the 22 you want to be in, you want to make these phases count, and you want to limit the handling errors. You're going to rely a lot on your forwards to pick and go and try and get that ball over the try line.
Yeah, right you are. I think keeping it tight is going to be important for them here. Good, strong push by both sides. Iowa retains possession. Now comes out wide. That's Billman again with the run. Good little spin. Supports there in time as they work it out here to the left again. Just not going to hand. That was number 13, Casey Anderson again. Off the fingertips, and it'll be Michigan's put in here.
That could be the tough part about being a back in positions like this. You wait a little bit to get the ball, and then when you do, you know, it gets in your head a little bit. Obviously, it's wet. It's a little bit intimidating. You've been in the 22. You haven't been able to get over, but Michigan has done a great job of staying composed on the defense and stopping it. Very.
Michigan swings it out wide and hacks that ball down the field. Looks like it's going to go into touch. We're about 3 to 5 meters from halfway. It'll end up being Michigan's throw in here. Excuse me, Iowa's throw in here. They set up, well, this will be our first line out of the day and see where they go. Looks like there'll be 5 in this line out. Referee giving a little instruction there, letting Iowa know it's their ball.
Black, give me a step. Step out. There you go. Yes. Oh. Peters that forward off of Black. No, okay, thank you.
So that one looks like it's tapped down and went back into touch. Knocked back by Iowa.
Okay.
Referee's coming back.
Step. Here's the middle. Here's the middle. Step that way. There you go.
Looks like it'll be a Iowa throw in. They go mid jumper there, down to the scrum half.
Outside shoulder.
Good call. Good call from the referee there.
Yeah,
Not straight.
A little too wide. Just a little too wide on that one, Tim. It's unfortunate. Obviously, Michigan's doing a good job of challenging Iowa at this point, but Iowa's not letting up. If you think the ball is hard to pass and catch, just imagine how hard it is for the hooker to throw it in right now. Almost just had it there, just barely outside. Good call by the referee and good catch.
I don't want the extra step, okay?
Yeah, we got to keep it down, at least partially down the middle of that tunnel there. So it'll be Michigan's put in. Number 9, Juliana Loria Wiggins there. Be her put in. They're going to work it through. Good, strong, stable base, and she's going to swing it out wide left. Good run from the number 13 who makes the break. Now spins it out wide and doesn't go to hand.
And that is just exactly what you hate to see. A great play. You saw the dummies. You saw the dummy run here from the back line, and they did a good job of creating numbers offensively on the outside. You could see Iowa's defense was scrambling a little bit to catch up there, but it was just the slipperiness of the ball that stopped the back line from making a break past halfway.
Right, you are, Tyler. That was number 13, Aria Klaber, who it looked like she had a break and had some more space to go, but she wanted to get out wide to the speedster, Cheyenne Roning, and it just didn't go to hand. So Iowa's put in here. We've seen Eileen Billman, the number 9, a couple times here from the back of the scrum take off. Let's see what happens. She's going to go weak side again as she did earlier, or looks like she's going to pass it out left here to number 10, Riley McCormick. That one doesn't go to hand. Referee claims it backwards. Now here's another break by number 16. We've seen her make 3 today. Good recycle there by Iowa. Looking for someone to come and claim this ball. And passes it out right to the hooker. Breaks 1 tackle, 2 tackles. Good, strong run there. Iowa pack looking strong today. Billman out wide again, not to hand. Good recovery by Iowa. Lost some meters there. Oh, referee calls a penalty, so holding on there. Michigan was looking for the turnover, and Michigan proving themselves up for the game so far defensively.
I just need to see a little harder running out of Iowa's backline side. The forwards are doing a great job, but as we saw in that last play, not a whole lot of territory in the amount of phases they're playing.
Yeah, good strong kick off the penalty, but it didn't quite find touch. So Moton Tyler gets it off the sideline, brings it back to the middle of the field. Now they're recycling it out left. See if they're trying to work the phases and will eventually try to gain some meters here off of a kick. But it looks like they're going to try to run it out of their own 22. Big lock, number 5, Taylor Isburner. Strong run up to about the 22-meter line. Billman takes the ball, works it out right. Good, strong running. Looks like number 18, Caitlin Stainbrook there with the run. Now working it back left to the weak side. Referee blowing his whistle there for...
Little too much time back there. I would have liked to see them try to maybe kick it. I mean, with these conditions, you're best off taking your shot. You're going to put them they want to be to score. Interesting to see how the scrum turns out here.
Sometimes you just got to flip that field. You may want to run it, but maybe the better strategy would be to kick it downfield. But this is a tournament here for the Thuinderbird Cup, the inaugural Thuinderbird Cup, where these folks are being evaluated for the Thuinderbird Midwest All-Star team. And now they're working out left side. That's to the corner. And he's going to award that try. Great job by Michigan there, working it through the hands. And I think that was number 14, Cheyenne Roning. The ball didn't go to hand earlier there on the left-hand side, but that time she got it and found the corner flag. And Michigan, very little possession in the form of offensive driving, gets the first 5 points on the board.
And Tim, this is exactly the speed and confidence I was talking about. Exactly, again, the dummy play. They work it out wide. Look at, this offensive Michigan runners here, finds a beautiful space out wide, touch it just down in the corner to get the try. That's going to be huge for them because obviously, as we've seen, points are not easy to gain at this point in the match. I can't assume that kicking for points is going to be much easier than scoring tries, but Michigan is doing a great job with the hustle, getting down the field and creating numbers out wide.
Yeah, right you are, Tyler. Great job by them. And as you mentioned, that tough conversion from the sideline is unsuccessful. So the score remains Michigan 5, Iowa 0. Iowa having probably 80% of the possession so far, but Michigan has 100% of the points.
Definitely. And you said there's a lot of nerves riding on this tournament with obviously something as big as being a Thunderbirds All-Star on the line. I always feel like it takes a couple minutes. It takes that first hit. It takes maybe that first drop pass, that first touch of the ball until, everything kind of hits. Reality strikes a little bit, and you're like, okay, I'm here. We go. I'm excited to see. I'm not counting Iowa out by any means. They've played very hard. I'm seeing if Michigan can hold them off here for the remainder of the first.
Yeah, we saw in game 1 between Indiana and Minnesota that Minnesota was able to grab a try just a minute before the first half. So see if Michigan's able to maintain momentum after putting those 5 points on the board. Good strong run, pick up and drop back down. Supports there. Michigan will look to attack again out to the left. Working it through the hands pretty well right here. Iowa's getting a little spread out. Still off to the left again. Wiggins with a great pass. Working it back. Finally collected. Lost a few meters there as Iowa's very aggressive in defense. And good turnover there as number 8, Katie Weber, on the spot to create that. Good recycle pass. Stiff arms for everybody right here. She works her way through 4 broken tackles. There's lots of room out to the left-hand side if they're able to recycle ball quickly. Strong run going right underneath the post, just about 2 meters out. Takes it along the right side. Number 16. Is she over? Just shy of the line. Iowa recycles left to the hooker. Rows it over. That is Alexis Dirkston with the 5-pointer just outside of the post, and you got to think they're going to make this conversion, Tyler.
I hope so. That was the exact answer that you could have asked for. I mean, just absolute pressure from Iowa that they were putting on Michigan, and they caused the mistakes. They didn't let up. It's hard to get scored on first, but to come back this heavy and to keep barreling through. Now, great job off ball speed. That's going to make the difference in this game. And then obviously where you're touching it down, like you said, Tim, because conversions in conditions like this, they matter. Let's see if she can slot it for the extra 2.
Oh, no, off the crossbar from right in front. She's got to be sick. Moton Tyler there, unsuccessful. Just, you hate to see that. You think it would bounce over, but bounces straight back and out, so the score remains tied at 5-5. But, you know, really right there, Iowa did exactly what you had said earlier. They worked it through the phases, and you see the hard-charging running you called for from the backs right there. Number 16 running hard right. Now they're going to work it through the forwards, and here you see the pass out wide to the hooker. She rolls, great body control, 5 points on the board.
If you're a fellow rugby player and you got that one yappy back on your team who's always telling you that the forwards, they're never doing this, never doing that. I need you to take a look at this eye right now. And in play like this, it's sometimes the only play you could rely on. So, and I don't know if it hits the bar like that. If she gonna kick it again? Is it still in play? I might have to Google that. But interesting first half. We're about halfway through.
Good strong run there by Iowa off the kickoff. Recycle ball passed out right. Continues to try Billman on the spot, working it through the phases. Into the hands of one of their props. 2 tackles, 3 tackles, and now on the move. 4 tackles. Oh, pass just doesn't go to hand. And that'll be Michigan scrum here. Great run there. 3-4 tackles, gained about 15 meters, but Tyler, as we've seen time and again, another handling error there in contact.
And I mean, great for Michigan because it's hard to bring down the ball forward. See that line going for the ball too, going straight for the strip because they know it's slippery. I mean, great job from the fly half here, and just a little bit late on the flip back there causes the mistake, sets Michigan up for a good scrum here in the midfield.
Wiggins with the put in, it squirts away. She's not able to pick it up, and Billman on the spot to pick that up, and it's Iowa on the attack again. Strong counter ruck opportunity there from Michigan, but they let it go. Iowa pick and go off the back, down to ground, supports there, retains possession. Now looking left. Sajaites there with the strong run, the prop. Good strong running from Iowa, gaining meters. Again to the left they go. Try scorer grabs it and loses it. Michigan with advantage here. Oh, and a big hit on the sideline. Just being everywhere right now. Wiggins out to the left. Oh, and there's the line break. The fly half through. Oh, and the flanker can't gather. The ball goes to ground. Knock on, advantage being played by the referee. Iowa's ball. See if he blows this up or he's going to allow them to keep playing here. Iowa still with the advantage. You can hear him say that. You get through. They've got space out wide right if they want to use it, but back up through the middle again. And referee's still not blowing this up yet. I'm assuming advantage is still being played, but they've gained 0 meters. And I guess advantage is over at this point.
No, nothing happened. We'll come back here.
Oh, there it is. Very long advantage there, Tyler.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the ball again do get possession, they're making good moves with it. You saw this good breakthrough here and a hard hit on the sideline. I mean, just swinging out there. Absolutely great stuff, but Michigan needs to get hands on the ball. We've seen that when they do have possession, they tend to make moves or they tend to force Iowa to make the error that puts them in a good set-piece position like we saw their first try. Very, very similar situation lining up right now, Tim. Let's see if they can convert it.
Yep, you're exactly right. So we'll see here. We got about halfway through the first half. Tied at 5. Michigan 5, Iowa 5. here at the Chicago Blaze rugby facility in Lamont, Illinois. Oh, great tackle there by Wiggins as she takes down Billman. Try score working her way to the ground. Good job retaining possession there by Iowa. Pass out to the right. And there's number 16 again. That's her 4th break of the day. She's got an inside runner. Doesn't need her. Stiff arm, swerves inside, still going. Support needed. Great job there by our kicker, Moton Tyler. Just not able to fish it out of that ruck, and a knock on after a huge break by Iowa. What a great run.
Great run and read perfectly. Read perfectly by Iowa because the defense here, they shoot up just a little too quick, number 12 right there, and it gives 16 just the absolute perfect opportunity here to get along the side. And great defense, though. I mean, the back line, the back defense here for Michigan has made sure that, you know, they're only getting as much space as they can get. Not enough to get to the try line. Going to set up for another set piece here.
So Michigan's put in. Wiggins works it to the back. 8 controls it. Now a pass out to the fly half, and they're working it through the hands out wide right. It looks like one more. There's the break. Maybe a very flat pass. Oh, she gathers that in. Great gather there by Salter Sheridan. That doesn't go to hand.
First one by White, then by Black.
So first knock on there from Iowa. So it'll end up being Michigan's put in, but a good break there from Michigan. That's the 3rd or 4th one we've seen along that right side.
To one shoulder. To one shoulder.
Thank you.
So you can see there a couple of missed tackles. Pass out wide right. Another good wide ball. Good gather here by Salter Sheridan. She hacks it forward, but Iowa going to get the knock on right there. And the referee's going to call that one. It'll be Michigan's put in just over halfway on the Iowa side of the pitch. So Juliana Lorea Wiggins gathers it in, pass out left. Working it through the hands. Very flat pass there. Good job by the inside center gathering that. Not wide left again, but referee's going to come back here for the forward pass. So he did catch that. Maybe got a little help from the touch judge there.
I got a little like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, a little finger roll there. I thought backwards. It was a nice little offload from my angle, but you know, the referee gets to see it all up front and personal. And I'm sure he's been watching this closely. This is a very two competitive sides. Iowa and Michigan both, just as we've seen on the college spectrum, produce amazing rugby talent, not only on the men's side, but women's side as well. So we got some all-stars who are fighting to be all-stars here today, and it's pretty obvious with this form of play.
Yeah, for sure. You got to add the sky hook to your rugby passing repertoire there. But Billman grabs it off the back, passes it out left, working it through the hands. Here it goes again, almost through. Number 16 for Iowa. I just don't have a name for her on the roster. Sorry about that. She's been huge for them. 4 big breaks. Tap here from Billman. Working it through her opposite number. Down to ground. And everybody's out right for Iowa. That ball doesn't go to hand. Floating free. Trying to gather that in. Good regather. There's number 8, Katie Weber. Strong runs from her all day. Working all along that right sideline as they go look for a recycle ball here. Oh, strong run there, committing 2, 3 defenders. Good support from Iowa yet again. Still working it through the hands, committing defenders. You got to think there's got to be space out wide left at this point if they're able to recycle quickly. Doesn't go to hand. Hacked through. It's anybody's ball. Salter Sheridan, strong chase. Hacks it through again. She's still after this one. But Iowa back there first.
Oof.
She needs some support, Tyler.
So you went to ground and then you came up and pushed through. Got to first.
That was cheeky if I'd ever seen it. Good use of the boot there to get it out, but a good regather by Iowa. I mean, Michigan, this is great. I mean, you can see Michigan, the entire time, is deciding every single time they fire on defense, they send their line after the runner. It seems like they get a little bit of space. They've done a really good job at reading the offense before they go, and it stopped them from gaining territory. The beginning of this play, we were all the way on the other side of the field. Here we are now, back inside of where Iowa doesn't want to be.
Yeah, right you are. Michigan do a good job of bending but not breaking. That was Haley Meadows there who got the penalty. She didn't support her weight as she went through that ruck, so the referee called a penalty when she did secure the possession there for Michigan. So strong competition here at the ruck. But Iowa's going to get called for not rolling away there, and Michigan with the quick tap and go. Number 5, Maureen Sheridan with the strong run, looking to recycle possession here. Passes out wide left, not to hand. Still backwards, and now there's a gap out wide left. All the way through, sheds the tackler. Can she make it? Yes, she can. Number 15, Megan Bird, stretching out and dotting it down for another 5 points for Michigan.
That is exactly one at this minute and a half. Megan Bird doing a great job of completing that really good phase of play. I mean, the bobble gods were in their favor a little bit because they were all going backwards there. Now, that's what you got to do, though, in conditions like this. The only thing you could do is the ball's going to slip, just make sure it goes backwards. I mean, just a great job. They've done a really good job, Michigan, of creating that space out wide, leaving it really hard for Iowa to be able to defend them if they do get any type of momentum going out wide. A little bit of assist. I mean, there are ghost passes out here. I mean, but great job of just regathering that and then taking it across the. I mean, you even see it down here on the try. A little bit of bobble, but just across. That's all you need.
Yeah, that was number 10, Emma Shimmick, trying to retain possession there. It went backwards, then back again off their number 12, and then number 15, Megan Bird, grabs that, able to score. As you said, bobble gods on their side. Conversion attempt is going to be good, just over the bar. Strong line drive kick.
Yeah, right over the shortstop's head on that one. Oh my gosh, that was a dart right through the center. I almost didn't know if it was going to go in at first, but every conversion counts. You know, I think that sometimes we often look past the penalty kicks. Sometimes we look past the conversions. But in games as tight as this, I mean, Tim, I wanted to ask you, like, what do you do in a game this close, conditions like this? You can tell that both sides are kind of starting to pick up on each other's play. I just wonder, is Iowa's pack going to have the power to get over the try line before the half here?
That's a good question. I think they're strong enough to. It really is going to come down to what is their stamina like moving into the second half, because they've really made Michigan bend. Michigan's had 2 breaks that have been their tries, but Iowa's done a much better job of retaining possession. Here's Bird again, the try scorer, with another break over halfway, past 10 meters. Does she have the speed to go all the way past the last defender, over the 22, and she's going to go, and she's going to have a double here in the first half. Great job centering this. See if she can get it down. She does.
Just an absolute solo run there. Didn't even need the support. Great job from the try scorer. We've already seen Megan Bird comes in here all the way from the opposite side of the field, does a great job. You got to answer quick. You don't want to give the defense any time to regroup, especially after a try is scored, especially going this late into the first half. You want to go in with at least a 1 to 2 try lead.
Yeah, Bird there. That first defender she shed was Jessie Inman, the captain for Iowa, who's a 3-time D1 All-American, and showed the speed. She burned not 1, not 2, but 3 Iowa defenders after breaking that initial tackle to score. So 2 tries on the board for her, 3 for Michigan overall, and we'll see what they can do on this conversion as Emma Shimmick lines up to extend the lead. Kick is up and good. We are at Michigan 19, Iowa 5 in our first women's plate semifinal on day 1.
I think that might have been Michigan's first try that wasn't off of a set piece. So it's definitely showing that they are starting to get some momentum here. I think that Iowa needs to regroup just like they did after that first try. But I think that if they could start to get some of those penalties in their own territory and they could work their set piece, they haven't gone out wide. They've been putting a lot of responsibility on their forwards, Iowa has so far. So I think that they're just going to have to take that risk, get that ball out wide, and try to create some numbers in a channel where there isn't any Michigan defenders.
Yeah, I think Iowa, very strong pack play. Number 16 for them has been a workhorse with a couple of breaks, but they've come so close and had so much possession. It's got to be very disheartening to be down 14, and now you have a kickoff. Doesn't go the way you want it, so Michigan with the option. And they opt for the re-kick here. So far, all of Billman's kickoffs have been relatively low line drives, and that one didn't quite go the 10 meters required. See if she tries to go a little higher here.
It's a bit risky, especially after that last play we just saw where they ran it back nearly across the entire field. But you're right, short takes him down early, though.
Michigan recycles through, carrying two defenders with her there, working her way up to halfway. Wiggins out to the right, and there's a gap again. Good pass outside. One defender to beat. Pass does go to hand. Michigan support is there. Inman slowly getting out of the way for Iowa. Bird, ball in hand. Big pass out wide left. Oh, and a big hit from Iowa, driving to the ground. Looked like Katie Weber again, who's been all over the pitch today for Iowa. Shimmick takes it into contact. Michigan goes to ground. Shimmick still retaining possession. Wiggins directing traffic out to the left. Ball goes to hand. Looking to get to that sideline. We've already seen number 14, Cheyenne Roning, score one today over in the corner for the first Michigan try. Now Iowa driving them back a bit, back over halfway into their own half. Shimmick loses possession there. Referee says that went backward, back to Shimmick's hand, spreads it out wide. There's Bird. Now here, a little shimmy and shake, now out wide right. Number 11, Salter Sheridan. Through, that ball's on the ground. Picked up. That's number 7, Brittany Odell, and now recycling. Michigan players slowly trickling back. Can Iowa get back in time to keep them out here before halftime?
Unplayable. Black moving forward.
So, referee said that ball was unplayable. Black still moving forward, so they'll retain possession for the scrum. Tyler, what'd you see there?
I thought I was watching Angelina Jolie and Wanted, the way that kick curved. Oh my gosh, that was unreal. It was almost like around the defender, and it was a shame because Iowa, I mean, they were showing such poise and such confidence with that drift defense, and they were just by staying poised and by staying patient, they eventually pushed Michigan back. And it seems like the farther they push Michigan back, unfortunately, they're creating more opportunities and there's more open space, to which Michigan is taking that opportunity. And this is exactly where you don't want to see them. Set piece just about 10 meters out.
So they take the ball here from the back of the scrum. Wiggins passes it, but through the hands of Shimmick. Recovered there by Salter Sheridan. Breaks the first tackle. There's a gap now to the left. Cutting back inside. That's the outside center. Number 13, Aria Kleber, taking it just about 3-4 meters out here. And what a play by Iowa. Number 16 securing the turnover.
Patience is everything, especially in this part of your own territory.
Now out left for Iowa. Oh, and that didn't quite go to hand, off the boot tops there.
I saw that too, and I was waiting for the whistle. It's one of those ones where you don't know if it's going to get the call or not. They did a great job, like you said, of not giving Michigan anything there, but let's hope that they can hold off. They've got about 6 more minutes here. I'm sure I would like to get one more before going into the sheds for halftime. As we see, Michigan can be dangerous in their set piece. I'm curious to see what they're able to do here. And if they're able to put one more on the board before half. Oh.
The pass from Wiggins to Shimmick again doesn't go to hand. Shimmick with the knock on there. You can see some encouragement from the pack saying, please don't make us keep scrumming. please don't make us keep going back into this over and over again. Please hang on to the ball. You know, the Packies always like to give the backs a lot of trouble for that, for knocking it on consistently when the ball gets out of there. But problem there for them, and now Iowa will have the put in.
Yeah, definitely a lot of hitting going on. I mean, we've seen a lot of slippery play, but we've definitely seen a lot of aggressive and hard hitting action here, fighting for every inch of territory here. Good kick.
Katie Weber with the strong take off the back, pushing him back to halfway. And here, oh, she's going to lose that. A good strong tackle there by Weber, and now a penalty for playing it from an offside position. So Iowa will see what they go for, a quick tap or kick for territory. It looks like they're going to go for a tap and play. Billman off to the right. She gives it to her lock, Maureen Sheridan, who's up to speed, shedding tacklers. Offload there.
Away now, Black.
Iowa working this ball through the phases right around halfway. Strong run from number 25, who we've seen with a couple today, committing 2 defenders. Out wide left, and here's the danger. Good tackle there by Michigan. Most of Iowa spread out to the right, but Billman looking left.
That's fine, play on.
She's going to take it into contact.
Come on, Black, push.
Iowa slowly working it up. Michigan doing a good job of slowing them down, not allowing any gaps to form. More than game on defense. And now there's a break by the prop.
No hands.
Sajietes with another strong run. There's Alexis Dirksen. She scored the only try Iowa's had so far today. Down, recycle ball here again. Billman reaching in to get that back out. Now off to the right. Pass out wide. Oh, trying to put the winger away into space. Instead, wayward pass into touch, and it'll be Michigan's throw-in.
And, you know, I was a little bit skeptic of the choice of the tap and go behind the 50 because, like we've said, there's been a lot of work on these Iowa forwards, you know. So, as you see, they gain territory, but I would have liked to see them play that ball from just a little bit deeper into their territory because that game would have been so much more significant.
Yeah, I agreed there, Tyler. Sometimes taking the territory is the better option, but good line out there from Michigan. They spread out wide. This one goes to hand for Shimmick, and she spreads it out wide to their outside center. And now to the double try score. Now back into Shimmick. Great loop by her, and they're space out wide for Salter Sheridan. Back to Shimmick. Good recycling ball here from Michigan. Goes to hand for Bird. Can she shed the tackler? She does not. Great job holding on to the ankle. And Iowa with a strong counter ruck, they regain possession. Driving forward, committing 2, 3, 4 defenders.
Back up, Black. 7, back up.
Taking their time here, just about 2 minutes, and now we have a turnover. Michigan stole that ball, but maybe a knock on there as they try to recycle it. Yep, knock on there by Michigan. It'll be Iowa's put in.
It definitely seems like Michigan has started to catch on to Iowa's defensive tactics because you could tell they're taking the ball quick. They know that they're going to get it to the back line. It just takes a few balls for the back line to get those reps in. You know, you gotta drop a few in conditions like this to start having the confidence of this, to be able to get that. They're moving fast, too fast for the defenders to be able to catch up. You see everybody drift into the sideline here. It's just those mistakes. But hey, an Air Jordan, I mean, hit a power ball. I mean, these passes have been unreal today from the Michigan side. It's hard conditions, so you got to change up the gameplay.
Yeah, great job by them working it through the phases. That was 5 or 6 good passes at pace. But now Iowa showing what they've got, working it out here to the right-hand side. Stiff arm, great tackle there from Michigan. That's number 14, Cheyenne Roning, scored the first try for Michigan, making a great tackle, so she can play offense and defense. Billman grabs it, works it left. Iowa trying to find space. Good job committing 2 defenders. Michigan, good job slowing play down. Iowa secures possession, now looks out wide left again. Good ankle tap, just enough to bring her down. And they need to talk quick because the counter ruck from Michigan is strong. Referee playing advantage here. Penalty there. High tackle, he says.
Yeah,
number 13, Area Klaber there.
We're at halftime.
Definitely going to want to do something on this last line out here before the half.
You could hear the referee say we're at halftime, so we'll have this line out, but the next stoppage will result in halftime. Iowa desperate to get some points on the board and make it a one-score game if they can get a converted try before half.
You hate to see good offensive efforts go unrewarded, but Iowa barreling through here. Michigan not letting up, though.
Scooting it along the ground there, but referee says it was sideways and backwards, nothing to worry about. And Michigan playing with fire, unwilling to take this into half. They want more points. Oh, good break. Shimmies through into the open field. See if she can get support. There it is as the outside center takes it. Iowa there on defense. Should be space out left. Wiggins into contact. Michigan there to recycle this ball. Going to do a pick and go. Gain a meter. Wiggins back there again to pass it out left. Strong tackle from Iowa there. Now back out to the right. Shimmick has it. Passes out wide. Commits 2 defenders. And there's our double try scorer Bird trying to commit 2 defenders. Still working it through the phases. We're over a minute in the stoppage for the first half. Shimmick out wide left. That one not going to hand, and we may have a knock-on the end of the first half. Tyler, tell me what you think each team needs to work on here in the second half as we close out.
I think Michigan's done a great job of finding the holes in Iowa's defense. I think if they keep that strong support line, they're going to find plenty of more breakaway tries in the second half. Iowa, get it to the backs, get it out wide, put some pressure on their defensive line, play more in their territory. Possession does not equal points. I'm excited to see what the second half brings, Tim.
Yep. So here in the plate semifinal, Michigan leads Iowa 19-5 at the inaugural Thuinderbird Cup.
That's all right.
Most girls are smart and strong and beautiful. Most girls work hard, go far, we are unstoppable. Most girls are fight to make every day. No two are the same. I wanna be like, I wanna be like.
So actually, before I started playing rugby, I was just a cheerleader for my high school, and I was very shy, nervous, and being around teammates. Rugby is a very accepting sport. I wasn't embarrassed about my body or anything. People really welcome you and actually like take your strengths and weaknesses and work with you to like make you a better person and player.
You hit each other and then you're friends.
Yeah. I really like the camaraderie of it, and like the game is just so physical and it's fun.
Definitely try it. Like you maybe don't think you're the strongest, but once you go out and like you hit someone, that adrenaline is so amazing.
Growing up in Mississippi, my prayer was, for as long as I can remember, God, use me. Use me, use this life. I don't know what the future holds for me, but I know that there is a vision for my life that is greater than my imagination can hold. Use me, use me. What would you have me to do? And that dream, that desire, that prayer brought me somehow to television.
And she's gonna learn that this life will hit you hard in the face. Wait for you to get back up just so it can kick you in the stomach. But getting the wind knocked out of you is the only way to remind your lungs how much they like the taste of air.
If we want to give all of our children a foundation for their dreams and opportunities worthy of their promise, if we want to give them that sense of limitless possibility, that belief that here in America, there is always something better out there if you're willing to work for it, then we must work like never before.
You might never fail on the scale I did, but some failure in life is inevitable. It is impossible to live without failing at something, unless you live so cautiously that you might as well not have lived at all, in which case you fail by default.
Movements for peace when all seems lost. Together, I do believe it is part of the American mission to ensure that people everywhere, women and men alike, finally have the opportunity to live up to their own God-given potential.
It's huge. There's limitations. There's been greater limitations before my involvement, which has stopped some athletes from being able to chase their dreams and having to go and fulfill a 9-to-5 job just to live, really.
So in life, you know, there are moments when you stop and ask yourself, how did I get here? Like, why am I standing here? Girls have the power to change the world. It is a fact. There's a really, really beautiful quote that I read recently, and I think it's absolutely appropriate to explain what I'm trying to say today. The hand that rocks the cradle, the procreator, the mother of tomorrow, a woman shapes the destiny of civilization. Such is the tragic irony of fate that a beautiful creation such as a girl child is today one of the gravest concerns facing humanity.
It's great. We all love each other. We all like hanging out at these tournaments. I mean,
just meeting so many new people and getting to know them is just amazing. And meeting so many new friends is definitely.
Nah, one word is family. Like, you got people like you could depend on.
Probably my favorite part of playing rugby is like I can forget any problem I'm having at school or at home or just any kind of worry or burden and just like give it my all on the field. And
we all choose to come here. We don't have to be here, you know. It's just good fun coming out on a Sunday, playing, getting all together, and just great.
All right, so yeah, I think it's the fact that we can play very hard, smack each other up, boom each other, and just eat good and talk to and laugh with each other after.
So, one thing that rugby's done for you?
It's brought up a lot of my confidence. I wasn't very confident in middle school, and I knew that if I wanted to become a better player, I would have to bring up my game, which I did, and I've just become so much like a better person to myself. I see myself in such a bigger light, and I'm honestly so much happier playing rugby.
I ain't gonna lie, if it wasn't for them, I don't think I would like be around here, to be honest. So I guess family.
New York Rugby Club is a great community because they put you around great people such as Alex, my coach Alex, and he teaches me more about rugby, how I can make my game better every day and elevate it to the next.
Nah, but like, you feel me? But like, I bet, like, you know how the hood is, so you know, like, it's crazy, like, around shooters and all that stuff. So it's just keeping me out from there, and then changing from like me got to worry about, oh, I can't walk here, instead of just changing my life and being positive and don't need to worry about anything that much.
I think people really underestimate women in sports. Like in my school, rugby, especially the girls' rugby, is really strong, and I don't think a lot of people expect that that women can have the sort of strength or like sort of drive that men can have in sports. And I mean, you can see today, like, it's pretty much even. Women want to, you know, have.
It's great.
Welcome back to the second half of the women's plate semifinal here on day one of the inaugural Thuinderbird Cup between Michigan and Iowa. Tyler, we saw Michigan jump out to a 19-5 lead over Iowa. Tell us a little bit about how we got there.
It was a little bit of a slow start. As we mentioned, the conditions were making it a little bit hard for those handling errors not to occur. Michigan did a really good job, though, of regaining that focus, finding the line breaks to put 19 up before the half. Iowa, while they've had some good offensive and defensive plays, they're going to need to put a little bit more points on the board, get it out to the back line if they expect to outscore Michigan here.
Right, you are. So kickoff there by Michigan, received by Iowa, and they're recycling out here to the right. Another strong run, committing 2 defenders there from Iowa. Now here off the back, hard charging run. Support needs to get there quickly, and it does. So Iowa recycling up to the right side here in the third phase. That's their captain, Inman. Does not go to hand to their kicker, Moton Tyler. A knock on there. And a little bit of what we've seen in the first half there, Tyler. 3, 4, 5 phases put together well by Iowa, but then a handling error, and Michigan gets the ball.
Yeah, and that's definitely not where you want get this handling error at, because Michigan has shown to especially be so aggressive off of their scrum. And I know it seems like, you know, Iowa maybe went into the sheds, and the aggression and coming out in the second half here is strong, but they need to stay composed like they have been if they want to be able to get it back into their territory. See how the scrum goes.
So Juliana Lorea Wiggins puts that in, recovers it, passes out the right side, and Shimmick, we've seen that not go to hand. That's about the third or fourth one, just right there between the scrum half and the fly half where it hasn't gone to hand, and now it'll be Iowa's put in.
It definitely seems like both teams are using the conditions to their advantage by creating the opportunities to win penalties. It's so even right now as far as who can make the mistake. There really is no telling. Doesn't matter how good of a handler, rugby player you are, you have to adapt to these conditions, and we're seeing some really interesting play from it.
So Iowa with the put in. Recycled back through. Now working out wide left. Moton Tyler there goes to ground. Covered, but there's a knock on there as Olivia Vandersaden not able to hang on there at the back of that ruck. You can see her wiping her hands on her short, and like I said, very wet conditions. Been raining off and on throughout the day. Radar still showing like it's streaming up from the south and into Chicago. Out here on Smith Road in Lamont, Illinois, at the Chicago Blaze rugby facility. Great grounds, but just a little wet today, and we're seeing that affect both games we've seen so far this morning here on field 2.
And you could definitely tell Moton Tyler there on Iowa's side fired out the back line. I think that they probably took the same message that we did going into half, is that they got to work it out wide. They got to get their backs involved, because you can't just have your forward pack running the ball all 80 minutes. Scrum half from Michigan.
Referee intentional knock there as Vandersaden came through, and unfortunately her hand got right in the way of Wiggins' pass. So intentional knockdown. Penalty, and Shimmick will try to find the sideline here, which she does. They'll gain about 10, 12 meters, and it'll be Michigan's lineout. So as they get set here, neither team has been real steady at the lineout today. Wet conditions having an effect, as you mentioned earlier, on that hooker's ability to throw an accurate pass. It's Claire Finley, a hooker from Michigan. She plays her club rugby with the Grand Rapids Growlers. Good toss there. Back to Michigan. Oh, and let's see what the referee calls a knock on there in the line out by Iowa. Billman thought she was going to have a runaway there, but didn't occur.
So close yet so far. Some early mistakes here in the second half. I think both teams have a game plan they want to execute and are just very eager to do so. They don't want to wait until the 60th, 70th minute to start getting that hype train rolling.
So put in there by Wiggins, looking left. Vandersaden making yourself a nuisance. He's
yeah. You can go to make the tackle, but you can't stick your hand out the belt, walk past it, and we'll knock on, okay?
And
So second time.
Olivia Vandersaden from Iowa here is just like a shark in the water. Wants that, is just doing everything that you want your flanker to do. Put pressure on the scrum half, put pressure on the person who's passing the ball on the opposing side here, get them to make some mistakes early.
Big run by Rachel Warren there from Michigan. Wiggins there. Oh, good steal there by Iowa as they go through. And now they look to pass it out to the right-hand side. Good recycle. Vandersaden there to work it out. Strong run there by Katie Weber, who we've seen all day with strong runs and good defense. That one not to hand, but backwards. Spaces there. Oh, unfortunate pass, but covered by Iowa. Went backwards. Able to recycle here. And Michigan looking for the steal.
Your ruck through was good, but you knocked it on.
Oof.
Unfortunate there for Michigan. A strong counter ruck.
Could have been a good turnover there. But we need to see Iowa execute a strong exit strategy. They have done a good job of turning the ball over while in their territory and retaining ball possession, but they haven't done a good job of getting out of their own territory and playing the ball on Michigan's side of the field. That's really where they want to be, and I think that's really what's going to give them the confidence to give somebody like Moten Tyler to be able to crash through and over the try line.
Yeah, right, you are, Tyler. They played much of the first 20 minutes on Michigan's side of the field and weren't able to come away with anything but 5 points. Michigan's come back with 19 unanswered since. Vandersaden here at the back trying to recover possession. She passes it out left. That went out to Dirksen, their try scorer early. And Moten Tyler with a knock and now recovered. See if they can recycle ball here. Michigan working it through the hands. Wiggins out wide right. Shimmick now working it through back inside to Bird. Shedding tacklers. Within 3 meters of the try line. Strong run. Can she finish? Yes, she can. I believe that was number 4 who scored that try. Trying to get a number there, but Michigan working through the phases, worked it out wide all the way to the wing, and then back inside. I think that's their lock, number 4, Haley Meadows, who scored that one. We'll see here. Yes, it is Meadows. We can see there Wiggins out to Shimmick. Shimmick out wide. See, they bring that one back in, and Bird, who's already scored 2 today, gets stopped just short of the line. Shimmick there in support, and Wiggins is going to spin that one back here to the pack. Off to the outside center, and then that one to Haley Meadows, who's got enough momentum to get over the line and dot down another 5.
Yeah, really good string of plays there from the Michigan side. And if you remember, Tim, I said going into half that Michigan is going to have to work on their support line, and that was just an amazing example of great support that led from just a string of phases into a try. Let's see if they can convert the 2.
Great kick by Shimmick there.
Not an easy one to make. That's definitely going to leave Michigan feeling confident here. 26-5 in the 48th minute. How is Iowa going to answer to this?
Well, they've got to do something quick. You know, what we've seen is they've been trying to spin it out wide, but unfortunately for them, the couple of times that Moten Tyler has knocked on 2 of the 3 of the last times they've tried to get it out wide in the wing position, and that's just killed all their momentum, and it leaves them stuck deep in their own half, which Michigan's taken advantage of. So 26-5, we've got 3 converted and 1 unconverted try for Michigan. Iowa was first on the board, and Michigan has scored 26 unanswered. So here in the last 30 minutes, Iowa's going to really have to turn it on. Deeper kick there from Vandersaden than what we'd seen from Billman earlier as they changed positions from one another. Vandersaden moving to scrum half and Billman moving over to flanker. Good tackle there from Michigan as Iowa looks to recycle the ball. Oh, and he's going to call him for, oh, he reversed that. So high tackle there against Michigan, so it'll be Iowa's penalty. And Katie Weber steps up to take it, trying to find touch. Oh, and went off the leg with the Michigan player. Referee says play on.
Nice block there
Strong,
to keep the ball.
Yeah. Great block there by Salter Sheridan. They recycle this through. Hooked back and stolen by Iowa. Now recycling it out right. Oh, unfortunate, just another handling error this time by Taylor Isburner. Not going to hand, and we'll have a scrum put in by Michigan.
I mean, the aggression was there, the play was there, the speed was there. That's exactly what Iowa needs. Unfortunately, just a little subtle handling error leads them to the scrum, but they're not in a bad position here to do what they've been doing all game and turn the ball over. They just is the perfect place to do it. Better than their own 22, less to fight back from. I'm wondering if moving this way towards the field, the way that Iowa's moving now, maybe they got a little bit of the wind in their favor. The kicks have been a little bit more plentiful and going a little bit farther, as we've seen.
So Michigan has the put in. Good, strong, stable base. Pass out left here to Shimmick. Oh, that one high, but goes to hand. Strong run, beating one, now two defenders, 3, 4. Through to the gap. Wiggins out to the right. Ooh, a strong crunching tackle there by Iowa against the try scorer, Haley Meadows. Wiggins here with the recycle out wide right again. And now a strong run from Michigan. That's the hooker, Claire Finley. She breaks through. Fullback there to slow her down. Michigan gets there in time and support, but strong counter-rucking from Iowa provides a turnover, but the referee says no. Straight to ground, not supporting her weight, so Michigan will get that penalty. They're looking for a tap here at the 22-meter line.
Good position to be in. Capitalizing that missed tackle.
Ball squirts through Shimmick's legs there, but there to recover is our first try scorer, Cheyenne Roning from Michigan. She gathers that in, looking to get the ball out wide left. Strong tackle there from the Iowa defense. Most of the players out right, but goes left again. Oh, almost gets the intercept, but now we have a 2-on-1 situation out wide left again to number 12, Samantha Rodesiler, and she's going to put down another try for Michigan.
Man, great phase play that just led to Iowa's defenders just slowly but surely being sucked in like a whirlpool, which gave them all of that space out wide that they needed. They're feeling comfortable. You can tell they're poised. They got the confidence. They're going to take their time here. Iowa is probably feeling a little disconcerted right now, but it doesn't seem like their aggression or their pressure has stopped either. They just need to do a little bit better on making sure that they have numbers covered, because obviously, as we've seen, this Michigan backline can be deadly when given the space to do so.
Yeah, we really set that one up there. Yeah, that was, again, Samantha Rodesiler there, who stayed on the outside. Good line to get that ball, and great job centering it here for the conversion kick. The real difference there was when the Iowa defender shot up, going for that intercept. When you're down 21, you need to take those types of risks, but when they don't come off, it's going to be almost a guaranteed 5 points. It immediately turned into a 2-on-1 situation, which Michigan was able to take advantage of. So here we sit, 31-5, conversion to come. See if they can slot this one. We saw Iowa miss one here from right about the same spot, hitting the crossbar off their first try. So Shimmick lines it up. Kick is up, and it is good. And they will extend their lead to 33-5.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, Tim, you said it. You got to take big risks. You got to shoot forward, especially when you're playing that deep in your own territory. I think that Iowa has no problem with taking these risks, but I've noticed they can't sit and wait for calls. Yes, you're getting calls in places that you want. You're getting turnovers where you want, but you got to play the ball. You got to play the ball live. There's too many opportunities for one of these Michigan defenders to slip past your defense, and then luckily their fullback has done a great job of stopping a lot of these runaway runs, I should say. But a little bit more risk, a little bit more ball play from Iowa here. I think they could put a couple more on the board here.
Yeah, knock on there by Michigan here on the kickoff. And as you mentioned, Tyler, just Iowa's not really doing anything wrong offensively. They're just not able to finish. And that's what we've seen from Michigan so far, is they've had the ability to finish. They're 15, 14, and 12 have all scored tries, all of them working them through the phases. And one came from open play. Most of the rest came from 3 or 4 phases and good passes. And we've just not seen Iowa be able to finish more than one or two long breaks. So here, Iowa with the put in. It's a good spot. Oh, and unfortunate there. Number 8, Katie Weber, who's had a big game offensively and defensively, just not able to get that one to hand.
Yeah, this to be huge for Iowa here in the last 25 minutes or so, because in the first half, that was one of the things they were lacking on. Obviously, they're taking those defensive risks, shooting forward, playing hard attacking defense, but they need to pass the ball, even if it could possibly, end in an error or a knock-on. It's a risk you have to take at this point in the game if you want to see that point margin narrow.
So Michigan recycle ball out, and Shimmick puts the ball to boot. Oh, and it's a deep kick inside the Iowa territory. Chasers there. Taking it across field, cuts up, makes 2 defenders miss. Still a gap there, 3 defenders. Can she get the support she needs? And she does. Slow ball recycle here as Billman comes in, looks out right. Trying to shed defenders. Working it up closer to halfway. That's Inman, the captain, there with the strong run. The referee's going to come back here. Looks like for the initial penalty.
7 black offside.
Caught Brittany Odell there, just a little offside.
Yeah, if there's anything I want to see from Iowa's side here, it's just a little bit more ball speed. I think that they're giving Michigan's defense a little bit too much time to gather and stop any of the line breaks that come through. 25 barreling through here, though. Spoke a little too soon.
There's a line break for you. So recycling it through, and now the big lock. Off to the races. Good recycle. Katie Weber ready to ram herself into 3 defenders as Michigan tries to drive her back. Good pass out wide left. That's strong running there from Alexis Dirksen, our try scorer, the hooker. Strong run forward again. But Michigan line holding so far. Vandersaden now out wide left. That one doesn't go to hand. Referee says play on, but not this time, as that one also drops. And number 16, knock on there by Iowa. It looks like we're replaying advantage there. It looks like we are. We got a penalty. Number 2, Claire Finley. Offside, so Michigan still on attack, just about 30 meters out. Katie Weber looking to gain position here, talking to her wing for a chase. Strong kick. It does not find touch, and now Shimmick of Michigan in possession. Oh, great contest there from Iowa's replacement, number 19. Referee telling Michigan to leave that ball alone. Maybe a penalty coming here as they were not listening, and sure enough, he told them to roll away. They did not. And Katie Weber with the quick tap. She's got momentum on her side. Can she get there just shy of the line? Oh, and that's going to trickle out the left side. Oh, unfortunate there for Iowa as they knock that on. And it'll be Michigan's put in just shy of the line.
Just as Iowa was really starting to get some offensive momentum, I thought that kick to touch might have been one of their best calls yet. Couldn't find touch just narrowly, but won the ball back there. Luckily, the scrum is in their territory. They're definitely the closest they've been to their try line in a long time. Let's just see if they can convert. Waving at the fans. You got to love it. Probably a good crowd out there. The Blaze rugby pitch, Lamont, south suburbs of Chicago. Great rugby community out there. Both men's and women's.
Yeah. Like you said, 4 great fields. It's at a full bar. Concessions. What more to love? Cool temperatures with this rainy, overcast day. Big kick over the head of the defender. Oh, and it stays in bounds. A great bounce. Close to halfway, and now Iowa looks to return it. Oh, what a big tackle. Clattering tackle there from Brittany Odell. Vandersaden, ball in hand, not looking to pass. She needs some help. She finds it. And they recycle it out wide. Iowa doing a good job retaining possession, but not making much headway here. Now passing it back out right. Down again. Didn't break the gain line. Here comes on 25. Commits one defender, two defender, three defenders. Great offload to Inman. Now out wide to Weber. She breaks back inside, shedding one tackler, two tacklers, back to Inman. Now wide right to number 12, Michaela Morales, and she's going to be knocked into touch, and it's going to be Michigan's throw in at the lineout.
All right, Iowa, I see you. Okay, the ball speed's moving up a little bit. I like that. You know, the pick and go has been a highlight of Iowa's play, but what's been a highlight of the play from both sides today has been the tackling, has been the hitting. I mean, and the rucking. I mean, both sides are going for it, offensively, defensively, and it's making this ball harder to move in a fast motion. I mean, it's really hard to get in and out because you're forcing all these mistakes by moving fast. I really like that last phase of plays from Iowa. I think if they continue to do that, they're going to find the hole that they're looking for, and it's going to come in just the right time, hopefully.
Yeah, they've got a lot of work to do. Down 4 converted tries in the 61st minute. And referee, I think he called it was, yes, not straight, so he's calling for a scrum or line-out option, and Iowa's going to opt for the scrum. They look strong from the base, but they have to break through here. If you think they're going to score 4 converted tries to tie this game up, they're going to need to start right now. There's only about 19 minutes left.
Yeah, it's definitely a crucial point in the game here. Michigan has done a great job of applying pressure early and getting a very, very healthy lead ahead of Iowa. But Iowa's not giving up, and they've run just as hard, and the forwards have been working just as hard as they were in the first half. I got to credit to everybody. The stamina's looking good on the field. Good job, coach, at stamina training.
Vandersaden, strong run off the back, recycles it to number 16, but the referee's going to call that a forward pass. So it'll be Michigan's put in now at the scrum, and Iowa just can't seem to buy any momentum here. As far forward as they go, they get pushed back or a handling error, forward pass, you name it. They haven't played a bad game, but just those last finishing touches have not come together for them.
Yeah, credit to Iowa too. I mean, credit to Michigan as well for holding off a pretty healthy possession here from Iowa, doing a really good job of not letting them gain too much momentum forward. Iowa's still going to try and barrel through, so let's see if they can hold it off here in their own scrum, get a good exit strategy. We've been seeing them doing a good job of being able to kick it out of their own territory. Both teams having a hard time finding the touchline, though. Let's see what they do here.
Juliana Luera-Wiggins having a great game from the number 9 position, gets it out to Shimmick, and they work it through the hands out wide right, and there is space. Out to the 2-time stretch core Bird, burns the outside defender, 2 to beat. Does she have the wheels? Oh, great covering defense there from the Iowa player. Ball goes backwards, still retained by Michigan. Wiggins is there to recycle it, still backwards. Nope, referee's going to say that one went forwards out of the hands of Wiggins. And so what a great break from Bird to flip the field. But with Wiggins' knock on, it'll be Iowa's put in at the scrum. But you know they've got to be sucking in the big ones after that. That was a full 60 meters back the other way.
Yeah, definitely a really good try, save, and tackle here from number 16. Over on the Iowa side, she's having an amazing game offensively and defensively. It seems like every single time Bird's made that breakaway, there's been somebody there to stop from converting it into points. That's why we've been saying Michigan, it's this support line. You know, they've proven that they can get through their defenders, but there's always that one person that's waiting for them on the other side. If they can just have one line of support waiting for them, draw on that tackler, finish off the play for a try.
Yeah, for the evaluators for the Thunderbirds All-Star team, there's definitely a couple of players from these teams on the women's side who have really shown out today. That pass not going to hand. Vandersaden is not able to hit Dirksen, who scored the lone Iowa try today. Here again with the ball's Dirksen. She works her way forward. Down she goes. Now working it out to the right. Trying to shed defenders. Commits 2, 3. Good counter ruck there. And now knocked forward by Iowa. Referee's going to blow this up. So knock on by Iowa. It'll be Michigan's put in.
That was a great counter ruck by Michigan to retain possession and get the ball back here. Like I said, it doesn't matter how big the lead is, 4 converted tries or not. Michigan's playing as if it's 5-5 still here in the 65th minute of the second half. Scouts definitely have a lot of people to watch today. That's no doubt about that.
That's what you want to see too. You don't want to see any let off just because you're up, because it's so easy to let off the gas. And in a lot of these, if you're playing in a bigger tournament or an all-star tournament, sometimes when you're in those pool brackets, point differential can come back to bite you if you don't play hard for a full 80. So Wiggins grabs it, passes out right to Shimmick, recovers it, out to Bird. She'll look to break the line, sheds one defender, down by the second. That's Billman there to take her down, and now recycling back out left. Strong tackle, maybe a little high. Referee says it's okay. Out to Shimmick again, she's looking. Oh, misses the inside center. So double knock on there. Michigan with the first. It'll be Iowa's put in with about 14 minutes left here, deep inside their own half. They've not shown with a willingness to kick possession away from in their own half, so I imagine they're going to run it. So who do you think they're going to hit here, Tyler?
I think that Moten Tyler is looking like she's ready for something on the outside. It's really dependent. I'm confident they'll get the ball back, and I'm confident that the forwards are going to be able to pick and go. It's just the ball speed, because what's happening is they're just allowing Michigan to regather their defensive line too quickly, seizing any opportunity of any type of breakthrough or any type of forward momentum past 10 meters.
The ball does not go to hand there. Oh, and there's a knock on from Iowa. Wiggins there on the spot to pick it up. Now being driven back. He's going to come back for the advantage on the initial knock there by Iowa.
Aggressive play by Katie Weber.
Yes, indeed. So Michigan will have to put in. Haley Meadows doing a little hand gesturing there at Iowa. They're having a conversation.
A little scrum social down there, Everyone's having a good time. Shout out to our referees being out there, calling a great game. Next Level Rugby Productions here ref audio sounded amazing. Referee is such a crucial point in this game, especially rugby. The rugby is like the third voice on the field. The referee is like the third voice on the field, giving us the insight of what's going on. Good scrum here by Michigan.
Goes to ground, referee, let's play continue. Now Shimmick recycling out right. Miss pass, it even misses Bird. Bird picks it up and recycles it out. The replacement, number 21, Riley Fish. She gets it back out to Bird. Bird makes the first defender miss, second defender miss. Now breaking and makes Moten Tyler just an ankle tap. Recycle there now. Oh, good strong tackle by Billman, driving back the replacement, number 22, Megan Gilligy. Now working it here to the left, keeping her feet, good job there. And Wiggins back in her hands and recycling it left again. Ball goes to ground, but backwards. Wiggins is on the spot, always right there at the breakdown, and Bird through the gap. She's got it outside, the replacement misses her, but into the hand of number 6, Sonny Groders. Unfortunately, a knock on there as she went to ground. Good recycling and movement of the ball there by Michigan. Walk us through that, Tyler, a little bit. What'd you see there?
Man, I'm seeing a whole lot of scrum cap symmetry from Shimmick, and I've seen Bird all over the day cycling the job of having that support. You'll see 6 in here to get that little bit of overthrown pass, but just doesn't go in their favor. Ball's not getting any less slippery out there, but they're starting to adapt to these conditions, and it's definitely showing. I'm curious to see where this scrum leads us. Iowa's looking a little defeated, but still 10 minutes to go here in the second half.
So we got Michigan put in just outside of Iowa's 22, and as you mentioned, only 10 minutes left. Michigan looking to extend their lead. If it's not put away already, it surely would be with another one. Good job there by Michigan. Stable platform and out to Shimmick. There's a gap there in front of her as she chooses to take it. Looking out wide, and outside center area, Klaber knocks that one on. It'll be Iowa's put in. So getting a little sloppy here as we get towards the end. Maybe some tired legs and slippery jerseys, making that ball even wetter than it was before.
Yeah, Iowa not quite getting to where they needed to be to close the space, and Michigan definitely capitalized on that opportunity. As you said, in tournament play here, it doesn't matter how far the lead is. It's how hard you play for all 80 minutes. Michigan has proven that they are a team that's going to do that, as well as Iowa. They've done a good job of fending them off in their own territory, almost looking like a little bit of a role reversal here as far as possession in the second half. Let's see if Iowa can get it out of their own territory in this scrum.
So Iowa's put in here, works its way to the back. Van der Saden's going to go wide right out of the hands. She recovers it, her own pass. Gets to just outside her 22. Now Billman steps up. Over Moton Tyler. There's a gap there. Breaks the defenders. But Bird on the spot to make the tackle. And she needs support. She gets it. Maybe need a little quicker ball than that. They're going to keep taking advantage of those gaps. As now, a loss and picked up now by Michigan. And a break. Good recycle pass. Wiggins on the spot, as we mentioned earlier, always there. And Michigan breaking the gain line again, moving forward. Another pass out left. This time to try score Samantha Rodeseiler. Now to Shimmick. Back to Rodeseiler. She breaks one tackle, spinning away from the second. Down. Support is there. Wiggins now looking to her right, gets the ball out. Again through the hands, but this time not to hand. Bird there, scoops it up. Constantly shedding one or two tackles, so shifty. Wiggins looking left now. Good job reaching in and recycling it. The number 8, Maddie Peskin, getting close to the line. Wiggins able to recycle out to Shimmick. Now to Rodeseiler. Oh, unfortunate there is in and out of the hands of number 6, Sunny Groder. And a knock on right in front of the post. And you can see lots of hands on hips here, Tyler.
Yeah, they were showing such good poise and such good patience and control there. And I mean, for any teams out there that need a 101 course on counter rucking, you need to watch this Michigan side. I mean, I think that the reason that Iowa, their ball speed has been a little bit delayed is because of the aggression that Michigan's showing in these counter rucks. And I mean, you see that no matter what, Michigan's ready. They're firing on defense. They're counter rucking the ball. They're not letting up. They are not letting up off Iowa. And I think it's starting to hurt them, especially when they're playing in their own end.
Van der Saden puts the ball in. Iowa under pressure here just outside their own post, and they're going to run it again. Does not go to hand, but off the legs. Oh, Van der Saden's going to knock that one on right there when she tried to pick it up, so it'll be Michigan's put in. Just 5 to 6 meters out. About 6 minutes left in this match. Michigan has it well in hand, but looking to pad their lead and take some more time off the board with this scrum.
Probably going to want to put the cherry on the top to this amazing game so far. And it's tough when you see a score differential like this, because if you didn't have the scoreboard and you were just looking at these two sides play each other, it has been quite an even match. A couple of offensive opportunities that Michigan has been able to seize. Iowa's done a really good job of trying to integrate the back line into the play. Unfortunately, Michigan's defense has just been a little bit too sturdy.
Good pickup there by Shimmick as the pass was a little low, and Bird can't get that one to hand, but she knocked that on and played from an offside position as it was knocked on, but picked up by the outside center, Ari Kleber, and that can't do that. So penalty to Iowa. Katie Weber is going to look to kick for touch. Oh, but no, she's going to tap and go. Now
Bold
passing
move.
it right. Oh, and an immediate knock on only the second phase there. So right back into possession for Michigan. Very disheartening if you're an Iowa fan.
You know, the inevitability is that you're going to have to kick in rugby. Whether you're a forward, whether you're a back, you're going to have to kick the ball, and that would have been a really good opportunity to do so. This is, you're tired. You're tired. You don't want to be defending such an aggressive offensive line this close to your own try zone, even if it would have been 5 or 10 meters, just to get the ball out, give their team a chance to regroup a little bit here. Iowa's showing strong though.
So Wiggins will put this one in. Recycles it to the back, looking right. Out to Shimmick. Shimmick out to Rotoseiler. Now to Bird, who has space in front of her. All the space she needs, and she's going to get a hat trick here with just 5 minutes remaining in this match. 3 tries for Megan Bird.
3 little birdies over the try line. I'll tell you what, absolute highlight reel Megan Bird has been all game. We've been seeing their back line. This dummy line has just been so great. They have executed that so many times, and it has thrown the defense off each and every time. The rain's starting to pick up, but you wouldn't be able to tell with the way that Michigan's handling the ball right now. Great try.
Yeah, great line there by Megan Bird. And they said Aria Klaber with that great dummy line opens up that outside gap for Bird, and she hits it at pace, and she's shown that she's got the speed to burn defenders. That second try she scored earlier in this game, she broke the tackle from Jesse Inman on Iowa and then burned 3 of the Iowa defenders to score that one. That was beautiful. And there she gets her third, doing much the same. Nothing but the try line beckoning in front of her, and she cashes in. So tough kick here coming for Shimmick. See if she can convert. She's 4 for 5 on conversions on the day. Strong kick. Not going to have the distance. So 4 of 6 now, but Michigan with the game well in hand with 3 minutes remaining, 38-5.
Had a little extra oomph on that kick too, just couldn't get it. Great effort, and as we see, just great backline play here. This is the one thing that Michigan has given them the lead so far, is their ability to execute this backline play. Players like Megan Bird, I mean, just absolutely essential to Michigan's play here, and it's how they've managed to heighten the lead as far as it is right now.
So Iowa probably wanting to finish this game on a good note. See how aggressive they are here off this kickoff. The winner of this match going on to play the winner of Indiana versus the Chicago area Rugby Football Union's number 2 side. Oh, big strong tackle there from number 5, Taylor Isburner. So Wiggins out wide right. There's the try scorer, number 4, Haley Meadows. Trying to recycle that backwards. Referee says play on. Now we see number 7, Brittany Odell with a strong run. A great steal there. Number 16 from Iowa, who's been probably their player of the game. Now wide. Charging right back into the middle. Vandersaden. The replacement for Iowa, number 22, Drew Boatner. Strong run. Vandersaden now to the left. That was Inman off the hands of number 2. Referee calling offsides against Michigan there, so Iowa will retain possession. Just a minute and a half left. See what they're going to do here. Looking like they're going to go for touch and try to get a line out. I don't know if that one's going to go out. Great kick.
I was thinking the same thing. Definitely where they want to be. Definitely you're going to put them where they want to be. I wasn't sure. You've seen they've been guarding these the touch line here, both sides from these kicks, trying to keep the ball in play as much as possible, and because it's no easy feat. Not only throwing the ball in on these sidelines, but also catching the ball and creating something offensive play with the line out here.
Good steal there by Michigan on the line out. Unfortunate for Iowa. They were so close. Now working out. Here's the danger. Bird looking. There's the recycle. If she can get to the outside, she's so dangerous. Good, great recycle pass. And again, back to Bird. My goodness, look at this interplay from Michigan as they work back and forth. So knock on there as Wiggins tried to recycle. Referee looks at his watch. Just enough time for this scrum. So,
I mean, Michigan's back line is just, it's like they're 2 phases ahead of every single play. you could see the support lines are so amazing, and it's unfortunate, to see such a good string of plays be thrown off by a handling error, but really it has been a staple of their play the entire time today. I'm curious to see what number 8 on Iowa's side here is going to do. Seems like she's in a prime territory to convert something off of the scrum.
Katie Weber's had a big game all day, but Vanderstaden keeps it. Works it out left. Keeping their attack much the same here as they have for the whole game. Sticking with the game plan. That went backwards. This will most definitely be the last play of the match. Next time we have a stoppage, that'll probably be it. And Iowa looking to get a score and some momentum before they go into day 2. Inman with a strong run there for Iowa. Vanderstaden grabs, looks left. Good communication from the referee all game today there. Oh, what a tackle. Ooh.
Lifted.
Brittany Odell said, not in my house. And it looks like they're going to try to run this one into touch. And that's nope, just shy of touch. Wiggins passes it out. They should just kick it out, and this game will be over. Shimmick kicks it, and that's the end of our game. So in the game 1 of the women's plate semifinal, Michigan defeats Iowa 38-5. Join us for more day 1 action when we return.
Great. We all love each other. We all like hanging out at these tournaments.
Just meeting so many new people and getting to know them is just amazing. And meeting so many new friends, it's definitely.
One word is family. Like, you got people like you can depend on.
Probably my favorite part of playing rugby is like I can forget any problem I'm having at school or at home or just any kind of worry or burden and just like giving my all on the field. And
we all choose to come here. We don't have to be here, It's just good fun coming out on a Sunday, playing, getting all together, and just great.
All right, so yeah, I think it's the fact that we can play very hard, smack each other up, boom each other, and just eat good, talk to laugh with each other after.
So, one thing that rugby's done for you?
It's brought up a lot of my confidence. I wasn't very confident in middle school, and I knew that if I wanted to become a better player, I would have to bring up my game, which I did, and I've just become so much like a better person to myself. I see myself in such a bigger light, and I'm honestly so much happier playing rugby.
I ain't gonna lie, if it wasn't for them, I don't think I would be around here, to be honest. So I guess family.
New York Rugby Club is a great community because they put you around great people such as Alex, my coach Alex, and he teaches me more about rugby, how I can make my game better every day and elevate it to the next.
Nah, but like, you feel me? But like, I bet, like, you know how the hood is, so you know, like, it's crazy, like, around shooters and all that stuff. So it's just keeping me out from there, and then changing from like me got to worry about, I can't walk here, instead of just changing my life and being positive and don't need to worry about anything that much.
I think people really underestimate women in sports. Like in my school, rugby, especially the girls' rugby, is really strong, and I don't think a lot of people expect that that women can have the sort of strength or like sort of drive that men can have in sports. And I mean, you can see today, like it's pretty much even. Women want to, have an outlet for physical contact or something to blow off steam just as much as men do, and they're just as physical, and we're just as, I guess, you can say aggressive as men can be, and we can be just as successful on the rugby field. So I think it just helped me learn that whatever a man can do, I can do it. It's no worries. I can do exactly what they can do.
So the RCT out here has been amazing. I came out here because I know that all the states out here have some great youth rugby, and I was not disappointed in any way. So saw some amazing action out here from both young men and young women, and it's looking pretty bright for our future here.
And what's your favorite part about playing rugby?
I really like the camaraderie of it, and like the game is just so physical and it's fun. But it's hard, like even though it's hard
For me,
Yeah.
rugby has helped me stay consistent, and as a woman, I feel really empowered being able to tackle people. It changes lives.
Tell me about your experience with RCT so far.
Well, I think my experience can be best described as really fun and community bonding because I meet so many new people playing the sport I love.
I wrestle and I play football, and there's nothing like rugby.
Yeah, everybody that I've ever met that tries rugby just comes to one practice has ended up liking it. And I asked her like what it was, and she said like full contact, like same rules, guys and girls, and I didn't believe her. And then she was like, oh, come out to our practices. And I did, and I was like, oh yeah, I want to play. And then I started playing, and it was really fun.
I don't know, it's just a game that I love. It's pretty fun though, I don't know, I just love everything about it.
The laid-back atmosphere of it, we all be friends on the field and off the field.
Just the bond and the vibe from everybody is nice and builds like a lot of character.
You should play it.
Play rugby.
That's it.
Like how we can like beat fun of each other in the game, but then we like come together after and we're just like shake hands.
What do you think that is? Why is that?
I personally think it's like, it's just, we're all one community, like it's one family. You all play rugby, it's just one family.
It's a sport.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you have to have respect for the person going after you because you work hard and they have to work just as hard to tackle you.
So you say that respect is probably the greatest value you can gain out of this game?
By far.
Yeah.
By far.
you know, we as a country, we've been at war since 2001. And I think that a lot of people who are not involved in the military really don't think about it.
Get across. Past 19, but I'm saying, you know, we finish here, but we can orient up and then get eyes on the enemy. You know.
It's not on the forefront of the news anymore. We have people out every day taking risk, and obviously sometimes they pay the ultimate price.
I mean, there's some hard stories in there, so they're all great guys. You wish they were still here today with you, but you understand, you know, duty calls, they serve the mission, and there's tragedy and everything. And, you know, a lot of them died in war, others died when they came back home.
We have our jerseys, and since the beginning, we've worn a black mourning band. And that black mourning band stands apart as a reminder to us of who we're playing for.
Who are we playing for?
Marines.
Our brothers. Right there. That's what we're playing for. Play with their fighting spirit. They can't be here. You fucking make it up for them right now, right?
There's a lot of suffering and pain involved, but you try to bring the good out in every situation, and this is our way of doing it.
It's Friday night, what we come here for. That's the main event. And we go to the Legion and we have the ceremony, remember our fallen, talk about them, we tell stories, remember the lives.
Brett Beacon. Lance Corporal Richard Burstetta. Major Jeremy Grazik. Lieutenant Colonel Dave Green. Major Ryan Hansen. Lance Corporal Eric Herzberg. Sergeant Donald Lamar. Major John Lee. Captain John Maloney. Major Kevin Nave. Gunnery Sergeant Cat Pelletier. Captain Michael Quinn. Captain Patrick Rapico. Major John Roca. Lieutenant Colonel Kevin Shea. Corporal Jared Shoemaker. Lance Corporal Keynote Snow. Major Keith Takabayashi. Corporal Tyler Trevelyan. Captain Al Ziegler. As we do, let's raise a toast. I'm going to ask everybody to stand. To our fallen. And as we do, first verse of the Marine Corps hymn. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, we will fight our country's battles on the air, on land, and sea. First to fight for right and freedom, and to keep our honor clean. We are proud to claim the title of United States Marines.
That means you fucking put your shoulder into every fucking tackle. You put your shoulder into every fucking ruck. You take these guys down. You don't do stupid shit. We run it up, we fucking score, and we're done. Fucking A, let's do this. Do not leave anything else out here. Come on, Marine! On, 2, 3, Marines! Let's go, boys.
Fullback and winger.
Let's go, boys.
Most girls are smart and strong and beautiful. Most girls work hard, go far, we are unstoppable. Most girls are fight to make every day. No two are the same. I wanna be like, I wanna be like.
So actually, before I started playing rugby, I was just a cheerleader for my high school, and I was very shy, nervous, and being around teammates. Rugby is a very accepting sport. I wasn't embarrassed about my body or anything. People really welcome you and actually like take your strengths and weaknesses and work with you to like make you a better person and player.
You hit each other and then you're friends.
Yeah. I really like the camaraderie of it, and like the game is just so physical and it's fun.
Definitely try it. Like maybe you don't think you're the strongest, but once you go out and like you hit someone, that adrenaline is so amazing.
Growing up in Mississippi, my prayer was, for as long as I can remember, God, use me. Use me, use this life. I don't know what the future holds for me, but I know that there is a vision for my life that is greater than my imagination can hold. Use me, use me. What would you have me to do? And that dream, that desire, that prayer brought me somehow to television.
And she's gonna learn that this life will hit you hard in the face. Wait for you to get back up just so it can kick you in the stomach. But getting the wind knocked out of you is the only way to remind your lungs how much they like the taste of air.
If we want to give all of our children a foundation for their dreams and opportunities worthy of their promise, if we want to give them that sense of limitless possibility, that belief that here in America, there is always something better out there if you're willing to work for it, then we must work like never before.
You might never fail on the scale I did, but some failure in life is inevitable. It is impossible to live without failing at something, unless you live so cautiously that you might as well not have lived at all, in which case you fail by default.
For peace when all seems lost. Together, I do believe it is part of the American mission to ensure that people everywhere, women and men alike, finally have the opportunity to live up to their own God-given potential.
It's huge. There's limitations. There's been greater limitations before my involvement, which has stopped some athletes from being able to chase their dreams and having to go and fulfill a 9-to-5 job just to live, really.
So in life, you know, there are moments when you stop and ask yourself, how did I get here? Like, why am I standing here? Girls have the power to change the world. It is a fact. There's a really, really beautiful quote that I read recently, and I think it's absolutely appropriate to explain what I'm trying to say today. The hand that rocks the cradle, the procreator, the mother of tomorrow, a woman shapes the destiny of civilization. Such is the tragic irony of fate that a beautiful creation such as a girl child is today one of the gravest concerns facing humanity.
It's great. We all love each other. We all like hanging out at these tournaments. I mean,
just meeting so many new people and getting to know them is just amazing. And meeting so many new friends, definitely.
Nah, one word is family. Like, you got people like you could depend on.
Probably my favorite part of playing rugby is like I can forget any problem I'm having at school or at home or just any kind of worry or burden and just like give it my all on the field. And
We all choose to come here. We don't have to be here, you know. It's just good fun coming out on a Sunday, playing, getting all together, and just great.
All right, so yeah, I think it's the fact that we can play very hard, smack each other up, boom each other, and just eat good and talk to laugh with each other after.
So, one thing that rugby has done for you?
It's brought up a lot of my confidence. I wasn't very confident in middle school, and I knew that if I wanted to become a better player, I would have to bring up my game, which I did, and I've just become so much like a better person to myself. I see myself in such a bigger light, and I'm honestly so much happier playing rugby.
I ain't gonna lie, if it wasn't for them, I don't think I would like be around here, to be honest. So I guess family. New York Rugby Club is a great community because they put you around great people such as Alex, my coach Alex, and he teaches me more about rugby, how I can make my game better every day and elevate it to the next. Nah, but like, you feel me? But like, I bet like you know how the hood is, so you know like it's crazy, like around shooters and all that stuff. So it's just keeping me out from there, and then changing from like me gotta worry about, oh I can't walk here, instead of just changing my life and being positive and don't need to worry about anything that much.
I think people really underestimate women in sports. Like in my school, rugby, especially the girls' rugby, is really strong, and I don't think a lot of people expect that that women can have the sort of strength or like sort of drive that men can have in sports. And I mean, you can see today, like it's pretty much even. Women want to, you know, have an outlet for physical contact or something to blow off steam just as much as men do, and they're just as physical, and we're just as, I guess, you can say aggressive as men can be, and we can be just as successful on the rugby field. So I think it's just helped me learn that whatever a man can do, I can do it. It's no worries. I can do exactly what they can do.
So the RCT out here has been amazing. I came out here because I know that all the states out here have some great youth rugby, and I was not disappointed in any way. So saw some amazing action out here from both young men and young women, and it's looking pretty bright for our future here.
And what's your favorite part about playing rugby?
I really like the camaraderie of it, and like the game is just so physical and it's fun. It's hard, like even though it's hard
for me.
Yeah.
Rugby has helped me stay consistent, and as a woman, I feel really empowered being able to tackle people. It just changes lives.
Tell me about your experience with RCT so far.
Well, I think my experience can be best described as really fun and community bonding because I meet so many new people playing the sport I love.
I wrestle and I play football, and there's nothing like rugby.
Yeah, everybody that I've ever met that tries rugby just comes to one practice has ended up liking it. And I asked her like what it was, and she said like full contact, like same rules, guys and girls, and I didn't believe her. And then she was like, oh, come out to our practices. And I did, and I was like, oh yeah, I want to play. And then I started playing. It was really fun.
I don't know, it's just a game that I love. It's pretty fun though, I don't know, I just love everything about it.
The laid-back atmosphere of it, we all be friends on the field and off the field.
Just the bond and the vibe from everybody is nice and builds like a lot of character.
You should play it. Play rugby. That's it.
Like how we can like beat fun of each other in the game, but then we like come together after and we're just like shake hands.
What do you think that is? Why is that?
I personally think it's just we're all one community. Like it's one family. You all play rugby. It's just one family.
It's a sport.
Yeah.
Because if you have to have respect for the person going after you, because you work hard and they have to work just as hard after you.
So would you say that respect is probably the greatest value you can gain out of this game?
By far.
Yeah.
By far.
You know, we as a country, we've been at war since 2001. And I think that a lot of people who are not involved in the military really don't think about it.
Get across. House 19, but I'm saying, you know, we finish here, but we can orient up and then get eyes on the enemy. You know.
It's not on the forefront of the news anymore. We have people out every day taking risk, and obviously sometimes they pay the ultimate price.
I mean, there's some hard stories in there, so they're all great guys. You wish they were still here today with you, but you understand, you know, duty calls, they serve the mission, and there's tragic, you know, there's tragedy in everything. And, you know, a lot of them died in war, others died when they came back home.
We have our jerseys, and since the beginning, we've worn a black mourning band. And that black mourning band stands apart as a reminder to us of who we're playing for.
Who are we playing for?
Marines.
Our brothers. Right there. That's what we're playing for. Play with their fighting spirit. They can't be here. You fucking make it up for them right now, right?
There's a lot of suffering and pain involved, but you try to bring the good out in every situation, and this is our way of doing it.
It's Friday night, what we come here for. That's the main event. And we go to the Legion and we have the ceremony, remember our fallen, talk about them, we tell stories, remember their lives.
Brett Beacon.
Lance Corporal Richard Brustetta. Major Jeremy Grazik. Lieutenant Colonel Dave Green. Major Ryan Hansen. Lance Corporal Eric Herzberg. Sergeant Donald Lamar. Major John Lee. Captain John Maloney. Major Kevin Nave. Gunnery Sergeant Cap Pelletier. Captain Michael Quinn. Captain Patrick Rapico. Major John Roca. Lieutenant Colonel Kevin Shea. Corporal Jared Shoemaker. Lance Corporal Keynote Snow. Major Keith Takabayashi. Corporal Tyler Trevelyan. Captain Al Ziegler. As we do, let's raise a toast. I'm going to ask everybody to stand. To our fallen. And as we do, first verse of the Marine Corps hymn. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, we will fight our country's battles on the air, on land, and sea. First to fight for right and freedom, and to keep our honor clean. We are proud to claim the title of United States Marines.
That means you fucking put your shoulder into every fucking tackle. You put your shoulder into every fucking ruck. You take these guys down. You don't do stupid shit. We run it up, we fucking score, and we're done. Fucking A, let's do this. Do not leave anything else out here. Come on, Marine! On, 2, 3! Let's go, boys.
Fullback and winger.
Let's go, boys.
Most girls are smart and strong and beautiful. Most girls work hard, go far, we are unstoppable. Most girls are fight to make every day. Not too hard to say. I wanna be like, I wanna be like.
So actually, before I started playing rugby, I was just a cheerleader for my high school, and I was very shy, nervous, and being around teammates. Rugby is a very accepting sport. I wasn't embarrassed about my body or anything. People really welcome you and actually like take your strengths and weaknesses and work with you to like make you a better person and player.
You hit each other and then you're friends.
Yeah. I really like the camaraderie of it, and like the game is just so physical and it's fun.
Definitely try it. Like you maybe don't think you're the strongest, but once you go out and like you hit someone, that adrenaline is so amazing.
Growing up in Mississippi, my prayer was, for as long as I can remember, God, use me. Use me, use this life. I don't know what the future holds for me, but I know that there is a vision for my life that is greater than my imagination can hold. Use me, use me. What would you have me to do? And that dream, that desire, that prayer brought me somehow to television.
And she's gonna learn that this life will hit you hard in the face, wait for you to get back up just so it can kick you in the stomach. But getting the wind knocked out of you is the only way to remind your lungs how much they like the taste of air.
If we want to give all of our children a foundation for their dreams and opportunities worthy of their promise, if we want to give them that sense of limitless possibility, that belief that here in America, there is always something better out there if you're willing to work for it, then we must work like never before.
You might never fail on the scale I did, but some failure in life is inevitable. It is impossible to live without failing at something, unless you live so cautiously that you might as well not have lived at all, in which case you fail by default.
Movements for peace when all seems lost. Together, I do believe it is part of the American mission to ensure that people everywhere, women and men alike, finally have the opportunity to live up to their own God-given potential.
It's huge. There's limitations. There's been greater limitations before my involvement, which has stopped some athletes from being able to chase their dreams and having to go and fulfill a 9-to-5 job just to live, really.
So in life, you know, there are moments when you stop and ask yourself, how did I get here? Like, why am I standing here? Girls have the power to change the world. It is a fact. There's a really, really beautiful quote that I read recently, and I think it's absolutely appropriate to say, to explain what I'm trying to say today. The hand that rocks the cradle, the procreator, the mother of tomorrow, a woman shapes the destiny of civilization. Such is the tragic irony of fate that a beautiful creation such as a girl child is today one of the gravest concerns facing humanity.
It's great. We all love each other. We all like hanging out at these tournaments.
Just meeting so many new people and getting to know them is just amazing. And meeting so many new friends, definitely.
Nah, one word is family. Like, you got people like you can depend on.
Probably my favorite part of playing rugby is like I can forget any problem I'm having at school or at home or just any kind of worry or burden and just like giving my all on the field. And
we all choose to come here. We don't have to be here, you know. It's just good fun coming out on a Sunday, playing, getting all together, and just great.
All right, so yeah, I think it's the fact that we can play very hard, smack each other up, boom each other, and just eat good and talk to laughing with each other after.
So, one thing that rugby has done for you?
It's brought up a lot of my confidence. I wasn't very confident in middle school, and I knew that if I wanted to become a better player, I would have to bring up my game, which I did, and I've just become so much like a better person to myself. I see myself in such a bigger light, and I'm honestly so much happier playing rugby.
I ain't gonna lie, if it wasn't for them, I don't think I would like be around here, to be honest. So I guess family.
New York Rugby Club is a great community because they put you around great people such as Alex, my coach Alex, and he teaches me more about rugby, how I can make my game better every day and elevate it to the next.
Nah, but like, you feel me? But like, I bet, like, you know how the hood is, so you know, like, it's crazy, like, around shooters and all that stuff. So it's just keeping me out from there, and then changing from like me gotta worry about, oh, I can't walk here, instead of just changing my life and being positive and don't need to worry about anything that much.
I think think people really underestimate women in sports. Like in my school, rugby, especially the girls' rugby, is really strong, and I don't think a lot of people expect that that women can have the sort of strength or like sort of drive that men can have in sports. And I mean, you can see today, like it's pretty much even. Women want to, you know, have an outlet for physical contact or something to blow off steam just as much as men do, and they're just as physical, and we're just as, I guess, you can say aggressive as men can be, and we can be just as successful on the rugby field. So I think it just helped me learn that whatever a man can do, I can do it. It's no worries. I can do exactly what they can do.
So the RCT out here has been amazing. I came out here because I know that all the states out here have some great youth rugby, and I was not disappointed in any way. So saw some amazing action out here from both young men and young women, and it's looking pretty bright for our future here.
And what's your favorite part about playing rugby?
I really like the camaraderie of it, and like the game is just so physical and it's fun. It's hard, like even though it's hard
for me.
Yeah.
Rugby has helped me stay consistent, and as a woman, I feel really empowered being able to tackle people. It changes lives.
Tell me about your experience with RCT so far.
Well, I think my experience can be best described as really fun and community bonding because I meet so many new people playing the sport I love.
I wrestle and I play football, and there's nothing like rugby.
Yeah, everybody that I've ever met that tries rugby just comes to one practice has ended up liking it. And I asked her like what it was, and she said like full contact, like same rules, guys and girls, and I didn't believe her. And then she was like, oh, come out to our practices. And I did, and I was like, oh yeah, I want to play. And then I started playing, and it was really fun.
I don't know, it's just a game that I love. It's pretty fun though, I don't know, I just love everything about it.
It's the laid-back atmosphere of it. We all be friends on the field and off the field.
Just the bond and the vibe from everybody is nice and builds like a lot of character.
You should play it.
Play rugby.
Like how we can like beat out of each other in the game, but then we like come together after and we're just like shake hands.
But what do you think that is? Why is that?
I personally think it's like, it's just, we're all one community, like it's one family. You all play rugby, it's just one family.
It's a sport.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you have to have respect for the person going after you, because you work hard and they have to work just as hard after you.
So you say that respect is probably the greatest value you can gain out of this game?
By far.
Yeah.
By far.
You know, we as a country, we've been at war since 2001. And I think that a lot of people who are not involved in the military really don't think about it.
Get across. House 19, but I'm saying, you know, we finish here, but we can orient up and then get eyes on the enemy. You know.
It's not on the forefront of the news anymore. We have people out every day taking risk, and obviously sometimes they pay the ultimate price.
I mean, there's some hard stories in there, so they're all great guys. You wish they were still here today with you, but you understand, you know, duty calls, they serve the mission, and it's tragic, you know, there's tragedy in everything, and you know, a lot of them died in war, others died when they came back home. And
we have our jerseys, and since the beginning, we've worn a black mourning band, and that black mourning band stands apart as a reminder to us of who we're playing for.
Who are we playing for?
Marines.
Our brothers. Right there. That's what we're playing for. Play with their fighting spirit. They can't be here. You fucking make it up for them right now, all right?
There's a lot of suffering and pain involved, but you try to bring the good out in every situation, and this is our way of doing it.
It's Friday night, what we come here for. That's the main event. And we go to the Legion, and we have the ceremony. Remember our fallen, talk about them, we tell stories, remember the lives.
Brett Beacon. Lance Corporal Richard Brustetta. Major Jeremy Grazik. Lieutenant Colonel Dave Green. Major Ryan Hansen. Lance Corporal Eric Herzberg. Sergeant Donald Lamar. Major John Lee. Captain John Maloney. Major Kevin Nave. Gunnery Sergeant Cap Pelletier. Captain Michael Quinn. Captain Patrick Rapico. Major John Roca. Lieutenant Colonel Kevin Shea. Corporal Jared Shoemaker. Lance Corporal Keynote Snow. Major Keith Takabayashi. Corporal Tyler Trevelyan. Captain Al Ziegler. As we do, let's raise a toast. I'm going to ask everybody to stand. To our fallen. And as we do, first verse of the Marine Corps hymn. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, we will fight our country's battles on the air, on land, and sea. First to fight for right and freedom, and to keep our honor clean. We are proud to claim the title of United States Marines.
That means you fucking put your shoulder into every fucking tackle. You put your shoulder into every fucking ruck. You take these guys down. You don't do stupid shit. We run it up, we fucking score, and we're done.
Fucking A, let's do this.
Do not leave anything else out here.
Come on, Marines! On, 2, 3, Marines! Let's go, boys.
Fullback and winger.
Let's go, boys.
Most girls are smart and strong and beautiful. Most girls work hard, go far, we are unstoppable. Most girls are fight to make every day. No two are the same. I wanna be like, I wanna be like.
So actually, before I started playing rugby, I was just a cheerleader for my high school, and I was very shy, nervous, and being around teammates. Rugby is a very accepting sport. I wasn't embarrassed about my body or anything. People really welcome you and actually like take your strengths and weaknesses and work with you to like make you a better person and player.
You hit each other and then you're friends.
Yeah. I really like the camaraderie of it, and like the game is just so physical and it's fun.
Definitely try it. Like maybe you don't think you're the strongest, but once you go out and like you hit someone, that adrenaline is so amazing.
Growing up in Mississippi, my prayer was, for as long as I can remember, God, use me. Use me, use this life. I don't know what the future holds for me, but I know that there is a vision for my life that is greater than my imagination can hold. Use me, use me. What would you have me to do? And that dream, that desire, that prayer brought me somehow to television.
And she's gonna learn that this life will hit you hard in the face. Wait for you to get back up just so it can kick you in the stomach. But getting the wind knocked out of you is the only way to remind your lungs how much they like the taste of air.
If we want to give all of our children a foundation for their dreams and opportunities worthy of their promise, if we want to give them that sense of limitless possibility, that belief that here in America, there is always something better out there if you're willing to work for it, then we must work like never before.
You might never fail on the scale I did, but some failure in life is inevitable. It is impossible to live without failing at something, unless you live so cautiously that you might as well not have lived at all, in which case you fail by default.
Movements for peace when all seems lost. Together, I do believe it is part of the American mission to ensure that people everywhere, women and men alike, finally have the opportunity to live up to their own God-given potential.
It's huge. There's limitations. There's been greater limitations before my involvement, which has stopped some athletes from being able to chase their dreams and having to go and fulfill a 9-to-5 job just to live, really.
So in life, you know, there are moments when you stop and ask yourself, how did I get here? Like, why am I standing here? Girls have the power to change the world. It is a fact. There's a really, really beautiful quote that I read recently, and I think it's absolutely appropriate to explain what I'm trying to say today. The hand that rocks the cradle, the procreator, the mother of tomorrow, a woman shapes the destiny of civilization. Such is the tragic irony of fate that a beautiful creation such as a girl child is today one of the gravest concerns facing humanity.
It's great. We all love each other. We all like hanging out at these tournaments.
Just meeting so many new people and getting to know them is just amazing. And meeting so many new friends is definitely...
Nah, one word is family.
Like, you got people like you could depend on.
Probably my favorite part of playing rugby is like I can forget any problem I'm having at school or at home or just any kind of worry or burden and just like give it my all on the field. And
We all choose to come here. We don't have to be here, you know. It's just good fun coming out on a Sunday, playing, getting all together, and just great.
All right.
It's great.
Welcome back to day one of the inaugural Thuinderbird Cup here on Smith Road in Lamont, Illinois at the beautiful Chicago Blaze Rugby Facility. We have coming to you from Field 2, the Chicago Area Rugby Football Union versus the men from Indiana. Indiana played earlier today and defeated the men from Minnesota 21-19. I'm here with Tyler Deutsch, and we are going to be speaking to you today as these teams face one another. Tyler, tell me what you think is going to happen today.
Oh, we already saw a little glimpse of what was going to happen in that first match. You got a hands-on view of that one. Indiana defeating Minnesota 21-19. Obviously, an aggressive match. The rain has not let up at all out here in Lamont, and it is going to be a dramatic men's play B match right now as we get underway here.
Yeah, as you said, been raining off and on all day. Consistent drizzle, heavy downpours throughout. Chicago kicking off here. Indy. Ball backwards. Straight into touch. Chicago looking to take it quick. Referee was going to allow them to, but they'll set up and have a line out here.
Really curious to see what the set piece attack is going to be like in these conditions, because it really hasn't, I mean, it hasn't let up. We saw it in the matches prior. I'm really curious to see who is going to take advantage of these conditions in the set piece first.
So Chicago should have a little fresher legs, as this is their first of two matches today. Good outside pass, doesn't go to hand. Ooh, strong kick, but knocked down. And the referee going to come back to advantage there for the initial knock on by Chicago.
These guys don't want to wait for the scrum to start getting after it. Definitely get aggressive off the front foot there from both of these sides. They got Midwest pride to fight over in this one.
Oh yeah, for sure. 65 degrees out there and a downpour of rain. Just a great conditions if you like wet rugby, forward dominated, but maybe not as good if you like running rugby. We've seen lots of knock-ons today and handling errors as a result of the moisture. Day two forecast to be a little drier, but free kick here to Chicago. Maybe an early push there from Indy as they drop back. See what they do here. Looks like they're going to go for a tap. There to his prop. Oh, strong run into contact. They look to recycle out to the right. Good strong push from Chicago as they're hard running, keeping it here in the forwards. See, look left, turn back right, into contact. Maybe lost that one forward. Now Indiana's picked it up. Holding them up. Referee's going to blow this up on the advantage and give that scrum advantage there to Indiana, and they'll have the put in here.
I mean, 65 degrees and rainy and the way it looks now, I know it sounds tough, but we got to remember we're in the mighty Midwest right now. Over in Chicago and Indy, these guys are no strangers to severe weather conditions, whether it be snow. I mean, I've played on this exact pitch before, and there's been snow, ice on the ground. You don't think it's possible until you're out there, and you could tell that these guys, they're hyped up. They're ready for whatever comes at them, including the weather. Let's see if Chicago can manage to finish off with the seems to be a good start here.
Let's keep our spacing, front row. Let's keep our spacing before I say set, okay? Hold it up for us, boys.
Good conversation there from the referee, Mike, giving instruction to each of these packs as they look to have successful scrums in these challenging conditions. Hard to keep your footing when it's this wet.
Bind. Set. 2, 3, 4. Go. Good advantage.
Works it through the back and immediately loses it, hacks it through, and that'll be Chicago's put in. So you can see the messy conditions having an effect right off the bat.
Messy conditions lead to a messy boot, man. I mean, the ball has been getting kicked around, getting a little bit of that soccer flair. It's going to happen. Ball's getting knocked around this much. You got to keep your eye on a swivel. Make sure you're ready for it, because what could be a mistake could be a turnover opportunity in your favor for either of these sides.
So they're working together here. Been a bit of a slow start here. Last minute and a half, focused on trying to get a restart going. Stable platform there for Chicago. Out to their fly half, and they're going to work it through the hands here. Oh, and off the hands, and another knock on. So Indiana still playing advantage. Sweeps it back. Look, a clearing kick. It's blocked, but referee was playing advantage.
There's no advantage gain, gentlemen. We're coming back here. It's the original knock
Oh,
blue.
and the advantage stops almost certain charge down.
We'll bring it back here.
Yeah, referee still playing advantage there. So Chicago thinking they had an easy try after the charge down, but still playing advantage from the initial knock on. So we'll come back to that. It'll be Indiana's put in. And Michael Temple, the number 9, who's also the head coach for the Indiana men, was 3 from 3 on conversions in game 1 against Minnesota. They won 21-19. So those conversions coming in very important, giving them the 2-point victory. But we saw good play also from the number 8, Trey Sherman, in game 1, as well as the wing and outside center, Adam Trejo, who scored. And most of their tries came from the long range.
That's some grit that you only see in rugby. It's something so unique about the sport, where not only is the coach willing to get up and play with the boys, but they're in the starting 15. That's how much these guys care about their squads, and it shows what they're representing and why they're playing in conditions like this. And like you said, kicking is obviously going to be a challenge. Set piece is going to be crucial, as we've seen in the earlier games. But those kicks, it's even harder to just exit out of the territory, let alone get the conversions. Let's see what they could.
Strong run there. Indiana retains possession, looking to clear some territory here. Good strong kick. Looks like it's staying bound. Went backwards. Great recovery there by number 20, Gabe Vose. Still staying in. Temple with the box kick over the top. See if they can catch this one. Oh, good take there by Chicago as the fullback recycles, and he's got some men with him. Good recycle ball. Men out wide right. Makes the pass. Strong into contact. Now out wide to the wing, but falls forward to the referee there.
And it was after a good string of kicks from Indy too, to exit out of their territory. It's really kind of the first cohesive form of play that we've seen without a penalty. And it seemed like they had done a really good job of pushing Chicago back, but Chicago had a good take. And luckily, I mean, you saw those tackles out there. It's like a slip and slide. These guys are running into each other. Things are bound to happen, but I think Indy's in the position they wanted to be after that string of plays.
Yeah, Indiana was able to get down, almost 40 meters right there off those kicks. So they got to be happy with the flip and field position, take the pressure off themselves deep in their own half. Here, recycling the ball out to the right, skip pass to the outside center, makes a man miss. Back to the inside, strong fin, but going to go down here. Good support from the pack. Now working it back to the left side. Referee's probably going to get him there. The hooker from Chicago coming through, but knocking that one down. Maybe lucky not to get an intentional knock there.
No, he was almost there.
Yeah, impressive play, hand play from Indiana here. Really kind of able to actually move the ball to the back line. I like that. I think Chicago saw that movement and maybe woke them up a little bit. you can see the defensive line starting to fire up here, but they got to be careful because with these conditions, we know the penalties are going to rack up. Last thing you want to see is a card playing a man down in the first half.
Yeah, especially since these men's matches are only 50 minutes. You have a man down, you're losing about 20% of the game. Big run, ball doesn't go to hand. Taking back, knocked backwards. Oh, broken play, and now we have a break. Does he have the wheels? He's got a man outside. Ball goes to hand, but not quite at pace. Good recycle there by Indiana. They're looking dangerous right now. Into contact. Chicago bending but not breaking, but high tackle there. He's going to have a tap and go. Inside runner. It's the inside center. Pops it back up to his scrum half. Back the other way. Still, man, breaking the gain line. Getting close to that 5-meter line now is Indiana. Right to the left. He needs some support. Strong run by the lock. Number 4, Will Rich. Trey Flowers there at the back secures possession. Inside center, Christopher Ballard now taking it with some support from Dom Wesley. Chicago playing strong defense, just 5 meters out from their own try line. Good tackle. Good job retaining possession here by Indiana as they look. Another pick and drive here. That's Dom Wesley. Moving it closer to the middle of the field. Tap. Oh, strong tackle there by Chicago. Knock on. Big tackle, big turnover.
Hey, we're all right. No advantage again. He kicked it right to him. Bring it back here, gentlemen.
Oof, man. Christopher Ballard and Indiana's Michael Temple, the number 9, really kind of exactly where they need to be. That was a really, really good scrambling of the defense by using the pick and go, switching back between the forwards and the backs. But unfortunately, Chicago's defensive line held strong, able to hold off a pretty good phase play there from Indianapolis, closest we've seen to the try line yet.
Yeah, good recycling of the ball there by Indiana, you know, through the hands. A lot of pick and goes, just 5 meters out. But as you mentioned, Chicago more than up for the challenge on defense. And now we'll see what their scrum can do if they can hold up to this pressure. Good push by Indiana, but Chicago holds, and now they'll try to clear.
Look, another block, right here, black, step, black.
Chicago still running it out deep out of their own side. Figured they'd try to clear it here, but run 2 phases. Maybe now they'll throw for the clearance kick. And they do.
Blue is on.
Good deep kick. Nice clearance. Gained themselves about 35 meters there. It'll be Indiana's throw.
I think I shared your concern there that they might have waited a little bit long on the clear, but proved to be a good clear after all. And as we've seen, it seems like the wind might be a little bit against Chicago's kicking side if it's still blowing the same way it was in the earlier games. But Indiana's doing a good job gaining territory, moving forward, but can't cross over that try line. Let's see if they can get it back.
Nice tap down. Oh, Temple unable to recover. It went backwards. Turned it over and then turned it back over, and now a break from Indiana as they try to recycle this ball. Ball goes to hand, still moving forward.
Another blue! Right here, gentlemen. Blue, you need to roll out, please.
You can hear the referee calling 3 times for them to get out of there, and they did not, so penalty for not rolling away there against Chicago.
Really good job putting that pressure on really quick. And they found it. Really good pressure from Indianapolis, or Indiana, I should say, causing the mistakes from Chicago. And that's something that you have to do. You have to play as if you can't be scared of the handling errors. You have to, they're inevitable at this point, as we've seen in the first 13 minutes. You got to play like they're not going to happen. You got to play like it's dry out there, and you got to move the ball like you know how to do and trust your guys.
Another tap down that doesn't go to hand, so recycle it through to the lock. Number 5, Wallace Knock. Michael Temple passes it out, tries to get the slide through two defenders, can't do it. That ball doesn't go to hand. So now Chicago on attack and with advantage.
Throw me back here, boys. Yeah.
So no advantage gain, so it'll be Chicago's put in at the scrum here.
Even though it ended in a handling error, I mean, kind of back to what I was saying before, I'm really enjoying the line speed from Indiana here. I think that this might catch up. This might catch up to Chicago more than it'll catch up to them in handling errors, because the more times that we've seen these players get the ball in hand is the more that they start to do something with it after they've really warmed up to the conditions. 14 minutes in, I think that Indiana's backline has spent enough time with ball in hand that they might be able to convert something. They find some space.
Some good drive here from Indiana, but Chicago able to retain possession. Now looking for the turnover. Now spinning it out wide left. Keeps ball in hand. Indiana defense just good enough. Gained about 5 meters there. Good hard charge there from Chicago as they look to go out right. Strong running. Good tackling by Indiana, meeting the challenge.
No hands, Black. Leave him, Black. Leave him, Black. Let him go.
Continue to work it through the phases. Great broken tackle there. Gets him down. Gabe Bowes may need to watch, get his arms in those tackles. A little bit of a shoulder there maybe instead of wrapping, but referee says play on. Now recycling the ball out to the right. Another hard run and met strongly at the edge of the ruck. Oh, lost there. Another handling error, but playing the offsides there. So Chicago will have the kick. Looking to find touch. See right there, number 27, just in front.
Yeah, definitely some aggressive play here from both sides. A little bit of a chest pump there. You can hear the players. You know, sometimes you're out there and your body hits another guy hard, faster than your hands can get around him. And these are big dudes we're dealing with here. No doubt about that. I mean, just the forward squad from both of these sides. I'd like to, you know, see what kind of SUV these guys would size up to, because we're definitely dealing with some weight in the forward pack here, and they're working hard here in the early halves with a lot of set piece.
Some of that great Midwest beef on display right there in the forward packs of these two teams for sure. Good strong run up there through the centers. Just inside the 10-meter of Indiana. That ball went backwards, but it's going to be a turnover, and Indiana has possession now as they look to recycle it out here to the right.
Let's kick by Black.
There's a big hole back there for him to kick to. Finds lots of space, still rolling inside the 22, and now they'll return this kick. Good chase, avoids the first defender, but not the second. Recycle, good tackling so far here by Indiana as they chase that kick and gain themselves about 20 meters of territory. Chicago flat pass out to the sideline, down almost up to halfway. Strong run at pace. He needs some support here. Finds it. The backs come through. Strong hard charge up the middle. Now over halfway, but he loses it. Still loses it again, playing advantage, and we'll come back for a scrum.
Really back and forth here between these two sides. Indiana definitely staying on top of Chicago. It's almost like at this point with nothing scored, it's like watching like a house cat play with a fly. It's just you don't know when they're finally going to pounce. And I think that it feels like Chicago is more on the patient end of play here and is letting Indiana make the moves. It is letting Indiana play fast, hard at first, and they're just waiting for their opportunity in more of a defensive attack position. I think that the power for Chicago really remains in their forward pack, and they're going to wait for that opportunity to capitalize close up.
Yeah, both sides look pretty evenly matched so far. Still 0-0. Strong run. That's Adam Trejo. He already has one try today in the first match against Minnesota. Unable to break through there. Chicago playing strong defense here against Indiana. Advantage now being played. I believe that's number 8. Oh, lost it forward, but coming back for the advantage, penalty advantage there.
We need to be out there. We're killing it, Blue.
Not rolling away is the call from the referee, so penalty advantage was being played. So with that knock on, they come back for the penalty. Michael Temple looking for touch.
Nice, Sean.
Finds it,
Continuation line.
and it'll be Indiana's line out here just about at the 22-meter line the way it looks.
Indiana seems to be doing pretty good with the kicking, given everything said with the conditions. I'd like to see, you know, obviously if they're able to convert, obviously while in Chicago's territory, but when Chicago gets the ball, they need to exit. They need to get out of there quick. You don't want to mess around. It seems like there's a lot of quick, swift-moving guys here on this Indiana side. You don't want to give them the opportunity to pounce.
Good recycle there by Indiana after the tap down from the line out was successful. He's off his feet.
He had ball in hand. He had ball in hand.
Referee said he had the ball first and had rights to it, so now a quick tap. Oh, bowls over the defender and almost up to halfway now is a big lock from Chicago. Looking to recycle out wide left. There should be a gap there, but drops it, but backwards. Oh.
Between my legs. Forward first.
Some of the players voicing their displeasure with that decision. You could hear him say it went between his legs and not forward, but the referee saw it differently, Tyler.
Yeah, apparently. And you know what? Hey, hats off to number 5. I think that was the right move to make for Chicago. Is just getting out of your own territory quick. You know, play while they're not looking. You know, unplug the controller real quick. Whatever you got to do to get the advantage, because it seems like they're playing a little bit too much in their end. So whatever they got to do to get out of their territory, make it happen, make it work, Chicago.
Looking evenly matched in the scrum so far, to neither side getting an advantage there. Strong run, loses it. Yet another handling error. It'll be Chicago's put in with only about 5 minutes left in the half. Neither team finding a good, strong way to advance against the other. Still 0-0 here in the second game of the men's plate bracket. See this replay here.
Yeah, you're right on over here, boys.
It's almost like playing on an extreme with these conditions. I mean, no matter your skill level, it really is up to chance. You could be the best rugby player in the world, but when the ball is what is a bar of soap out there, I mean, it is really tough to not only get hands on it, but then maintain possession while taking hits like these.
Strong push, but not a straight push, says the referee. And now not 10. They're going to be able to gain some more, but now they're spaced out wide left. Gets it out to his man on the outside. Still moving forward. He needs support.
Advantage is gained. Advantage gained.
So the advantage is over. Chicago retaining possession. Just a few minutes left before halftime. They're looking to put some points on the board. Indiana doing their best to keep them out. Now a penalty not rolling away. See if they go quick again or if they go for territory. Looks like he's going to tap the way he looks rather than just about 30 meters out. Still talking about what their decision is going to be. And now for points.
Good move for Chicago. The last sequence of play has been my favorite from Chicago so far. You got to be cheeky. It's tough. It's really, really tough to get around a good defense, let alone with the way that the ball and the handling errors have been just racking up in this game so far. So I think to get as deep into the territory, rely on her, get that confidence instilled early, get Indiana thinking, how do we have lesser points with the way that we've been playing in their territory? I think it's really more so of a mind game going into the getting closer into the second half, reaching the second half here.
Yeah, just about 2 minutes left, so we see them line this one up. And you're right, Indiana has had way more territory against Chicago. Chicago has had a few good breaks, but really playing defense for the most part. And it's not very often you see the 8-man line up to take these kicks. Let's see who he has in the legs here. Looks like that's going to drift left.
That was a valiant effort from an 8-man, but wow. It looked good like I said, you slowed the game up a little bit. You could obviously see Chicago's not tired, but there was a lot of play that just happened leading up to that penalty kick. It was a good decision to slow up the play in Indiana's territory, reaching half.
Yeah, unfortunate for Michael Temple right there when he tried to take the 22. It kind of went off the side of his boot and only went about a meter, but great box kick that rolls all the way down and into touch from just inside his own 22 to almost the other 22. Is that a 50-22?
Roll out inside 22. Came out here. Right here? Okay. Just short of
So
22,
not quite. So it'll be Chicago's throw in. If it had been just a meter further, that would have been an excellent kick for Indiana's throw in. Beautiful kick there from Temple to flip the field with under a minute remaining here in the first half.
What's that?
Absolutely stellar. Indiana has been with the boot today, even though it was just shy. You know, just literally a few inches shy of being their ball. I think they're in a good spot. Let's see what they could do.
We got advantage. Nope, we got advantage, gentlemen. It's advantage here. Nope, it's the first foul, gentlemen. First foul.
Good recovery there. Indiana steals that one. See if they can retain possession, either draw a penalty to try to get their own three-pointer or strike the first with the first try. Thought he might slip through there, but he didn't. Recycle Temple back up, looking left, holding that pass out to the wing.
That one was intentional.
But we're coming back for the advantage.
Yep. Gentlemen. Yeah, he had no chance of making the play, gentlemen. No chance of making the play.
So, saying intentional knock there.
Gotta love it when a ref keeps it real. He's out there in the rain too. Let's not forget calling this game. Last play, he says. Let's see what Indiana decides to do with it.
So they'll play this penalty, so there'll be a line out here about 12 meters out from the try line. Sloppy throws most of the day, Tyler, as we've seen from just about every side we've seen so far this morning due to these slippery conditions. See if they go short. That's been their mode for all of the first match, and both throws here. Nope, midline. Not straight, and that's going to take us into the half. Tyler, tell us what these teams need to improve as we move into the second half.
Well, I really think that if Indiana can keep the pace that they're playing at, and they can keep the handling errors to a minimum, which I feel like they've done a good job at doing with the amount of times they've actually gotten the ball in hand. And if Chicago can continue to just find the holes where they're at and score points first. Whoever scores points first, that's who's going to have the lead.
All right, we'll be back shortly with more action from the inaugural Thuinderbird Cup here in Lamont, Illinois.
Wanna get down with
He does it in open play, sure, why not?
Welcome back to day one action here at the Chicago Blaze Rugby facility for the inaugural Thuinderbird Cup, part of the Midwest Rugby Union. In Lamont, Illinois, we're looking at multiple teams from the local area unions playing against one another as part of a recruitment and evaluation for the Midwest Thuinderbird All-Stars. Right now, we've got Indiana versus the Chicago area union, and it is 0-0. Tyler, tell us what took place in the first half.
A lot of splish splash and a lot of bobbling of the ball, and I think we're going to see that here in the second half. I'm curious to see how these teams have congregated, taking that time in the sheds, and what they've analyzed from their analysis, if that's even a word. Whatever they took from the first half, because I think they had a good game plan, but I'm curious now that I feel like Chicago has a little bit of the kicking advantage, that they're going to start to use that going into the opposite try zone.
Well, if it's not a word, it should be. And as you said, as they went through, they probably, like you said, analyzed their tactics. I think their tactics are sound, but as you mentioned, lots of handling errors due to these wet conditions. Been raining all morning, continues to rain. See the ball slip through the hands here. Drizzle continues to come down. Good break here from Chicago, getting back up to the gain line, working it through the hands, now looking out to the right side. Backwards, says the referee, continues play. And Indiana up for it. recycling there, and now going to kick through.
Directly. Yep.
Deep kick.
We're in front of the 22, gentlemen. Kick directly to touch. We'll line up here to black.
So kick directly into touch. They'll come back from the point of the kick with a line out to Indiana.
Good choice for Chicago. I think just putting boot to ball. Didn't feel like they did that much in the first half, and I think Indiana really showed a bit of dominance by doing that. So I think this is a good start for Chicago. I'm curious just to see if they keep hanging with it. Forward pack is looking strong, and I'd like to see them get it out to the back line. It doesn't seem like they've had much showing in, so far. Let's see what they can do with it.
Good tap down, pick up by Michael Temple as they try to recycle it through here. As you mentioned, Indiana putting boot to ball fairly often in the first half, gaining lots of territory, but now running it through the hands back to about halfway, and they're going to lose that. Chicago hacking it through, regaining possession. Good recycle there. And gather this up, which they do. Flanker still making progress. Back out to the right again. Kicks it through.
No, they come out of the advantage zone. Bring them back here.
Referee still playing the advantage. Going to come back for a scrum off that initial knock on.
That was good phase play right there from Chicago. I feel like they implemented everything they've been doing good so far in this game and into a little bit of that. Finding a quick hole, being a little bit cheeky with it. Like we said before, Tim, I mean, that's kind of what you got to do in these conditions. You got to look for a way to maneuver around an already very difficult offensive form of play. But I see them eyeing up the post here. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, it looks like it was actually a penalty advantage there. And so from that penalty advantage, they're going to go for points here. The number 8 took the first kick and was unsuccessful earlier, just about 2 minutes before first half. And so here, the inside center, number 12, will line up and try to take a kick from just outside the 22.
How are they going to make the 8-man take that kick, and then they're going to give the 12 this kick? That's crazy to me. I mean, maybe that's who they rely on. This seems like more of a shoo-in for a guaranteed 3. They had a little bit of the wind and obviously a little bit heavier rain that first half. This should be easy to slot. Let's see if they can do it. First points.
He's going to drift that one right as well. These wet conditions throwing our kickers off, and so 2 kicks, 2 misses from Chicago. 0 points on the board still for either team.
Man, and as much as it can get into the opposing team's head to have the opportunity to take those penalties and put points on the board, it's even worse to go for them and not make them. Let's see if Chicago can come back from that.
It looks like we got a penalty advantage there for a high tackle as he kind of came over the back there. They're going to spin it out wide, looking for space. That's going to come back to the advantage for the high tackle from halfway. See what they opt for here. Unfortunately, there was number 5, Wallace Canuck, who came over the top of the ball carrier there and drew that penalty.
Over here, Captain.
Referee calling him over to the mark.
Sorry.
Good kick down the field. Tries to tap it back in, but unsuccessful. Chicago will have a line out throw about 30 meters out.
Not a bad effort. Good discipline for both sides here, other than some of the handling errors, which we've talked about, inevitable. Other than that, though, really good attack of play, minus the handling errors here. So these are two very disciplined sides. Minus just a couple of little mistakes, but the repetition of getting ball in hand, I think, could be dangerous. Chicago seems to have a little bit more of an advantage coming out in the second half here, and definitely more time with ball in hand than Indiana.
Yeah, you said handling errors, and speak of the devil and he shall appear. Immediately a knock on there off that line out, and Chicago loses their attacking position. I'd be interested to see if Indiana decides to hoof this one down the field as they have. You can see on screen The drizzle continues to come down. Referee will reset the scrum here, but Indiana's done a good job of taking those box kicks off the back of these scrums in game one, and we've seen it one or two times here in game two. Michael Temple really gaining them that territory throughout this game, both coaching and playing at scrum half for the Indiana team. So, calling his own number. Out to the fly half and down, but referee's going to play advantage, saying that dribbled forward, and now it'll be Chicago's put in at a scrum. So from one handling error to another.
Oof. And shout out to the referee.
Down to the ground.
When there's so many handling errors in a game like this, it's hard to choose between it. It's double the amount that you would see in a normal game, and that's already hard enough to call those close ones that obviously if it's gone backwards or not. That's the momentum you need, is when the other team thinks it's a knock, you hear it's called backwards, and that's when you attack. Chicago's done a good job of that so far. I think that if they do it in their territory, might be unfortunate for Indiana then.
So call for a free kick there, as they weren't able to sustain themselves on that scrum. Looked like that prop may have been pushing not straight, but those are the dark arts that occur there in those scrums. Gets away with it, gets the free kick, missed tackle there. The wing still going forward, now up towards halfway. Recycles this ball, works it out to the right side. And Chicago again, and another handling error, but still playing advantage.
Look at another blue. Right here, boys, right here. Blue, step.
Indiana with the advantage here now, through the hands again, but that was backwards. Referee says play on.
Black, you still have advantage. Black, you still have advantage. Still going backwards, gentlemen.
Broken play, another 2-3 broken tackles. Referee's going to come back for the initial knock on after a few phases of play that did not gain advantage. So here we are, just about 3 meters into the Chicago side of halfway. From their knock on, and Indiana will have the put in. So much of what we saw in the first half is occurring here in the second, Tyler. Still lots of handling errors. No team able to break through yet.
Exactly, and it really feels like Chicago is just 1 5-meter scrum away from putting points on the board, and Indiana is just 1 clean break away from putting points on the board. You can see which sides are they're catering to both of their strengths, and I think if either side finds one of those first, it's just a matter of who does to decide who's going to put points on the board.
Good take, works it. That's Trejo there on the outside. Loses the ball, hacked through by the Chicago defender. Trying to recover down. In a danger zone here. Still going backwards. Arms on the ground, not sporting the weight. They draw the penalty as Chicago tried to go for the turnover, but when these wet conditions, sometimes your feet slip out when you put those hands down over the top of the ball like that. The referee's going to call that. So penalty.
Let's take a minute, gentlemen. Let's take a minute.
Looks like they'll probably take a minute. And it's a shame because it's exactly where Chicago wants to be too. Luckily, Indiana came out on top with that call. I think that they're really going to have to put up here and really try to either exit or they need to start playing in Chicago's end. I think that they have an accurate enough kick that if they were to go for points, it might end a little bit differently than what we've seen happen for Chicago in the past 2 tries.
So kick taken there off the penalty. Walking their way through this. So Indiana's throw in here. They went middle of the line last time. They go short, toss it back, gather, and out to the fly half. Good covering defense so far, Chicago, but there's a break. Broken tackle, and now he's out into the open field looking for support runners, finds them. Chicago right there again, but now up over halfway for Indiana.
Right there, blue. I got advantage.
The biggest break we've seen in a while. Yes, got in the way there. The scrum half, the referee playing penalty advantage there at halfway. As he got in the way of that initial pass. Good gamesmanship there by Michael Temple drawing that penalty. They've got runners outside. Hacks it through. There's nobody behind. See what this ball does on the wet. It sets up just outside. Try line. Good. Push. See if they try to counter ruck. Chicago's ball here. See if they try to clear or run a few phases to set it up. Little pop pass. One phase there. Re-secures possession. Trying to give themselves a little bit more space. Now back to the fly half, looking to clear.
Blues on, blues on.
Good clearance kick will take them up to about 30 meters out, and it'll be Indiana's throw-in.
And that was exactly the momentum shift that Indiana was looking for, and they absolutely needed in the 52nd minute now, because they really the first time that they've had solid momentum. Obviously, the 10, Ashton Johnson wanted to make up for a few of those drop passes from their captain and or coach and scrum half, number 9. And I think that they're in a good position here. Chicago's tired. The forward pack's been doing a lot of work. Doesn't take much to break.
Good play on.
Tap down, Indiana takes it out of their fly half. Now here again, it was a big break earlier from their number 8. Trey Sherman, he scored in game 1 for them from about this same position. Strong run there. Now recycling it out to the left. There's space. Trejo looking for the break, taken down. Good ruck. Again. That's number 22, Adam Church there with that strong run coming on as a replacement. Temple out wide. Indiana looking dangerous here.
Right there, blue, hold, blue.
Temple to the left. Flat pass.
Good.
Malcolm Pope with a strong run, and now maybe a turnover there.
Black got it back then. Black ball, no, blue.
Well, they were able to re-secure possession. The referee says, you've got your hands where they shouldn't be. That's going to be a penalty.
And if we could just see just a smidge cleaner at the breakdown from Indiana here, I think that they won't even be having to go for points. They'll be getting through. And if they keep the ball speed, clean up the breakdown, hit those rucks a little faster, they could break the try line, but they're going to go for points here. We've seen it's tough. Hasn't stopped raining. Cicadas are rumming.
Yeah, so Michael Temple 3 for 3 on conversions in game 1, but 0 for 2 on penalties. Here he is just outside the 15-meter hash marks. So a little bit on an angle here. He had a nice slice off of his right foot to convert the first kick right down the middle. See what he does here. First attempt at points for Indiana in this match so far. A good strike comes off the boot, drifting in. It is up and good. So Indiana jumps out to a 3-0 lead. First points of the day come almost 40 minutes into the match.
Ding, ding, ding. First one on the board with a nice little hair flip from number 9 there right before he slots that. Got to keep the swag while keeping the confidence to make plays like that happen. Chicago is definitely going to be a little bit weary as we start to get into the later minutes here. It doesn't take a lot to make an error, but we have seen it takes a lot of effort to get points. Let's see if they can keep the momentum going from Indiana, if Chicago can answer.
Yeah, so Indiana up 3-0. They regained possession here after the kickoff by Chicago. They were looking dangerous on attack. Here, Vinsko, there's a knock on, and now Chicago looks to answer. Pass back to the left. Now it's out to the 8-man. Spins it wide, but not to hand. But Indiana there on defense.
Next phase, blue, next phase, blue.
Resets possession. Now looking up to the right side, and they've got a pot of forwards there who immediately met by Indiana defenders. Doesn't break the gain line.
Hold there, black, hold black, hold black, hold
Now
black.
looking right again. Tries to spin it wide, does not go to hand, but number 8, Trey Sherman there to wrap him up and hold him up.
Release him, black. That's fine, black's fine. That was a good feel.
Good counter-rucking there, draws a penalty for holding on. Trey Sherman started that play with the big upright tackle to hold him up, and then they finished it off.
Yeah, I think those points on the board got them moving. Definitely woke them up a little bit. I think that all they have to do really is catch Chicago sleeping here while they're down, while they still have momentum from the 3 from their 9, and this game could potentially be theirs.
They did. You weren't being held in tackle. Who's your other player? You pulled the ball.
Definitely flipped the field right there with that big kick. So just outside of the 22 of Chicago here. Going to have a replacement coming on. So referee calls time off for just a second as we look to replace some players. Again, very wet, dreary conditions here on day 1 of the inaugural Thuinderbird Cup, part of the Midwest Rugby Union's assessment of the various area unions and the players that may be eligible for the Midwest Thuinderbird All-Star team and the high performance games they'll have this coming fall.
It's amazing to see,
Tap
man.
down.
I played a lot of. Oh, cheeky! Can he get through?
Got advantage here.
Big break there by the big number 4, Will Rich, just 5 meters out. I would just pick and go, phase after phase right here. Make them tackle you in these wet conditions. Strong run there on number 22. Adam Church recycles it out to the right. Now back to Trey Sherman. That went backwards. Trey Hill has it now. Adam Trejo with the strong run. Now it's a maul. Still playing advantage, though. The referee's going to come back for the initial penalty, which came from the free kick when they did not retreat 10. That was a big advantage. They gained almost 16 meters there, and he still held it.
Time's off.
This defense has been wrong so far, especially where it needs to be, which is right before the try line. I think 9's going to go.
Let's listen here. Maybe a yellow card.
That's fine. Yeah, definitely high. Come on, John. We're going to come back to the penalty advantage. No advantage to gain, gentlemen.
All right, he kept it off. I thought maybe on the high tackle, even though he was off the free kick, that he may up it, but they're going to go for points again, try to keep the scoreboard ticking over. As you were saying, Tyler, sorry to interrupt there.
Oh, no, it definitely is exactly where they want to be. I think that Indiana is capitalizing on the stamina of this Chicago side. While their run game and their kick game, they're making everybody move from one side of the field to the other side, causing these opportunities of error. You don't want this 9 to be slotted up on a penalty kick this deep in the game when it's a margin of 3 points, possibly 6 after this. I mean, scoring tries is upwards of impossible, as we see at this point. So this could be huge for Indiana.
Yeah, we've already seen Temple slot 1 in this match. That's the difference in the game, 3-0. This one's actually slightly further infield than his last one. And again, he slots the kick. 6-0, 2 for 2 on penalties after going 0 for 2 in game 1. He's 2 for 2 in game 2. And that's the difference in this match.
Huge shift for Indiana in this game. You know, and as we were discussing at halftime, Tim, we were talking about Indiana moving fast, and if they were going to be able to keep the stamina and the pace that they had been moving at, and they've done exactly that. Like I said before, Chicago is a 5-meter scrum away from a try, and these guys, I mean, you cannot, at this point, with 2 penalties made versus your 2 penalties missed, you cannot risk another penalty in your territory.
Right, you are. So, unfortunately for Chicago, they're on the restart. It does not go 5, and Indiana will opt for a midfield scrum and see if they split backs both ways. But up 6-0, so a converted try needed by Chicago to go ahead. Unconverted leaves them 1 point out. Only about 5 or 10 minutes left here in the second half. See if they can get a solid base of attack here from Indiana. Strong run by Trey Sherman yet again. Takes him up over the 10-meter. Off his feet now. We'll see a recycle, nice chip through. There'll be a line out just inside Chicago's 22, maybe 16, 17 meters out from their own try line. Fakes going quick. We'll see them line up here for the lineup.
I think Indiana's starting to feel themselves a little bit here. We're seeing some nice, pretty good-looking offloads from the back line. And obviously, you know, our scrum half on Indiana is just absolutely grade A with the boot today, regardless of how wet it is outside. Excited to see what they do here.
Yeah, Michael Temple, good recovery, maybe complaining to the referee. The man jumped on him there a little bit, but doesn't get the call. So now Chicago on attack. Great turnover. Both sides appealing to the referee for a call their way, but neither one getting it. Now a Maul driving forward.
Bring it back here, gentlemen. Come right back here, gentlemen.
So coming back for the penalty.
Yeah.
Going for points yet again. If Michael Temple hits this one, it puts him up by more than a converted try, which would be huge at this point in the game.
Just not what you want if you're Chicago. Little battered and bruised. I mean, Indiana's forward pack has done a good job of keeping Chicago disciplined and causing them to apply pressure, and which is what's led us up to Temple being able to take 3 penalty conversions in the second half. I mean, these guys, they weren't even faced up against the post in the first half, and I think they're starting to get that strategic game plan they've been looking for.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the kick for territory, you keep the ball down there long enough and retain it long enough in your opposition's position, these opportunities present themselves. And with this kick, Temple hits it, and he's true. He's 3 for 3. And if you're kicking like that, you don't mind if you're getting just penalties instead of tries. Now up 9-0, Indy in full control of this match against Chicago.
And more accurate than Tom Skilling on that one. Absolutely killer. It was just whole game, whether it's been territory or points, Michael Temple has been an absolute stud all 80 minutes.
See what Chicago does here. If they can try to get possession back. Temple grabbing this, passing it back to his fly half, looking to clear. And clear he does. Takes it up to not quite to the 10-meter there. So it will be Chicago's line out. Time winding down. Chicago hasn't looked very dangerous with ball in hand. They haven't had much ball here in the last 8 to 10 minutes. Indiana dominating both territory and possession.
Good, hold, Black, good, play on.
Pass out here to the left side. Strong run from the Chicago inside center. Here's some good banter from the team inside. Backwards. Going to come back for the initial knock on there.
The ball was well free. It was playable.
I heard a good old It's Rugby brother play the game earlier, and that's exactly what these guys are doing, acting like the rain doesn't exist, acting like, you know, it's not 65 degrees right now. I mean, what they need to do is they need to act like it's still 0-0 on the scoreboard. I know there's not a lot of time left, but we've seen crazier, and I think that Chicago, if they get the momentum shift, Indiana's not over yet.
Offside call there from the referee. A little cheekiness there from the Chicago's 9 as he knocked that ball out of his hands as he tried to put it into the scrum. So maybe a little bit of frustration. Time running away quickly.
Let's call it 30 seconds.
So just 30 seconds left in the match. You hear Indiana more than happy to let time drift slowly off the clock. They're going to be walking their way to this line out. They are in no hurry. If they win this one and hold out here for the next 30 seconds, they'll be 2-0 on the day and in the driver's seat for day 2 action. Defeating Minnesota earlier in the day 21-19 and currently holding a 9-0 lead here over the Chicago area boys, who've attempted 2 penalties but converted none.
Down now, Blue. Down now, Blue. There we go. Good. Hold. Good. Play on. I got advantage here now. I got advantage here. That would be then, Tom. That is match.
Smart play there by Michael Temple. A good game from both teams, a strong game. The difference, only 3 penalty kicks from Indiana, all from the boot of Michael Temple. Lets them win 9-0. And that will take us to the close of this match of the Chicago area against Indiana. And our final score is 9-0 here at the end of the day 1 action for the men's plate B match.
Thanks.
Great. We all love each other. We all like hanging out at these tournaments. I mean,
just meeting so many new people and getting to know them is just amazing. And meeting so many new friends is definitely.
Nah, one word is family. Like, you got people like you can depend on.
Probably my favorite part of playing rugby is like I can forget any problem I'm having at school or at home or just any kind of worry or burden and just like giving my all on the field.
I mean, we all choose to come here. We don't have to be here, you know. It's just good fun coming out on a Sunday, playing, getting all together, and just great.
All right, so yeah, I think it's the fact that we can play very hard, smack each other up, boom each other, and just eat good and talk to laugh with each other after.
So, one thing that rugby has done for you?
It's brought up a lot of my confidence. I wasn't very confident in middle school, and I knew that if I wanted to become a better player, I would have to bring up my game, which I did, and I've just become so much like a better person to myself. I see myself in such a bigger light, and I'm honestly so much happier playing rugby.
I ain't gonna lie, if it wasn't for them, I don't think I would like be around here, to be honest. So I guess family.
New York Rugby Club is a great community because they put you around great people such as Alex, my coach Alex, and he teaches me more about rugby, how I can make my game better every day and elevate it to the next.
Nah, but like, you feel me? But like, I bet, like, you know how the hood is, so you know, like, it's crazy, like, around shooters and all that stuff. So it's just keeping me out from there, and then changing from like me got to worry about, oh, I can't walk here, instead of just changing my life and being positive and don't need to worry about anything that much.
I think people really underestimate women in sports. Like in my school, rugby, especially the girls' rugby, is really strong, and I don't think a lot of people expect that that women can have the sort of strength or like sort of drive that men can have in sports. And I mean, you can see today, like, it's pretty much even. Women want to, you know, have an outlet for physical contact or something to blow off steam just as much as men do. And they're just as physical, and we're just as, I guess, you can say aggressive as men can be, and we can be just as successful on the rugby field. So I think it just helped me learn that whatever a man can do, I can do it. It's no worries. I can do exactly what they can do.
The RCT out here has been amazing. I came out here because I know that all the states out here have some great youth rugby, and I was not disappointed in any way. So saw some amazing action out here from both young men and young women, and it's looking pretty bright for our future here.
And what's your favorite part about playing rugby?
I really like the camaraderie of it, and like the game is just so physical and it's fun. It's hard, like even though it's hard
for me.
Yeah.
Rugby has helped me stay consistent, and as a woman, I feel really empowered being able to tackle people. It just changes lives.
Tell me about your experience with RCT so far.
Well, I think my experience can be best described as really fun and community bonding because I meet so many new people playing the sport I love.
I wrestle and I play football, and there's nothing like rugby.
Yeah, everybody that I've ever met that tries rugby just comes to one practice has ended up liking it. And I asked her like what it was, and she said like full contact, like same rules, guys and girls, and I didn't believe her And then she was like, oh, come out to our practices. And I did, and I was like, oh yeah, I want to play. And then I started playing. It was really fun.
I don't know, it's just a game that I love. It's pretty fun though, I don't know, I just love everything about it.
It's the laid-back atmosphere of it. We all be friends on the field and off the field.
Just the bond and the vibe from everybody is nice and builds like a lot of character.
You should play it.
Play rugby.
That's it.
Like how we can like beat out of each other in the game, but then we like come together after and we're just like shake hands.
What do you think that is? Why is that?
I personally think it's like, it's just, we're all one community, like it's one family. We all play rugby, it's just one family. It's a sport. Yeah.
Yeah, because if you have to have respect for the person going after you because you work hard and they have to work just as hard after you.
So you say that respect is probably the greatest value you can gain out of this game?
By far.
Yeah.
By far.
You know, we as a country, we've been at war since 2001. And I think that a lot of people who are not involved in the military really don't think about it.
Get across. House 19, but I'm saying, you know, we finish here, but we can orient up and then get eyes on the enemy. You know.
It's not on the forefront of the news anymore, but we have people out every day taking risk, and obviously sometimes they pay the ultimate price.
I mean, there's some hard stories in there, so they're
they're all great guys. You wish they were still here today with you, but you understand, you know, duty calls, they serve the mission, and there's tragedy and everything, and you know, a lot of them died in war, others died when they came back home. And
we have our jerseys, and since the beginning we've worn a black mourning band, and that black mourning band stands apart as a reminder to us of who we're playing for.
Who are we playing for?
Marines.
Our brothers. Right there. That's what we're playing for. Play with their fighting spirit. They can't be here. You fucking make it up for them right now, all right?
There's a lot of suffering and pain involved, but you try to bring the good out in every situation, and this is our way of doing it.
It's Friday night, what we come here for. That's the main event. And we go to the Legion, and we have the ceremony. Remember our fallen, talk about them, we tell stories, remember the lives.
Brett Beacon. Lance Corporal Richard Brustetta. Major Jeremy Grazik. Lieutenant Colonel Dave Green. Major Ryan Hansen. Lance Corporal Eric Herzberg. Sergeant Donald Lamar. Major John Lee. Captain John Maloney. Major Kevin Nave. Gunnery Sergeant Cap Pelletier. Captain Michael Quinn. Captain Patrick Rapico. Major John Roca. Lieutenant Colonel Kevin Shea. Corporal Jared Shoemaker. Lance Corporal Keynote Snow. Major Keith Takabayashi. Corporal Tyler Trevelyan. Captain Al Ziegler. As we do, let's raise a toast. I'm going to ask everybody to stand. To our fallen. And as we do, first verse of the Marine Corps hymn. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, we will fight our country's battles on the air, on land and sea. First to fight for right and freedom, and to keep our honor clean. We are proud to claim the title of United States Marines.
That means you fucking put your shoulder into every fucking tackle. You put your shoulder into every fucking ruck. You take these guys down. You don't do stupid shit. We run it up, we fucking score, and we're done.
Fucking A, let's do this.
Do not leave anything else out here.
Come on, Marines! On, 2, 3, Marines! Let's go, boys.
Fullback and winger.
Let's go, boys.
Most girls are smart and strong and beautiful. Most girls work hard, go far, we are unstoppable. Most girls are fight to make every day. No two are the same. I wanna be like, I wanna be like.
So actually, before I started playing rugby, I was just a cheerleader. cheerleader for my high school, and I was very shy, nervous, and being around teammates. Rugby is a very accepting sport. I wasn't embarrassed about my body or anything. People really welcome you and actually take your strengths and weaknesses and work with you to make you a better person and player.
You hit each other and then you're friends.
I really like the camaraderie of it, and the game is just so physical and it's fun.
Definitely try it. Maybe you don't think you're the strongest, but once you go out and you hit someone, that adrenaline is so amazing.
Growing up in Mississippi, my prayer was, for as long as I can remember, God, use me. Use me, use this life. I don't know what the future holds for me, but I know that there is a vision for my life that is greater than my imagination can hold. Use me, use me. What would you have me to do? And that dream, that desire, that prayer brought me somehow to television.
And she's gonna learn that this life will hit you hard, in the face, wait for you to get back up just so it can kick you in the stomach. But getting the wind knocked out of you is the only way to remind your lungs how much they like the taste of air.
If we want to give all of our children a foundation for their dreams and opportunities worthy of their promise, if we want to give them that sense of limitless possibility, that belief that here in America, there is always something better out there if you're willing to work for it, then we must work like never before.
You might never fail on the scale I did, but some failure in life is inevitable. It is impossible to live without failing at something, unless you live so cautiously that you might as well not have lived at all, in which case you fail by default.
Movements for peace when all seems lost. Together, I do believe it is part of the American mission to ensure that people everywhere, women and men alike, finally have the opportunity to live up to their own God-given potential.
It's huge. There's limitations. There's been greater limitations before my involvement, which has stopped some athletes from being able to chase their dreams and having to go and fulfill a 9-to-5 job just to live, really.
So in life, you know, there are moments when you stop and ask yourself, how did I get here? Like, why am I standing here? Girls have the power to change the world. It is a fact. There's a really, really beautiful quote that I read recently, and I think it's absolutely appropriate to explain what I'm trying to say today. The hand that rocks the cradle, the procreator, the mother of tomorrow, a woman shapes the destiny of civilization. Such is the tragic irony of fate that a beautiful creation such as a girl child is today one of the gravest concerns facing humanity.
It's great. We all love each other. We all like hanging out at these tournaments.
Just meeting so many new people and getting to know them is just amazing. And meeting so many new friends is definitely...
Nah, one word is family. Like, you got people like you could depend on.
Probably my favorite part of playing rugby is I can forget any problem I'm having at school or at home or just any kind of worry or burden and just give it my all on the field.
We all choose to come here. We don't have to be here, you know. It's just good fun coming out on a Sunday, playing, getting all together, and just great.
All right, so yeah, I think it's the fact that we can play very hard, smack each other up,
boom each other, and just eat good and talk to laugh with each other after.
So, one thing that rugby has done for you?
It's brought up a lot of my confidence. I wasn't very confident in middle school, and I knew that if I wanted to become a better player, I would have to bring up my game, which I did, and I've just become so much like a better person to myself. I see myself in such a bigger light, and I'm honestly so much happier playing rugby.
I ain't gonna lie, if it wasn't for them, I don't think I would like be around here, to be honest. So I guess family. New York Rugby Club is a great community because they put you around great people such as Alex, my coach Alex, and he teaches me more about rugby, how I can make my game better every day and elevate it to the next. Nah, but like, you feel me? But like, I bet, like, you know how the hood is, so you know, like, it's crazy, like, around shooters and all that stuff. So it's just keeping me out from there, and then changing from like me gotta worry about, oh, I can't walk here, instead of just changing my life and being positive and don't need to worry about anything that much.
I think people really underestimate women in sports. Like in my school, rugby, especially the girls' rugby, is really strong, and I don't think a lot of people expect that that women can have the sort of strength or like sort of drive that men can have in sports. And I mean, you can see today, like, it's pretty much even. Women want to, you know, have an outlet for physical contact or something to blow off steam just as much as men do. And they're just as physical, and we're just as, I guess, you can say aggressive as men can be, and we can be just as successful on the rugby field. So I think it just helped me learn that whatever a man can do, I can do it. It's no worries. I can do exactly what they can do.
The RCT out here has been amazing. I came out here because I know that all the states out here have some great youth rugby, and I was not disappointed in any way. So saw some amazing action out here from both young men and young women, and it's looking pretty bright for our future here.
And what's your favorite part about playing rugby?
I really like the camaraderie of it, and like the game is just so physical and it's fun. It's hard, like even though it's hard
for me.
Yeah.
Rugby has helped me stay consistent, and as a woman, I feel really empowered being able to tackle people. It just changes lives.
Tell me about your experience with RCT so far.
Well, I think my experience can be best described as really fun and community bonding because I meet so many new people playing the sport I love.
I wrestle and I play football, and there's nothing like rugby. You know?
Yeah, everybody that I've ever met that tries rugby just comes to one practice has ended up liking it. And I asked her like what it was, and she said like full contact, like same rules, guys and girls, and I didn't believe her. And then she was like, oh, come out to our practices. And I did, and I was like, oh yeah, I want to play. And then I started playing. It was really fun.
I don't know, it's just a game that I love. It's pretty fun though, I don't know, I just love everything about it.
It's the laid-back atmosphere of it. We all be friends on the field and off the field.
Just the bond and the vibe from everybody is nice and builds like a lot of character.
You should play it. Play rugby. That's it.
Like how we can like beat out of each other in the game, but then we like come together after and we're just like shake hands.
But what do you think that is? Why is that?
I personally think it's like, it's just, we're all one community, like it's one family. You all play rugby, it's just one family.
It's a sport.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you have to have respect for the person going after you because you work hard and they have to work just as hard after you.
So you say that respect is probably the greatest value you can gain out of this game?
By far.
Yeah.
By far.
know, we as a country, we've been at war since 2001. And I think that a lot of people who are not involved in the military really don't think about it.
Get across. House 19, but I'm saying, you know, we finish here, but we can orient up and then get eyes on the enemy. You know.
It's not on the forefront of the news anymore, but we have people out every day taking risk, and obviously sometimes they pay the ultimate price.
I mean, there's some hard stories in there, so they're all great guys. You wish they were still here today with you, but you understand, you know, duty calls, they serve the mission, and there's there's tragedy and everything, and you know, a lot of them died in war, others died when they came back home.
We have our jerseys, and since the beginning we've worn a black mourning band, and that black mourning band stands apart as a reminder to us of who we're playing for.
Who are we playing for?
Marines.
Our brothers. Right there. That's what we're playing for. Play with their fighting spirit. They can't be here. You fucking make it up for them right now, all right?
There's a lot of suffering and pain involved, but you try to bring the good out in every situation, and this is our way of doing it.
It's Friday night, what we come here for. That's the main event. And we go to the Legion, and we have the ceremony. Remember our fallen, talk about them, we tell stories, remember their lives.
Brett Beacon. Lance Corporal Richard Brustetta. Major Jeremy Grazik. Lieutenant Colonel Dave Green. Major Ryan Hansen. Lance Corporal Eric Herzberg. Sergeant Donald Lamar. Major John Lee. Captain John Maloney. Major Kevin Nave. Gunnery Sergeant Cap Pelletier. Captain Michael Quinn. Captain Patrick Rapico. Major John Roca. Lieutenant Colonel Kevin Shea. Corporal Jared Shoemaker. Lance Corporal Keynote Snow. Major Keith Takabayashi. Corporal Tyler Trevelyan. Captain Al Ziegler. As we do, let's raise a toast. I'm going to ask everybody to stand. To our fallen.
Welcome back to day one action here at the inaugural Thuinderbird Cup. The Chicago Blaze Rugby Facility on Smith Road in Lamont, Illinois. Coming up next for you, we have the Women of Indiana versus the Chicago versus Wisconsin, excuse me, from the women's plate game. Tyler, tell us what we're going to be watching today in these rainy conditions.
Ooh, man, a lot of really good rugby from the men's and women's side from really across the tournament so far. We've been seeing a lot of really cheeky strategic play. People that are definitely going to have to work around the typical offensive and defensive barriers to score tries, as we saw in our last men's matchup on Field 2 here. I can't wait to see what this game has in store for us, though. Another semifinal ready to be in the books.
Yeah, the winner of this match will be facing the Winner of the previous match, which was Michigan, who defeated the women of Iowa 38-5. Get both teams ready to start here. As we see Indiana kicking off here to Wisconsin. Wisconsin working it through the hands. Out to the
We, the
left.
country, have been at war since 2001. And I
Now
think
through,
that,
continue to
a
drive
lot of
forward.
people who are not involved in the military really don't think about it.
Fly half now out wide. Good job working movement through, but not releasing in the tackle is the call. So Wisconsin will retain possession here as they have a penalty after Indiana is penalized for not releasing in the tackle. Looks like they're going to tap and go rather than go for territory.
They're all great
We saw that
guys.
be a big advantage for those that did kick for touch in earlier matches, especially in these wet conditions, but not taking that option here, Tyler.
Yeah, it's seeming to prove well for them so far. Some good territory on that run,
We have our
but
jerseys.
that's definitely been a very, very, controversial decision here because, whether you kick or whether you go for it, there's a chance that there could be an error or slip up with the wet conditions of the ball right now. Not doing a good job moving the ball forward here.
Yeah, working this ball through the hands now, out wide to the wing, but backwards off the hands.
A lot of stuff in the ball. Try to bring the good out.
Continue to work this ball. Now looking left.
This is our way of doing it.
It's Friday night what we come in for. That's the main event. We go to the region and we have the ceremony. Remember our fallen, talk about
Pass
them.
off the base of that ruck, working it through the phases. Indiana looking good so far in defense. Again, working it
Lance
through the
Corporal
hands
Richard
out wide.
Borstetta.
Now out to the wing, who's making a break, working it
Major
back to the
Jeremy
inside of the
Grazik.
field. I don't know if they're going to be able to cover to send this. Still pulling away towards the
Lieutenant
post.
Colonel Dave Green.
Drives over 5 points. Wisconsin first.
Major Ryan
strike,
Hansen.
40 meters out. Great break there. Couldn't quite get the number
Lance
on
Corporal
that.
Eric Herzberg.
Some hard running from all 15 on
Sergeant
the
Donald
Wisconsin
Lamar.
side to get the game started here. It's definitely not easy, as we said.
Major
It
John
looked
Lee.
like he could have been a little choosy taking that quick tap there, but that's ultimately what led
Captain
them
John
to
Maloney.
scoring the first points here. And I think that realistically, you got to score fast. You got to
Major
score
Kevin Nave.
when the opportunity presents itself. Otherwise, you might find yourself on the back
Gunnery
end
Sergeant
trying to
Cat
claw back
Pelletier.
and trying to get those points in the minutes where you might just not be able to convert.
Captain Michael Quinn.
That try scored under the post. Heard the referee's whistle there.
Captain Patrick Rapico.
Successful kick, so it's 7-0 to Wisconsin.
Major John Roca.
Great long-range score for them. Apologize if you're still hearing the music.
Lieutenant Colonel
We're trying to
Kevin
work
Shea.
some technical difficulties here at the sound booth. But Indiana walking their way back.
Corporal Jared
to the
Shoemaker.
restart here. Played some strong defense there, but gave up that long-range try.
Lance Corporal Keynote Snow.
Nothing wrong with a little backing track on this next level rugby production. Get this
Major Keith
ball rolling
Takabayashi.
here, as we've seen more tries scored in this first few minutes of this
Corporal
women's
Tyler Trevelyan.
semifinal than we did in the entire men's match we just did not too long ago. So off
Captain
to an
Al
exciting
Ziegler.
start here. Excited to see if Wisconsin can maintain a lead and what Indiana has to do to answer.
As we do, let's raise a toast. I'm going to ask everybody to stand.
3 penalty kicks, the difference in
To a
the
fallen.
Indiana versus Chicago men's game. Now here we have the Indiana versus Chicago women's game. And Wisconsin versus Indiana women's
And as
game.
we do,
And Wisconsin up quick 7 now, breaking it
First
wide
person
left
Marine
here
Corps
again,
hit.
looking for space. Oh, I thought she was going to get
from
crushed
the
there on that
halls
pass.
of
but doesn't go to Hanson, not going to
Montezuma
retaining
to the
possession.
shore.
Trying to drive forward. They're going to recycle it out here to the left. Indiana with a hard run here now, committing 2 defenders, driving forward to well over halfway. Good run at pace, committing 2, 3 defenders. Now recycling out to the right.
Blue must roll. No.
Referee doing a good job controlling the pace of the game here, telling them to keep their hands out, trying to get a steal here. So Indiana looking to recycle this ball. Strong run from the Indiana number 8, Nansa. Advantage over and a turnover there. Wisconsin steals the ball, now has some space out wide. Oh, and the fly half fakes it, dekes out wide. Now along the sideline, not going to be able to make the break. Tackled, stays in bounds. Looking to recycle. Going to come back for the high tackle, it looks like here. It is 7-0. Wisconsin over Indiana after the long-range try. It's our try scorer on the ground. Penalty being talked about, referee going over to talk to the touch judge.
Big hit there on the sidelines.
Okay. Time's back on. High tackle.
So a high tackle penalty. Decision to go to touch, but it does not initially go out, but now it does. But
Danced on the
out the
touchline
back,
a little bit.
out the back actually, so it's going to come back.
Mine's good.
So that kick not working out the way they had hoped. Coming all the way back out to the point of the kick.
You can go mark it.
Some good meters run here from both sides at the beginning of the match. Discipline we've seen being a factor all day. As we've mentioned, handling errors seem to be the theme of the weekend, but you know what better way to get noticed than in the hardest conditions possible to play in, you know, next to some other weather conditions. So people are excited to be here. They're excited to show out and be a part of this historic event. And you know, maybe the people of Chicago aren't as blessed as we are in some other states, you know, but everyone's getting hit, and as are the people on the field right now. We're going to see a pretty big offensive matchup here. I'm excited to see when Indiana plans to strike.
Knock on. Playing knock advantage gold.
It's a knock advantage to Indiana here. You can see the trees shaking in the background. Some fairly substantial wind along with the moisture we've seen. We've seen that affect some of the kicks today. Strong run there from Indiana. Good support. Now out to the left. There should be some space there if they're able to get ball to hand. Gathered up, crunching, runs over the first defender. Keeping it tight for now. Most of Indiana spread out to the right. Let's see where they go here as they renew their attack. Going left again. Just breaks the gain line. Not rolling away the call there as a Wisconsin defender not able to get out after making that tackle. So it looks like they're going to go for a tap here rather than kicking for territory. Now working it to the left-hand side. Took that one standing flat-footed, not much momentum, but still able to break the gain line. Now looking off to the right, but unable to handle it, loses possession. That'll be a turnover.
And string of phases going there too between the weak and strong side, using the forwards to plow through, try and get a little bit of territory to give your back line some depth. Good play and good defense from the Wisconsin side here. After that first try, things are slowing up. We're starting to see the set piece settle in, and that rain, definitely a common theme, starting to make its reappearance here in late into the first half.
Crouch. Bind.
Yeah, right you are. Just continually falling throughout the day. Supposed to finish here, but only after the rugby is done. So just drip conditions. The field has held up remarkably well for already having 3 games on it today. But now sprinting out wide left, and then there's a break. Heading to the sideline, still has room. Can they make the corner flag? They can, rounding it around. 5 points on the board for Wisconsin.
Was changing high.
Just when we thought that they might have been slowing down, caught a few penalties, here they are striking when the iron is hot, exactly how they need to play if they expect to be able to get a few tries leading into the halftime here. we've seen that this seems to be the favorable side to not only be playing towards, but also kicking towards. As you can see, our camera guys getting smacked out there. Shout out to our camera guys out there in the rain, field producers, everybody out there, and especially our rugby players right now, because I cannot wait to see where this kick lands. It does not look like it's going to be an easy one for Wisconsin to convert.
Yeah, first try right underneath the stick, so able to easily convert, but this one not so much. Going to be a tough one. You can really see the rain coming off the camera there.
Nope.
Coming down hard right now. Steps up kicks, and I don't think that one's going to be, nope, short and wide. So score 2 tries to Wisconsin, but only 1 converted, so 12-0 over Indiana here early in this one. Only about 14 minutes in, 2 tries already on the board.
Yeah, definitely a good effort on the conversion there, but unfortunately just wasn't able to slot it through. But I think that while on this end of the field, Wisconsin is going to not only want to do their best to get tries on the board, but get as many opportunities between the posts as they can, because you don't know when it's going to get much easier to.
Yeah, well, you know, for Wisconsin so far in their efforts, if you're here as a part of this inaugural Thuinderbird Cup, which they're using in the Midwest Rugby Union to assess and recruit for their Midwest All-Star team, you got to be happy with those breaks along the outside, showing your wheels, showing some of your skills to the evaluator. So Indiana takes this one after the kickoff, regains possession, now driving forward, just 10 meters in, spreads it out wide right. Indiana keeping this tight. I've not seen it spread it out wide too much. It's usually one pass crash ball. The referees decides it was not out, so he calls offsides, and they're going to tap and go again. Spreads it out wide right. Ball goes to hand, breaks 1 tackle, 2, tries to get it out to the 3rd. Indiana slowly gaining meters. There's some space right off the side. Shifts 1. Now 2, see if she can get some support. She does. So number 7, Nicole, passes it out. Strong run, sheds 1 would-be defender, but not the 2nd. Spreads it out right, that's number 3, Taylor. He's running through the gap. Commits 3 defenders here. There should be a gap here to the left. Into contact again. Good recycle. Still making ground slowly but surely, but that looks like a turnover there from Wisconsin. And yes, it is. Now an opportunity for another break here around this left side. He's already scored 1 today. Swerve left, right. Now turning on the gas. Can the cover defense get there in time? No. Evades again. Still has support out wide. Uses it. Tries to get the fend. Good offload. Now up through the middle. Indiana hoping that their defense pulls back in time. There's a gap right in front. If she takes it and goes, she may be able to score. Oh, a double tackle there, able to stop him. Now looking out to the right. Everybody looking a little gassed early in this one already. Oh, just a shoestring tackle saves the try. Wide right, plenty of space. 1 more hand. Usually cuts back inside. Dots it down, another 5 points. Wisconsin now up 17-0. 3rd try, only 1 converted with the conversion to come.
Give me little signals for anything you see. I'll just keep knowing to check. Yeah, like
And that was really good. I mean, a little reminiscent of a sevens match there with the open field running of Wisconsin. Did a great job to not only get over the 50, but continue to keep that support strong all the way to the try zone. Like you said, these guys are getting gassed early, and you can't blame them. There's a lot of running. It's harsh conditions. They want to solidify a lead, and they want to do it early. Indiana was looking good, putting together their cohesion between their forwards and their backs looks good, but it's, like I said, it's the person who capitalizes on the opportunities, which are the mistake in your own territory that can end up in this situation right here. Let's see if they slot it through for 2 more. Up they go.
Yes, they do. So 2 conversions out of 3 tries makes our score Wisconsin 19, Indiana 0. So everything going Wisconsin's way so far. What have you seen that's been the result of that? Mainly those long-range tries, right? There's some good interplay on that one.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy is there was defenders. You know, Indiana had the defenders outside, but their defenders just weren't as strong as Wisconsin's support, which ultimately I think was the difference. I think that Indiana has a good strategy, has a good form of play. If you've seen their scrum half running around, getting the ball to their forward pack, pushing it forward, and then really using their way to get it out to the back line, but they just got to find space out wide. They did a good job scrambling up the defense a little bit, but Wisconsin was just a little bit too quick on the attack.
So they're going to go scrum center here after a squirrely kick off the boot there with the wet ground, probably playing a role in that one. But right now, Wisconsin looking much more dangerous with ball in hand on the outside than Indiana. Indiana's retained some possession, put together many phases, but don't look to have that speed or finisher on the outside that Wisconsin possesses.
Yeah, not to mention the strong defensive end, because we've seen the Indiana forwards barreling forward here, and really only one of every two maybe breaking a line. Wisconsin's defense has showed just as strong as their offensive outside attack.
So put in here by Wisconsin, works his way back. Pass out to the left side. There's a huge gap there. If she can take it, she does. Show and go back to the inside, to her inside center. Good cover defense so far by Indiana. Can they get back in time to cover further? A little slower here. Now to the big prop, who's shown some power before, and again breaks the gain line. Now to the other prop. Again, falling forward for another 2 and 3 meters, slowly marching their way down the field. Now to the flanker. To our other try scorer, number 14, who scored 1, sheds 1, but not 2. Wisconsin maintaining possession. Lots of players to the left. Now into contact, consolidate, commit more defenders to the middle of the field. There should be gaps out to the left. You can see 6, 7 players there behind the ruck. Strong running, working their way forward, just about 6 meters out now. Recycle ball, gives it. Oh, breaks the tackle, and she's going to put it down the inside center for Wisconsin. Another try, 24-0, and we're only halfway through the first half.
Wow, I mean, really, what an effort shown from Wisconsin here. Really showing how textbook rugby works, even in harsh conditions. I think that the communication efforts between their side, it's really well. I mean, you see Wisconsin, you see Indiana trying to recover, like you said, playing good cover defense. It's just those outside channels are just a little bit too dangerous. If they can just focus on keeping Wisconsin's offense as close to the inside, them gather their phases, make them throw the ball, maybe make some more mistakes, they might not see any more tries, hopefully, here from Wisconsin's end in the first half.
So 2 or 3 so far on these conversions. The 2 right in front of the sticks converted. Another one from about the same spot with about the same result. So we'll not make that one. So it is now 24-0 with 2 converted tries. 4 tries Wisconsin's way, with 2 of those being converted. It's 24-0 over Indiana. Just a little before halfway in the first half. Indiana's searching for answers to that outside attack from the centers and from the wings of Wisconsin.
Yeah, it took a little divot with them on the kick there. Looked more like a sand wedge shot than what it should have been a 3-wood, but still good efforts from both teams on that, or from, I should say, Wisconsin on converting at least a few of these conversions. They've been few and far to come by in this tournament play so far. So if they keep doing this, Indiana could be shut down pretty quick.
Good job retaining possession there from Wisconsin as they now work it out to the right side. Oh, there's a gap there. She wants to use it, but she dummies and breaks through anyways. Tries to recycle. That was not a knock on as it went back towards their own try line. So trying to figure out what to do. You can see she put her hands up there, asking for suggestions perhaps. Good charging run there off the base of that ruck. Scrum half from Wisconsin recycles this ball. Good dummy. Working it through the phases. Now made 15 meters so far. And this Loose head prop with another strong run.
You gotta step back on those.
Spreading it out wide. Oh, but not going to hand. Now Indiana with advantage here if they can take advantage, if they can do something with it. They knock it on. We're going to come back here for the initial knock on from Wisconsin.
It's definitely that Indiana needed to capitalize on that Wisconsin was going to make. It seems like their ball and hand movement is pretty comfortable at this point. So for an opportunity like that to go, not taken, it's going to be hard for Indiana. Those are the plays they're going to want to capitalize on if they expect to put some points on before the first half's up.
Yeah, for sure. Any opportunities that are provided, they have to take them if they're going to get back into this game, no doubt. So first scrum that we've had a while with Indiana's put in. So a big push from Wisconsin. 9 takes it off the base and making some meters here. A little show and go. Dead leg. Trying to drag her into touch. Doesn't quite get there. Goes to ground. Good tackle from Wisconsin, number 3. Strong on offense and defense. I would say, if anything right now, I would say that Indiana's body position, they've got to get lower. They're coming into these contact upright, and it's not allowing them to drive forward. You can see the difference between their running and Wisconsin's. Wisconsin doing a little better job of that low angle getting down, but there's a pass over the top and now a break to the outside looking for a support runner.
Gold.
Sounded like a knock-on was called.
First knock-on. No options.
Knocked on by Blue there as they tried to intercept that pass, so it's going to be Indiana's put in.
And Tim, great point about the offensive and defensive pressure and power that Wisconsin's showing. It's on both sides of the ball. I mean, the same girls that are running in for a try are the same ones that are making these tackles on the outside. That's really preventing Indiana from gaining any territory at all. They're in a good position now. This is going to be a good chance for them. So let's see what they can do and if Wisconsin can hold it off.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Watch the curl.
Moving this ball through now, taking off the back and moving off the right side. Looking for space. Brought down heavily by number 8, Taskia Pinkham. So penalty now to Indiana for being off the feet there at the ruck on Wisconsin. Still not going for touch. Going to continue to tap and go. Caught that one flat-footed, so no real way able to get any sort of momentum going. Oh, big collision there. Pass out wide right. Fake, but just back up to the original advantage line. Now out wide, doesn't go to hand. Floating through. And all the way back to halfway. They've actually lost about 10 or 12 meters here, and now a knock on. And accidental offsides as their own player picked it up in front of the knock on. So we're going to have a tap and go from Wisconsin.
Not 10.
Call for not 10, so there's going to be another penalty from that spot.
Back up, please.
Referee calling time.
Hold it there. Yeah. Taylor, where you at? Yeah, so at this level we know 10 on retreats. Yeah, let's sort it, okay? Not again.
So talking to the Indiana captain Taylor there about not being back in time. Number 10, Cassie Bevers will take this kick for Wisconsin. Oh, nope, takes a tap. Gives it to number 3, Andy Hesseker. Oh, look at that break. 22 meters out. Does she have the gas to finish? It looks like she does. No, momentum keeps her just shy. Thought she was going to finish after that huge break. Not quite there. Indiana doing just enough to keep them out, but can they keep the pressure on? Can Wisconsin? Out to the inside center now to number 6. Oh, but a knock on.
Wisconsin doing a great job of reading a little bit of the exhaustion coming out of the Indiana side. You could tell they've let up a little bit off of the gas here, and Wisconsin has just used that in their advantage. Their pace, not only on the penalty calls, but just as far as ball speed goes in general, has been excellent. And I think that Indiana, like you said, they need to get low. They need to stop showing that they're tired here if they want to expect to be able to hold off this hungry Wisconsin side 5 meters out from their own try line.
Yeah, all the momentum and all of the territory on Wisconsin's side so far looking very dangerous with ball in hand. A couple of different folks who have been repeated and consistent line breakers for them. Oh, they stole that one against the head. Stop just shy. Maybe get in, see the referee's going to go have a conversation with the test judge, see what this decision might be.
There's a no
Lost
wrap.
some audio
Tackle
there.
was the first thing that happened before the knock on in goal, so it's penalty.
So no wrap on the tackle before the knock on, so they'll retain possession. Will Wisconsin just 5 meters out with the penalty. About 12 to 13 minutes left in the first half. They're going to tap and go here. Strong run now, recycling it out here to the right-hand side. Number 12, Marissa Westaby. Ball doesn't go to hand. That's number 14, Lauren. She's already scored one, and she scores two. That's her second of the day.
Wow. I mean, really, it's just, it's like the rain has not put up a single barrier against this Wisconsin side, and they're doing everything right as far as this first half goes against a strong Indiana side. I mean, Indiana, it's not like they're not making their tackles. It's not like they're not hitting the mark. They're doing a good job, but Wisconsin is just really kind of showing their power and their exuberance here and their energy in the first half. I'd be curious to see if they could hold it up until the end and see what the second half holds. Hopefully Indiana can put one on the board before time is up.
So setting up, balls off the tee. She'll get the opportunity to reset this kick. A little taller turf here than most folks are used to. She's going to take the drop goal instead of trying to kick is up. It's going to be wide left, unsuccessful.
That's got to be a little bit disheartening if you're Indiana. If you're seeing them drop goal and a conversion, it might be a sign that they're a little too many points ahead. I think that Indiana needs to regroup here and do their best to get something on the board before this half if they want to consider themselves still in this game.
So 5 tries to Wisconsin already in this first half. 2 converted, 29-0. Indiana looking for any type of response. And honestly looking pretty gassed already across the board.
When you're ready, Gold.
You read the body language there as they walk up to the line. Lots of hands on hips with and yet another kick not going their way.
Yeah, that is not a good expression to be showing a side as hungry as Wisconsin right now, because they are definitely feeding into that energy. You could just tell in the scrum setup here the difference in emotions between these two sides. Wisconsin, they feel focused. They feel like they have control of the game, and it's not that Indiana isn't. They've been posed. They put up the defense. It's just those little cracks in the ship that are causing it to leak. They need to do something here to figure out how to stop them from spreading the ball.
So Wisconsin putting this one in, rolls to the back, looking here to the right side, now to the left, running weak side. Great job by the number 9, Anais coming back and making that tackle for Indiana, hacks it down the field. Pressure on here. Makes a tackle, ball doesn't go to hand, but does go backwards. This play will continue. They're getting driven back again and again. Now only about 10 meters out from their own side, but we got a penalty here for not rolling away from that tackle.
Both of these sides just bringing some barreling hits in. I mean, that has been one thing that's been consistent from both of these teams since the first minute. Really just some heavy contact here and both sides want it bad.
Good job handing that off. Now up over the 22 is Indiana, looking to go left. But strong run there, committing 3 defenders. Port gets there, looking again to the right. Straight into contact yet again. Recycling brings it right back into that strong defense. There's a knock on there, and now a turnover. 10 minutes before halftime, already up 29-0. Now on the attack, just 22 meters out. Oh, what a barreling run. Just right over. Number 13, Nazesh from Indiana. Now off the hands, but backwards. Recycle, already has 2 today. Back inside to the flanker. And a recycle out to the left-hand side. Now coming back into the center. Committing 3 defenders. There's gaps out to the right and lots of blue jerseys. If they can work it through the hands here, you think there's a try on offer.
No gold.
But Indiana's able to cover. Able to work it back.
Got to roll first.
The fly half distributes it again. Good dummy run by the lock there. Inside center playing good hard rugby. Good support. Just about 2 meters out as they work this through. Right out in front. Now looking to the left-hand side. Strong run. Oh, big contact. And another try.
Strong effort, not going unnoticed.
Just rewards for a bunch of big, hard runs. Remember, she had about a 40-meter break earlier and got stopped about 2 meters out.
Yeah,
The loose head prop, number 3, Andy Hessaker.
Nice kick, too, to add the 2 to it. And that is just, I mean, Wisconsin was shooting themselves in the foot a little bit by making some mistakes so close to the try line, but Indiana, unfortunately, did not get out of their own territory, allowing Wisconsin to get back into that same position. And you get enough times to shoot at the dartboard, you're bound to hit one. And Wisconsin adds another try here to their substantial lead over Indiana.
Yeah, right now in the women's plate division, it looks like it's going to be a cross Lake Michigan rivalry between the women of Michigan and the women of Wisconsin.
When you're ready, Gold.
So Indiana not had much success in the last few kicks, so it looks like they're changing their kicker here. Much better there as they hoof this one downfield. Brought in by Wisconsin, now working up the left side. Commits a few defenders, good recycle there. Working up the sideline, breaks one tackle, now 2 inside the fullback and down. Support is there, now they're looking back inside. Pass over to the right. Indiana's getting tired of playing defense, it looks like. Good run, commits 3 defenders there. There should be room out to the right side. Oh, almost good attempt at the steal. She does steal it. And that was Nicole, number 7, the flanker for Indiana, who got that steal. Strong counter ruck attempt there by Wisconsin as they're trying to work this ball to the left. Spread it out wide, cuts it back in. Able to recycle possession. Little show and go, breaks the gain line. Good job falling forward there. Indiana starting to put together some phases now. There's space out to the right. Referee said that pass was backwards, the play continues. Wisconsin doing a good job of slowing down these recycles so they're able to fill back in on defense. Good move there. 2, 3. Oh, what a fin. Able to beat 1, 2. Now does she have the wheels to finish? Covering defense is trying to get there, but may not. A big 55-meter break from number 13, Azesh, under the sticks. And if you're from Indiana, you've got to be happy about that. A zig in, a zig out, 65 meters all the way, 5 points on the board. You can see that was just about all she had in the tank. Take us through this, Tyler.
Oh, the crossfields of America here, right out of Indiana, just absolutely going yard with it. That was great. It all started with that turnover. That's exactly where Indiana's momentum started, was winning that turnover in their own territory. We saw a lot of good phase play. As you said, probably some of the best phase play we've seen from Indiana's side so far offensively in this entire match. It's exactly what they needed. This is the momentum that they have to ride. They can't let it fall aside. Wisconsin get in between. Obviously, Wisconsin's shown a little bit as they feel like they have a healthy lead right now, but Indiana could quickly remind them that they should be on the alert. Let's see if they convert this one for 2.
Kick is up and good, so that tightens the score to 36-7. But you gotta say, Wisconsin still looks firmly in control of this match. But a good consolation there for Indiana, getting some points on the board, and like we both mentioned, actually putting some phases together there before that break. It was a great solo effort for the long range try, but that was good 4 or 5 phases, good recycle ball, exploiting some of that. So maybe as Wisconsin gets more tired, that's something we'll see more from Indiana, being able to exploit some of those gaps. So just about 5 minutes left here in the first half, and Wisconsin will kick this ball off back to Indiana as they try to work their way back into this game.
Yeah, Wisconsin's definitely been running and gunning early here, so if Indiana can continue putting those phases together, finding the holes, this lead might be shortened up very soon here.
A good recycle there from Indiana out to the right, working it through the hands, straight into contact, hard hit. Able to re-secure position. The other one still gaining ground, 2, 3, 4 meters at a time here. Back out to the right again, another crash ball. Indiana showing they're not afraid of a little contact here. Now right off the base, going left, but getting driven back hard by the try scorer, number 3 from Wisconsin. Now with the turnover, but referee blowing his whistle. Initial knock there from Wisconsin. It'll be Indiana's put in.
Steal was good. We played on, knocked on. Here we go.
So Indiana will have the put in here after that knock on by Wisconsin. Second tick away here in the first half. Wisconsin looks very dangerous on the outside, bunch of long breaks, but still able to go through the phases as well for some short range tries. Wisconsin with the one long break to make her score 36-7. And so far in these two women's matches in the plate semifinals, Michigan defeating Iowa early in the day, 38-5. Wisconsin up on Indiana, 36-7 right here as we near the end of the first half.
You've got to come around. You got to come around.
From the
Really
side is the call, so penalty.
Indiana definitely look a little stronger here in their back line, getting a little bit of depth. You could see the Wisconsin scrum half taking notice of that, telling their defenders, watch out. They're eyeing up those outside channels as they retain a kick here. Let's see if they could tiptoe on that touchline like they have been. Loose ball.
Yeah, just looking to make an offload there and lost possession, but now a knock on the other way, so they'll play the first knock on. So it'll be Indiana's put in near halfway with about 2.5, 3 minutes left in this first half. Getting a little sloppy here at the end of the first half. We had knock-ons each way right there. Again, been raining all day here at the Chicago Blaze Rugby facility off of Smith Road in Lamont, Illinois. Day 1 of the inaugural Thuinderbird Cup. This is game 2 in the women's plate semifinal. Wisconsin currently up 36-7 over Indiana, but Indiana looking to get some points before the end of this half. Oh, through the legs there. Able to get it, now a kick. And out into touch. Maybe trying to end the half there, but
Probably better to kill that play than let the opportunity of Wisconsin pouncing on that mistake right there, right through the legs. And I think that was a good, smart decision by Indiana. You don't want to give Wisconsin momentum where they don't need it.
So it'll be Wisconsin throw in here. Say line up, time again still slowly ticking.
And Wisconsin came out running and gunning. And you can see they're starting to lose a little bit of that hyper stamina that they had after the first 4 or 5 tries. Indiana looking strong here going into the final minutes of the first.
Tries to hit the missed runner, but not able to do it. Now Indiana retains possession here. Looks like Wisconsin able to turn this ball over and out to the left now. Strong run. Oh, crushes the scrum half there. Now out to the right to the hooker. Strong run again. Falling forward for 2 meters.
No gold.
Pass out to the right. Oh, that's going to be a knock. Nope, a foot, he says.
Yeah. Too close to hands, Ren. No kicks on those balls, please.
Yeah, got to be careful with that instinct to boot the ball sometimes, you know. But definitely looking like both of these sides are probably ready to get some fresh legs in here. This isn't the first match some of these ladies have played, and they're definitely going up against it here, trying to close out the first strong.
Indiana recycles the ball going out the left. We'll see if they try to put some more points on the board or satisfied running out this clock with a view. Oh, and a turnover. Great steal there by Wisconsin. Strong run up the center, breaks a tackle. Oh, shoestrings there, keeps her from breaking it further. The scrum half, ever scrappy down there on grabbing the shoelaces and keeping the break from happening. Now off to the right, a hack through. There's nobody at home. It's a foot race. Covers, but tackled by 2 players, and now looking for the turner, not supporting their weight there. So Indiana will retain possession here as they move forward, and they may be looking to hack this into touch. Still
saved by the week a little bit on that one.
Yes, indeed. Lots of pressure there from Wisconsin towards the end of this half, but the score will remain 36-7. Wisconsin on top of Indiana as we reach the end of our first half here in the Women's Plate semifinal on day 1 of the inaugural Thuinderbird Cup in Lamont, Illinois. We'll be back shortly after these messages. Welcome back to day one of the inaugural Thunderbird Cup here at the Chicago Blaze Rugby facility on Smith Road in Lamont, Illinois. It's been a rainy, messy day of rugby, lots of knock-ons, but still lots of tries and lots of fun. Right now, we are staring at a score of 36-7 with Wisconsin over the women of Indiana. And Tyler, take us through what's happened in this first half of action.
They just got Wisconsin got off to an absolutely electric start. It really was just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Indiana, though, not looking discouraged. Both of these sides have just been an absolute brick wall as far as when it comes to defense and contact, which has kept it competitive so far. Both sides were getting a little gas towards the end of that first half. Let's see if they have some fresh legs to take over the second half here.
Yeah, as you said, pretty good defense by both sides, but Wisconsin's been able to break through some long-range tries. And you can see the rain is really coming down now out there. And we saw plenty of handling errors in the first half. And if the rain continues, a wayward pass there. Oh, coming back. The offsides call here, and looks like we have a player down. Oh, a cramp there for an Indiana player. So time off from the referee here.
Lot of things as far as what it takes to play in these conditions, let alone 80 minutes of rugby on either side, 1 through 15, forward or back. It is really impressive to see not only the tenacity but the hunger of these players coming out here in this tournament and really making history. I mean, when I was in high school, I played on this field myself for the Brother Rice Rugby Club in the Southside Irish in Chicago, and you know what? To see as far as rugby has come, not only in a regional sense of Illinois and the Midwest, but across the U.S., it really is amazing to see so many new players, so many new teams forming every single year, and more great of this happening.
Still working our way through here through this injury. Seen some big runs today, some long range runs, but also some short range tries from Wisconsin. Indiana with the one long range try from about 60 meters out, a solo effort, making two folks miss and score. But right now we're seeing the rain come down on a rainy Midwestern afternoon. This delay in action, but Indiana has not been able to put together too many breaks along the outside. They put together some phases offensively, but just not able to put down the long-range breaks that Wisconsin's been able to do.
Yeah, and don't get the people of Chicago wrong, Tim. If it wasn't raining right now, they'd all have shorts on and their windows down 65. It'd be like a great day to them, compared to us warmer climate. But needless to say, it's hard enough to not only prepare, for a longest was, but when you're in the midst of this game, it seems like there's just a speed advantage. There's definitely a speed advantage, whether it's the inside or the outside from the back line. It's tough to see a play down, especially if you're on the losing side of the scoreboard. But I think that Indiana has it in them to figure out a way to keep Wisconsin contained enough to where they can get the point margin into something a little bit more doable before the end of 80 minutes is up.
Yeah, so time's still off right now for this injury as they work through and see. It looks like a lower leg injury to one of the Indiana players. So hopefully it's just a cramp, but giving her some time to recover. And I'd like to remind y'all there is a second day of this, so if you're in the area, you're more than welcome to come out to the Chicago Blaze Rugby facility there in Lamont, Illinois. They've got a full bar. They got concessions. Lots of good stuff. The weather tomorrow looks to be much better than what it is today.
Not too far from the home of the Hounds as well, which if you were in the area last year, you got to see the Major League Rugby final take place there. Got a few words in with DJ Shaq Diesel, which was pretty cool. Got to see the New England Free Jacks take up the cup. So Chicago Rugby, as Lance Kavanaugh would say, is up right now. I don't know if they're as up as Florida Rugby is, but It's definitely looking strong here in the Midwest from across the Great Lakes.
So from the penalty, a kick into touch.
It's gold throw. It's gold throw. Gold throw.
So a big referee reaffirming that it was a penalty kick, so it'll be Gold's throw here as they retain possession. Good shot right down the line. We'll be able to see if this one's straight or not. And it is straight enough, and recycle the ball out to the right side. Good job making the first two defenders miss, but not across the advantage line. Stays right at halfway, and now working it through.
Leave the ball, Blue.
Defense quickly shooting up. Trying to make decisions now, have lost 11 or 12 meters from the initial line out. Just got to get that body position lower. Good job getting 2 meters there, but they're running very upright right now. And ball is stolen there by Wisconsin. Breaks another tackle. Barely hanging on. Good recycle, but loses it. That's going to be a knock on. It'll end up being Indiana's ball, but you know, they lost almost 20 meters there off the turnover and the great defense by Wisconsin.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to give Wisconsin the opportunity, as you saw Indiana players getting the ball in hand, taking just a little bit too much time to make a decision of whether they're going to run or pass. And as you said, I mean, this defense shooting forward right now at rapid speed and not want to be on the other end of that tackle. You are an Indiana offensive player.
Couple replacements coming in and over for Indiana as they come in for this scrum.
Crouch.
So they're put in after the knock on by Wisconsin.
Bind.
Our score still remaining 36-7 in Wisconsin's favor. And they'll put this ball in, recycle it back. Out in a kick to touch, but maybe a gain. It never landed in, so it's from the point the kick was taken, so they'll actually lose 6 or 7 meters on that kick. So not a great option, or at least not great execution on that one. Right idea maybe to gain possession, but just doesn't work out for them. Nothing turning up Indiana's way so far in the second half.
Yeah, it definitely look of a little disappointment in the kicker after that one. And it's tough. I think it was the right decision, and those are the risks that you have to unfortunately take in the conditions like these, because it's almost better than taking the risk of Wisconsin putting more points on the board. But they might just do so right now. Good line out.
Yeah, pushing through, gaining 5 or 6 meters right there, right you are, on a good take off the base again for another 2 or 3 meters. Slowly making gains down the field. Now only about 10 or 12 meters out. Recycling, the hooker takes it here along the left side. See if she's able to stay in bounds. She is down. Wisconsin looking to recycle this ball out to the right side. Fly half directing traffic and now spreading out wide right. Out again. Little loop play, but down and off the foot. Referee says play on. Nope, and now he's going to blow his whistle. Come back for that knock on. So not off the foot, off the hands. And it'll be Indiana's put in.
Close there. It looked like it could have been off the foot, but the referee calls it back for the knock on. Going to slow up the play here, and a bit of momentum that Wisconsin was starting to gain while swinging it outside. Indiana, though, a strong wall of defense, and it's just Wisconsin just is a little bit too strong. But the resilience of this Indiana's defensive side has made this score more than years.
Crouch.
So Indiana will put the ball in.
Set.
They've had a fairly stable base at the scrum, just not able to take much advantage of it. Now number 13 comes weak side, avoids the first defender, now across the 22-meter line, but quickly met by 2 defenders. Good run there. And looking to recycle this ball again. Oh, referee's going to say offsides there coming in from the side. So a penalty advantage. They have yet to kick for territory off of any of these penalties. But they've quick tapped every time. We'll see what they do here. So there's the kick. Strong enough to get it out. And hear the referee complimenting the kick there with the beauty. And up near halfway, it'll be Indiana's throw-in, still on their side of halfway, but a good option there, gaining about 16 or 17 meters.
Definitely a nerve-wracking kick after the way the last one had turned out. Definitely a good decision on Indiana's side because it gave them a little bit of confidence probably going into this line out. Good depth in their setup. A little bit more speed. Don't give Wisconsin that opportunity to read.
So break here out to the left. Wisconsin more than game to defend and cover across the field. Recycle, good contact there from driving them back even further now. Almost 14 meters inside their own half. Good movement forward. Good, great counter ruck there. A few more low drivers and they could regain possession. Referee calling for the penalty. Good counter ruck. So he calls offsides there against number 9 and turnover.
Coach just in mind being a little wet on the sidelines there.
Okay. The rain is definitely still coming down. Does look like the wind has slowed down quite a bit. Earlier you could see the tree branches shaking quite violently. We had one of those big downpours, but it has been consistently drizzling and drip dropping. Everybody is very wet, as is the ball, which has resulted in many handling errors throughout the day. That ball will come in. Wisconsin will retain possession. Goes to ground. Now looking out to the left. Ball comes out wide left. To the fly half. Now the inside center. Good dummy. Trying to get through. Good recycle ball to the reserve, number 23. And now the fly half comes around and goes again. They've made about 15 meters, still gaining ground. Inside the 22 now. Looking. Still looking to go left. Leaves it behind, but the referee says backwards. Hacked forward. And again, but now recovered, and there's danger here on the outside. Swerves, makes one miss. Still on her feet. Backwards. Referee still letting play continue. Off of a foot, and now the recycle. Now it's Indiana's ball. She needs support, and she gets it. So a little bit of back and forth there from both teams. Good, strong tackle by the prop from Wisconsin. Now out, back again. Strong running from the prop from Indiana. Slowly working, good job hanging on to it there. Spins it out wide, but Wisconsin defense looks solid. And now we have a turnover as they look to reinforce possession here. Just about 7 meters out, and they're playing a scrum advantage for the knock-on. Recycle now. Out wide, there's nobody in front of her. She can cut inside, but just enough to stop her from going in. Penalty.
This Blues penalty.
To about 7 meters out from the try line. Gonna spread it out wide left. It doesn't go to hand, but does go backwards. Referee calling time for all the conversation
well
here.
From play. We can play on. Now everyone stops, so we'll stop.
Looks like we have an injury maybe here on the near side.
It's going to be a scrum because that play stops here. Oh, crawling. Oh, yeah, I mean, I saw it too. Okay, I mean, yeah, I did. The one before was better when you.
Made some good runs for the Indiana side here.
Seeing maybe fitness coming into shape here. You know, a lot of these folks haven't played 15s in a couple of months. The season's ended about 6 weeks ago if you didn't make the playoffs.
Okay.
So you play a full day of rugby or a full 80-minute match after not being out for a run in a couple of weeks, and you're going to feel that, especially in your ankles and your hips and your knees and everything else. Maybe we're seeing some of that now for some of these Indiana players. She's up off the ground, making her way back. Already got one leg strapped up, maybe having some effects there from a previous injury. But it'll be Wisconsin's put in at this scrum. Threatening again.
Mother Nature not making it any easier on these players today either. And you can see that even the Wisconsin side is getting a bit tired. I think if Indiana finds the right opportunity, catches Wisconsin being a little bit slow to the ball, that it could be a good opportunity for them to get the ball back over and start to make their way to Wisconsin's territory.
Bind. Set.
Put in, working it back through the phases, taking off the back. Pass to the outside. The gap is there. The hole is there. And the try is scored by the replacement, number 21 of Wisconsin's. Apologies, I do not have a name for that number. But just a good take off the back. There's nobody home outside. It's just a simple pass and score. And that's what they do. And they extend the lead by 5 with a difficult conversion to come. So it takes their score to 41-5.
It doesn't look like Indiana has quite as much depth. We're seeing a lot of players still out there fighting through the second half that were in there in the first. And it's definitely good strategic timing for Wisconsin to bring in some fresh legs, especially as the rain picks up here, solidifying their lead, hopefully with 2 more in Wisconsin's favor for them. No good.
Yeah, so it'll stay 41-7.
Heard like a weird turkey call.
It'll stay 41-7 here. Wisconsin up. So that is 7 tries they've scored, 3 converted to the 1 converted try of Indiana. They have this game well in hand, still about 28 minutes remaining in the second half. And if I'm Indiana, I'm less worried about getting into this game and more worried about putting together some continuity and maybe some plans for tomorrow. So just try to work your game plan, put it through the faces, and really just getting ball to hand. Hacks it down the field. There's nobody home back there, so everybody's scrambling back down near the 22. A hard chase here. Tries to kick it through, but
First half.
This is definitely a tough position to be in for Indiana, and it's kind of a hard position to practice, more or less. So like you said, in this game time scenario, you know, like it's you got to walk before you can, you got to crawl before you can walk. And I think Indiana has shown that they can do that. They just need to keep the consistency together to keep these chain of good plays into a sequence of phases, and hopefully that will at least not maybe give you points, but hopefully prevent Wisconsin from scoring anymore.
yes, indeed. See what they can see what they can do here as they look to do this line out. Free holding the line, good short throw. Oh, unable to hang on to it. Now advantage to Wisconsin. They're back on the attack yet again.
Sorry, knocked first by blue. Knocked first by blue.
Knocked first by blue is now the call. So
Interesting call.
It'll be put into Indiana. It didn't look like they got a hand on that ball, but I guess the referee or the touch judge's view they did, so it'll be Indiana's put in.
Yeah, and it's tough because, you know, sure that, you know, Wisconsin wasn't too enamored with that call, but Indiana, this is, if it's going to go your way, this is a good time to do something with it.
Ball put through. Now out, but through the hands, but backwards. Good pass. Breaking one tackle, working it through, but now upright and about to turn into a maul. If she doesn't go down, down she goes. They re-secure possession and again to the left. Now out to the right. Good charging run up over the 10-meter. Trying to work their way out of their own end. They haven't been out of their own side in quite some time and drops it, but referee says play on. But now a turnover to Wisconsin. Wisconsin back on the attack. Taking it off the base of that ruck. Breaks one tackle. Recycle down. Secures possession. Lots of space out here to the left with very few defenders. Oh, and a dummy and a break up the middle. Breaks the tackle. Now can she finish? Does she have the wheels? Cover defense there. Oh, and a stiff arm for everybody for the ages.
Wow. I mean, like, too much time in their territory. territory. It just they find the gap. A great effort from Indiana's side here, but unfortunately, 5 fingers said to the face. No, thank you. 5 points for me, and Wisconsin solidifies. They're looking going into tomorrow. I mean, it really is at this point. It's a sense of trying to regroup for Indiana and figure out what do they do in this situation. You're down quite a bit, but you still got 25 minutes left to play. I mean, what is the mindset of a player right now? It's hard to stay focused. It's hard to be clear, especially when you know you're going up fresh legs and you're struggling. I mean, I don't want to count anybody out, but I think that if we could see a switch up here in momentum, we could see, hopefully, a few more tries out of this Indiana side.
Yeah, so that makes 8 tries for Wisconsin with 4 converted. So our score is 48-7, Wisconsin over Indiana. And like you said right there, just a great stiff arm to finish that. Little dummy to the outside, fake back, breaks away. And she actually slowed down to get that fin because she didn't think she had the wheels and just stood her straight up and finished. Great finish there from the fly half, who's had a great game distributing the ball, getting one of her own. You got a low kickoff. See if Indiana can stay on this side of halfway for a while. But a big break there from Wisconsin, and she's through, and there's nobody behind her. That's the fullback. Chases on from the scrum half, but it's not enough. And right off the restart, another 5 points. And just what you don't want if you're an Indiana fan, that is try number 9. And that takes it to 53-17 right there. Blows by the prop, and there's nobody back behind. Good, valiant effort on the chase by the scrum half, but nothing doing. 5 more.
Doesn't matter what the scoreboard says. You got to play like it's 0-0 out there, no matter what minute of the game. You definitely want to be sure that you don't show any signs of letting up, no matter how far ahead you are. If you really want to show some dominance and intimidation going into this match, it really is a matter of grit at this point. A little low on the glad that stayed out of the way of everybody, but no conversion on that one. 55 to excellent try by number 15.
Yeah, so with missing that conversion, that actually keeps it at 53-7, Wisconsin over Indiana. So 53-7 is our score with about 22 minutes remaining. Right off that kickoff, a long break down the left-hand sideline for that additional try. And as you mentioned, this tournament is what the Midwest Rugby Union uses as a selection tool and evaluation tool for their all-star team. So if you're on Indiana, even though your team as a whole may be down by this, individually, if you want to be one of the Thunderbird all-stars, you need to keep playing. A lot of times you see the real character of players when they are in this position. So knock on there by Wisconsin, could not scoop that up as they played that. And so Indiana will have the put in there just inside, 10 meters inside of halfway.
Whatever kind of contribution you could have to your team, whether it's scoring points or preventing them, will definitely take notice with any rugby scout. And you can tell there's a talent level, and it's hard to stand out. And you could tell the Midwest is quite the region for rugby. As they look to compete with the best across America, they got to compete with the best in their region first.
Right, you are, Tyler. So here we'll see the number 9 from Indiana put this one in. They've had a strong scrum all day and been able to compete well. They're not getting dominated there, but an open back play. They've just been getting run around by the attacking prowess of Wisconsin. Working in now through the hands of the outside. Here's the try score for Indiana. There's a gap there, still going. Being driven almost into touch, but not quite. Indiana retains possession, now spreading it out to the left. Wisconsin spread well across the field. Their prop takes it in, and again, we need to really look at body position if we're Indiana. They're running so upright, it's hard to fall forward when you're running that tall. See there again, fully upright as a reach, and now they're back 5-6 meters. Got to drop that body height if you want to drive into the other team. And there you have it. Good body position there by the Indiana player. Drive forward, recycled. Again, through the hands. Good roll, and they're moving forward. There's some gaps over here to the right. Looks like we also have a player with another cramp here on the right side. Couple of players from Indiana on the ground right now. But they're doing a good job retaining possession. This is the 11th phase now where they've held onto this ball.
It's similar to how you said. I mean, that body position, it's definitely hindering their ball speed and their ability to get the ball out of the ruck. Takes it into touch here. 20 to go, and both sides starting to feel the effects of 60 minutes of hard-played rugby so far.
Yeah, right, you are. It's been fairly physical. You know, even the score doesn't reflect the physicality of this game. There's been lots of contact. Just a number of breakaways for Wisconsin have allowed the scoreline to tick their way. So that one doesn't go to hand for Wisconsin, so it'll be Indiana's ball. Good, strong drive there. The Wisconsin defense.
Last foot, please.
Now moving forward. Looks like pushed into touch and ended up being Wisconsin's throw here. So Tyler, you know, you saw the first game with Michigan and Iowa. Michigan over Iowa 38-5 in the women's plate semifinal. And now we've been watching this game of Wisconsin and Indiana. You know, looking forward to tomorrow between Wisconsin and Michigan. What do you see as the difference between those two teams there?
Really see the fact that both teams are able to put up such a high point differential in their games. Offense is definitely going to be somewhat of a strong suit for both sides, but really I think it's going to be the depth roster, as we've seen, is kind of one of the things that's really hindering Indiana right now. Like you said, it's not that they're not hitting hard, it's not that they're not playing hard. It just seems that stamina, along with conditions, seem to be a little bit of a factor. But number 3 still barreling hard as they make their way closer to the try line here, hoping to get through Wisconsin.
So leaving their feet, they're not supporting their weight. Yeah, not supporting their weight there. See if they go for a quick tap or for the sideline. Just tap and keeps it herself. Strong run, still moving forward. And in. Sometimes you just got to do it yourself.
Great idea, great strategy from the number 1 there. Don't waste any time. Don't give Wisconsin any chance to think about how they might defend you. Just start going at them. You guys have the power, you have the size, and when you're that close to the try line, you can't help but just go for it. Hopefully get a little conversion practice here, because this is one of the harder conversion attempts. And obviously this corner is a little bit tough to hit from as well. But definitely good to get themselves another try against such a strong Wisconsin side. Really shows a lot to their efforts.
Yep. 53-12 is our score as Indiana gets their second try of the match. That one off of a quick tap penalty. Wisconsin penalized there as a conversion attempt. It'll be no good. So our score will remain Wisconsin 53, Indiana 12, with about 16 minutes left to go here in the second half. Indiana gets their second try, as we mentioned, off that quick tap penalty, and just a strong run from the tight head prop and some good support from the other packies to help push her over in that body position. She rolls over and dots down a 5-pointer.
Yeah, there's nothing quite like time elapsing in between last time you've scored that will weigh on a rugby player's mental. So I think this is good. Even though they are still down by quite a few, they've marked themselves into the double digits with 12 points, an unsuccessful conversion. But I think that's going to be good for their confidence going into tomorrow and even coming at it towards the end of this game. Line out here. Wisconsin's going to take it.
You don't need it.
Curious if they're going to keep trying to tack on the scoreboard here, or if they've gotten tired of running into the brick wall that is Indiana's defensive line. It has just been some Richter scale level hits out here. It has been absolutely a pleasure to watch both of these sides duke it out for the past 65 minutes. And if you missed the 3 points, make sure you check the replay. There's plenty of a highlight to be seen from the, I believe, almost double-digit tries we've seen today, Tim, from the Wisconsin side.
Yeah, they've got 9 on the board, so they're right there. Good recycle there from Wisconsin, now working out here to the left side. Good long pass brought in. Strong run by the replacement there. Now they've got numbers out wide left if they use it. But good defense there by Indiana, driving them back. Now again here to the left. Hacks that kick over the top. Nobody at home yet again, bouncing around. Favorable to Indiana, and now they're back on attack. Needing some support. Ball kicked through. Now there's 4 people who can choose to score, and now you're right. If she can finish this, that's the third try of the day for number 14 from Wisconsin, and that's 10 tries.
That was a little dicey, but the new 10 just did it all herself. Yeah, and I was like,
Yeah, I mean,
been the second player.
Let's see if the referees are talking about this. I mean, that was a cheeky play by number 10 on the Wisconsin side. Chip kicks it over just to get it back to Indiana, just to get it back to Wisconsin to end in a try for the number 14. I mean, that if that doesn't show confidence, I don't know what will, especially so close in your own zone to put the ball into the opposition's hand only to heighten your chances of scoring. I mean, it really shows the strategy these guys are playing with, and Wisconsin would 10 match.
Yeah, conversion unsuccessful there, so we're at 58-12. Wisconsin over Indiana. Indiana with 2 tries, 1 in each half. Wisconsin with 10 tries. They had
13.
5 of those in the first half, and now 5 in the second. They worked their way up to halfway here. Just about 12 minutes remaining in this game.
It's a leg. You're in front of it. She's in front of the kick. I have no fucking clue. No, it's a penalty. Penalty. Looks like she just kicked it. I guess she kicked it forward and then they touched it, so then they have to go back then. Yeah, that's what happened. First by blue, then by gold. Scrum gold. They wish.
All the way out. All the way out.
12.
I got stuff.
Crouch. Yeah, I think we'd be bind. Jersey, gold 1. Jersey. You're on shorts. We're the same as them,
Sorry.
Set.
How have you been? Well, sometimes. Like, all
Nothing to lose, bro.
yeah. Ooh.
That's how you do it.
No feel though, bro. They should chill on this team.
I don't know, I think with rugby you can't really chill.
No, number 13 on the Indiana side has not forgotten that the scouts are watching for this all-star team. because what an amazing individual effort to try and stop a certain support. Indiana's defense not able to catch up, and number 18 with Wisconsin just tacks on another 5, and really just a dominant performance by this one side. Coming into the final 10 minutes here, Indiana, I'm feeling for you, but I know you got more in you, and I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, referee's whistle indicates a successful conversion, so 65-12 is our score. Under 10 minutes now, and Indiana probably looking forward just to the end of this game and getting ready to look forward to tomorrow's game, which will be a consolation match in the women's plate division against Iowa. Iowa only scored 5 points in the match against Michigan, 38-5. So, again, Wisconsin working it through up near halfway.
Must roll.
Tackler didn't roll away, so a penalty and a quick tap, not back 10. Recycles it to the fly half, who's already scored 1 try today. Good pass up high. They've got numbers if they work it through the hands. Now grabbing it, looking back. Oh, good counter rucking there by Indiana and stolen.
Backwards.
But doesn't go to hands, backwards. Still retain possession.
Tackle. No, leave it low.
Now again out wide right. Again, catching it flat-footed. You really want to be on the move, but a strong run here. Committing 3 defenders, gaining some ground. Again over the gain line. Strong tackle from the Wisconsin side. Wisconsin playing a player down right now, but a knock on from number 13, and referee playing advantage. So now playing it left, recycling it through. Advantage is over, calls the referee.
No goal. No, you're on feet. Just leave it. Thank you. She has released it. Everybody has released it.
Wisconsin still charging forward, breaking the gain line yet again, now looking, securing possession, out here to the left. Pass wide. Ball does not go to hand. Gonna call for a knock on here. Referee checks the watch. Still over 7 minutes left.
No, it's knocked on here.
We'll have a scrum with Indiana's put in right here after the knock on by Wisconsin.
Wisconsin just getting some backline reps in here at this point, trying to prepare themselves. And really, I think that Indiana, similar to as you said, I mean, while there are a lot of takeaways in this game, not all of them are bad for this Indiana side. I mean, they've really done a good job of a lot of plays and executing a lot of different maneuvers here throughout this game. It's just unfortunate that the scoreboard doesn't reflect that. And I think that off of a huge loss, having to mentally own this in these minutes here, about them well going into tomorrow, simply just for the experience. Who knows? I mean, there's a lot of situations where sometimes you don't face, you could be winning the entire season, and then finally you get to the end, you face a team that is just of a completely different caliber than you're ever used to facing. And trust me, that's one of those games that you never forget as a player, because it really reminds you the level of competition that not only in your area, but all around. 23 make it
working it
here.
Through the hands to the outside, and there's a gap there. Nobody in front. Can she finish? Breaks the tackle. Yes, she will.
Good fix, 12. Thank you.
21 puts it in. Second one of the day.
Okay. You can see the gap going through right there. She goes to finish, and really it's just about finishing here. Cuts inside of the challenging defender. Boom, try time.
Really impressive how Wisconsin has just managed to keep applying the pressure. You know, we were taught they were looking a little bit tired, maybe got off to a little bit of a hot start, and maybe was running and gunning just a bit too much, but that has proven to not necessarily be true, as we're coming up on the 75th minute here. And there's almost as many points as there is minutes gone in this match for the Wisconsin side. Unreal stuff.
Yes, indeed, there is. So about 4 minutes left, 4 or 5 minutes left in this match. Depending, I don't think the referee is going to keep any stoppage time with this score line of being what it is. But you know, if you're Michigan, you better be prepared for tomorrow's game against Wisconsin because they just put up 70 against Indiana. You know, Michigan had a good showing with 38, but they basically doubled your score total. So should be make for a great championship match in the plate division on Sunday.
And having the later of the matches is definitely going to have an effect. The closer window between when players play definitely gives you a little bit less time to heal up those bumps and bruises, stretch out those cramps. And I think that both of these teams, whether they're going for the final or a runner-up, they're going to learn something from this match that's going to really probably affect their performances later on this weekend.
Right, you are, yeah. I think Wisconsin's going to come out of this feeling very confident in their game plan. They've been really working through their fly half pretty strongly, and that's boded very well for them in this game. Even with the difficult wet conditions, they've had a few handling errors, but nothing like most of the other teams we've seen.
Got a little bit lucky with not catching the torrential downpour during gameplay. Not as bad as we saw with the men's match. I mean, it was just like a Forrest Gump cutaway there. It was raining sideways, up and down. It was unreal. And as you know, or as people may not know, you know, over in Lamont, Illinois, it's a pretty open area, plenty of room. Illinois, one of the flattest states in America, plenty of room for that to move around and just catch a tunnel and throw off your kicking game minutes before the match or even midway during the match. So we appreciate our trainers, our coaches, everybody that's out there, referees, camera guys in these conditions, tending to players, helping us make this broadcast possible. And you know, it's day one. We got plenty of more rugby to be played here. Ain't that right, Tim?
Trainer still checking out the player. Referee looking like he may be making a decision here soon. Sometimes they'll just ask him to step off. They need to continue to be evaluated.
3. Oh yeah, I did the math wrong on the 18.
Gotta love the humility of the ref. Keeping the players guessing on the time. Don't worry about the time. You just keep playing. They got about 3 minutes left, and I doubt they're going to stop. They're going to let up. Both of these sides really respect the sportsmanship and the endurance and tenacity of both of these sides. Really just shows you the skill level that this sport brings for not only for the women's side, but men's alike.
Yeah, good competitive spirit here, respect for one another, as you'd like to see in rugby. Pass out wide left. There's a gap there. If she takes it, opts to pass out wide. A little dead leg. Oh, good strong tackle there by Wisconsin. Good counter ruck. Competing for that ball.
I think 21 wants one more before the 3 minutes is up here. Really aggressive counter ruck there. Like I said, not really letting them off the gas here. No matter how little time is left, you gotta respect it.
Yeah, definitely looks like Wisconsin will have the put in here. Clock still running, so inside of 2 minutes now. Referee looks to restart play here with the put in by Wisconsin.
Crouch. Bind.
Fantastic match from the Wisconsin fly half. Indiana's scrum has been a highlight, if you ask me, matches as well. And the tackles, they just do not stop. Wow.
No. So we'll see here. Looks like it'll be a line out to Indiana after the wayward pass.
but actually not hit each other. I just don't know the odds for that.
It is 3. It is 3.
So 3-person line out here. Indiana's throw in. Defense is there to meet her. Trying to keep from being driven out.
Leave it blue.
Ball's recycled out to the right for Indiana.
It's not a strong color.
And as we approach the last few minutes of this match.
No blue, away.
Working it again to the right is Indiana. Trying to maintain their position over halfway. Good job grabbing that one and now making some real ground. Recycles it back to the outside. And now there's a break. Looks to the inside. Pass out wide. Does not go to hand and into touch. So that'll be Wisconsin's ball. Their throw in. And that is full time. Our final score, Wisconsin 70, Indiana 12. In the women's plate semifinal, we'll see Michigan and Wisconsin face one another tomorrow in the championship game on Sunday. And what a great display from Wisconsin.
Great display indeed. I cannot wait to see how they bode against Michigan, and I can't wait to see also Indiana versus. I think that anything, they got good things to the games. I think that we're only going to see more competitive rugby going forward.
Yeah, thanks for joining us today as we finish up this game with our final score, Wisconsin 70, Indiana 12. Join us again here in about 20 minutes as we'll see the Chicago area boys take on the men from Minnesota on more day one action of the inaugural Thuinderbird Cup in Lamont, Illinois. Welcome back to day one action here at the inaugural Thunderbird Cup at the beautiful Chicago Blaze rugby facility on Smith Road in Lamont, Illinois. It's been a rain-filled day, lots of rugby action on two fields. I'm Tim Sigmund, with me is Tyler Deutsch, and we've been having a good time so far watching a few men's games, a few women's games, and here soon we'll see ourselves watching the men from Minnesota against the Chicago Area Rugby Football Union take on one another. Tyler, what are you expecting from these men's teams based on the conditions we've seen so far today?
Well, good rugby, bad conditions has been the theme of the day. No doubt about that, which is really interesting when it comes into play because of the amount of handling errors. It'd be different if it had rained earlier and it stopped, or even if it rained in the first half of one game. But there has been several matches on multiple fields, and it has not stopped raining since. So shout out to the grounds people over in Lamont at the Blaze pitch, because this field is holding up to the abuse that it's taking right now, and we're the ones that get to enjoy it and watch some great rugby. So ahead of this Chicago versus Minnesota, I think it's about to be a good one.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of wear on the field, but it's hard to tell that there's already been, honestly, 260 minutes of rugby on this pitch today, so over 4 hours. But Minnesota, the men there who are in purple, will be kicking off to Chicago. Number 10, Ashton Johnson, high kick. Chicago receives, spins it over to the left. Hikes it down the field, over the top. They scoop it up. Number 15, Ryan Gillian. We saw him make a few breaks in the earlier game, and now here he is breaking 2 tackles, still pushing forward. Now down just 10 meters inside of halfway. Now looking out wide to the left. Pass made, brought forward, captured strong into the contact there. And they are securing possession and working this ball well through the phases. Great job there by Chicago getting in over the top and forcing that turnover. We earlier saw Chicago lose 9-0 in their earlier match against Indiana, missing 2 penalty kicks and giving up 3. And Minnesota losing a nail biter to Indiana, 21-19 for the opening match of the day.
Yeah, 2 great matches, and wow, was that Chicago match really, really good. I mean, we saw it. I know that it's in the back of their minds right now, especially the number 8 and the number 12 who took those 2 kicks that they missed, losing match to get here. But needless to say, their scrum was present, and I think that is going to be a point to watch for this Chicago team, and I'm interested to see how it matches up with Minnesota's side as well, comparing sizes.
Lost it there in contact, but the ball went backward. Chicago recycles, now looking left again. Spreads it out wide to his fly half, now out to the outside center, now to the fullback. Ducks inside of the first tackle, but contact is there. Minnesota's defense covering well. Resets up to the prop. Not able to shed the first tackler, down. Retains possession, now up the middle. Oh, loses it there. Advantage. Referee's going to blow that up as Minnesota doesn't get any advantage. In the first match of the day, Minnesota was able to score 3 tries, but only converted 2 of them. Webb Bolstadt, their number 8, had a beautiful long break and then hoofed it forward from the halfway point and outran everybody to scoop and score for their opening try. It was quite impressive for a number 8 to run half the length of the field to score on a kick through, but we'll see what they can do here as Minnesota is on the attack here with the put in midway into their own half.
Some crazy 8s. We got 8s taking kicks. We got 8s taking cross field tries. It's going to be a good matchup. Good kick.
Good chip through. Flips the field. Great chase there by Minnesota. Minnesota looking good so far. Both sides playing well. Chicago slows it down. They're going to charge this up. Try to reconnect themselves. Good tackle there by the number 13. Off the hands and down. They're going to be called for the knock on there. And it'll be Minnesota's put in here on the scrum.
familiar faces on that field. Pretty sure number 3 there, Michael Williams on the Minnesota side, next level rugby cameraman at a event we did recently. So not only are we getting these awesome broadcasts of these rugby players playing awesome rugby, but we're getting these rugby players behind the cameras. That's why we're bringing you such good footy. These guys know how rugby works. They know what to shoot. So shouts out to that. Shouts out to Michael and everyone else on the next level rugby squad.
Good recycle, good hit there, and he loses it forward, so now Chicago's advantage, and they're pushing the opposite direction. Good clearance there on the ruck. Chicago looking to offload it, and they do. Working it through. Minnesota being strong at the point of contact. Chicago still has scrum advantage from the knock-on. Still working it through the phases. Referee happy to play advantage. Great kick. Baumgartner lifts this one high. It's on chase. Now looking left. Inside center for Chicago, takes it forward. Number 9 resets, surveys the field, and he'll go left out to his backs, and they're spreading it wide. They'll hoof it deep again. Is anybody home? Yes, they are. That's Gillian back there again, collecting that one, assessing his options and taking it into contact. But Minnesota, the ball is on the other side. Not rolling away is the call, so a penalty to the men from Minnesota.
Good retrieval from the Minnesota 15 here. Good boot to ball here early in the first half. Seems like the rain is held up for now. Hopefully my commentator's curse doesn't undo that, because I'd hate for these guys to have to bear witness to the handling errors this rain has brought every team to this pitch today.
Yeah, the rain has to subside a little bit as we've gone further into the afternoon, but this morning it was quite strong at times, wind blowing and strong rain coming down, but Minnesota looking good so far. Remember, we're only playing 50-minute games for this men's plate division. Good high take down to Baumgartner. Now a strong run, ankle tackle there. Baumgartner now passes it out left. Rotating it through. Oh, loses his footing there in the mud and goes down. Able to secure possession, but loose. Hacks it through. Chicago's able to pick it up and trying to secure possession.
It's a good read of that space there on the outside, but just couldn't get it through.
Hacks that ball into touch. It went straight out, so it'll come back from the point of the kick.
Yeah, so straight out, right here.
Referee having discussion with the touch judge there. They do come to agreement.
Tackle was outside the 22. Brought back
So
in.
Minnesota's throw from just outside the 22-meter line there. Good high throw, good take, down and out. Oh, and there's a break now from Minnesota. Recycles it inside, makes the man miss. He may be try, and he does, dives it in. First 5 points on the board for Minnesota. I believe that's number 23, Linus Sims, with an excellent try.
Wow, I mean, just like we mentioned, Tim, I was excited to see what this set piece was going to line up to Chicago's strong set piece, and here it is, straight out of the line out, finds the space, a great line of support that secures them the first 5 points on the board. Excellent try from Minnesota here early in the first half.
Yeah, beautiful little skip inside there to evade that last defender, and a nice athletic jump to score it. So we'll see number 10, Ashton Johnson, set up here for this kick.
I think the spot might be haunted. I don't know if I've seen anybody wide out. Bingo. Here we go.
Ashton Johnson is a ghost buster. He's got him out of there and puts the extra 2 on the board. Minnesota up 7-0 about 8 minutes into this match. Linus Sims scored the last try from Minnesota in the first game of the day that drew them within 2. So he's had 2 tries today, 1 in each game.
And now keep in mind, the Chicago side, they haven't scored any points up to this point. Have they scored any tries? I mean, they had the 2 conversions that they had gone up to this point, but have yet to cross the try line, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they missed the 2 penalty kicks in the first game, and no tries at all in the game against Indiana from either team. Just 3 penalty kicks for Indiana were the difference in that one. They did look dangerous, but as you remember, it was raining much harder at that point. Looking at the radar right now for the Chicago area, you can see that a few storms still lingering, but for the most part, it's really broken from what it was earlier in the day. So hopefully we can play in mostly dry conditions and see some more running rugby. A competitive match so far, but Minnesota on the board first. A short kickoff there, and so we got a scrum center, and these backs are split, so a very potent attacking platform here for Minnesota. Spreading it wide. Try score Linus Sims down the sideline. He's going to chip it through. Can they cover in time? And it looks like that's going to go out into touch just inside the corner flag, front corner flag. Try across the try line there, so I think it's going to come back. Making a decision here.
You want a 22 or you can have the scrum from the kick? Scrum from the kick.
So to go all the way back to the point of where he kicked that ball from, so that's probably going to be about 25, 35 meters out. Right there, about 35 meters out. That was a good option there from Sims. He's looking dangerous, isn't he, Tyler?
He looks great. I mean, that was just like tiptoeing on the touchline, and what an excellent chip kick. And just unfortunate that skipped out of bounds there towards the try line. But this is an interesting choice here for Chicago. Definitely going to be feeling confident getting this scrum feed here. Let's see if they can convert it to get over into Minnesota's territory.
So Chicago puts this one in. Minnesota scrum looking dangerous here as they wheel them around, but able to play it out. Does not go to hand, but now working it through. Dummy outside, breaks through one man. Good cover tackle there from Minnesota. Spreading it out wide, and they've got gaps if they can take advantage of it quickly. Has him free to the sideline, but good. Oh, breaks the tackle. Not the second. Over halfway, down inside 10 meters. Now looking at to spread it right. Oh, good, strong defense there from Minnesota. Number 4, Dan Streibel there with that hit. Great hit by him. Trying to turn over, but Chicago secures possession and now going left. 1, then 2. Chicago still has this ball. See them setting up a pod here. Strong into the contact. This time number 7, DJ Martin with the tackle. Now right. Big lock, fighting his way, trying to get back forward. Chicago holding position. Slowly getting pushed back, but now making some headway. Maybe about a meter gain there. Now off to the right. Great job snagging that one off the high pass. Ball rolls out back and again to the right, this time out to the backs. Minnesota's defense holding him up, and this is going to be a maul. Oh, he's able to go to ground. And a turnover. Minnesota pops that ball out wide. Good gather there by the fly half. Minnesota, good job getting the turnover and retaining possession there, slowing it down. Strong run. Ooh. Securing possession, referee says that's fine. Good turnover there from Chicago. This has been a very competitive match at the breakdown. Now turnover again to Minnesota. Back and forth efforts here. Looking to offload, nobody home, but secures possession. Bumgarner down, passes out to the right. Oh, inside run was there, but it doesn't go to Gillian's hand, and a knock on, and that'll be Chicago's ball at midway. You see both teams hands on heads. Very tired. Chicago only played their first match about 2.5 hours ago, so you know they're not fully fresh. But wow,
it's definitely a quick turnaround. Definitely quick turnaround, and definitely a whole lot of action. And this is where Chicago, in my eyes, is at their best form. is directly off of the scrum. That last time that they had their scrum feed, they managed to get the breakaway, gain about 45 meters, but then every phase after just continued to lose until it got turned over. I need to see Chicago put a little boot to ball. Let's get Minnesota running a little bit. You know, you got your forward pack that's looking strong. You're taking a good run like they are now. Let's see what they do with it.
Minnesota competing well at that breakdown, but number 14, Max Colvin, made that tackle, and they're competing well, and so Chicago called for holding on, so penalty.
Yeah, it didn't go 90. Okay, I'm watching.
Little conversation there on the legalities of that scrum, as Minnesota seems to have a little advantage there in that scrum, trying to wheel that last one.
Yeah, you got to be careful with the chain of command, you know, or especially this early on. You want to start getting your favors and getting on the ref's good side a little later in the game. Definitely don't want to be a burden now. Just make sure to play everything as it lies. And as you're going to see, there's going to be a lot of errors and unexpected things to happen to this ball during this game based on everything that's happened on this field today. So really just play hard. They've had excellent defense, and I think that their dominant tackles overall and their rucking is quite impressive over Chicago right now. Breakaway.
Oh, there's a good break from Minnesota again. Oh, but he loses it in contact, and now Chicago has the advantage, hacks it down the field. Oh, danger man, Linus Sims, advantage gain. See what he does. Makes the first man miss yet again. Now two, but the third and fourth are there to wrangle him in. Baumgartner there with the ball. Spins it out right. Oh, big hit from the lock of Chicago.
Good hits.
Minnesota secures possession, and now over to the left. Breaks the first tackle, but not the second. Oh, he off his feet. Off his feet, he had to let go. The referee was telling him, you can see the look of disbelief he can have all he wants, but the referee was talking to him that whole time.
Yeah, this Chicago side is ready to eat up this really aggressive Minnesota attack. Their outsiders are just itching to get onto the edge, cut back inside, and try and put some points on the board here. You could tell it's wearing on the Chicago guys a little bit. They're coming at them hard, but really, really good dominant tackles coming from both sides.
Just step over. There you go.
Yeah, right, you are, Tyler. There's no lack for good quality contact here. Both teams so far been good in defense and good in attack. Minnesota seemed to having a slight edge so far at breaking the gain line. They need more points on the board for the amount of time they spent on this side of the field. So deep throw over the top, went to the Chicago player, driven back. Hacks it through. Baumgartner mishandles it, but it goes backwards. Now over to Gillian. He likes his chances, backs himself, trying to get a fin, can't quite get it out. Now passes out to Max Colvin, number 14. Spins it back into sport player. Minnesota secures possession. Colvin back inside.
Man.
Now again, oh, good show and go from number 5, Nick McAndrews.
Go tackle, release, Blue, release.
Chip kick over the top. Gathered in by Chicago. Oh, contested just out in front here. Working their way through. Kicking this one deep along the right-hand side, and that's going to go into touch.
Good exit. You know, that was the boot to ball I wanted to see out of Chicago. We've been seeing it a little bit here. I think that, you know, if they can get this Minnesota side running backwards a little bit more, they've been running forward just a little bit too much, and they're spending a little bit too much time going. What Chicago isn't doing is pushing Minnesota back. Minnesota's movement is only forward into their try territory. They need to get them on the other half of the field.
So a good take there off the top from Minnesota after that clearing kick, and now spreading out wide left. Gets the offload. Oh, breaks a tackle. That's your man, Michael Williams, showing he truly does play next level rugby right there with the line break. Oh, big run. I believe that was number 8, Webb Bolstead right there. Try scorer in the first match. Now out to number 4, Dan Stribel. They're getting close. They're making movement. Max Colvin, can he break through? 5 meters out. Oh, he lost it there at a knock on.
Oh, man, Chicago has just been some Rottweilers on these tackles. They are just attacking them off the rip, ripping them to the ground, not showing any mercy when it comes to the defense here. I think they know what they got, and that's that power and that brute aggression, not only in the tackling but in the breakdown as well. It's definitely going to be a battle of the buff ones here. We got a whole lot of protein out on that field, on that pitch, and it's definitely going to be a strong go against each other here. I'm curious to see which wall breaks first.
Yeah, Minnesota's looking good on attack, but Chicago proving up to the challenge on defense. Penalty there. Not sure. Intentional wheel is the call. Again, the dark arts of the scrum, not all of us are well versed in. Minnesota thought they were going to get the penalty there the other way, but Chicago gets it, and now a good clearing kick down the sideline. Into touch.
I'd read that book,
Almost
The Dark
up
Arts.
to halfway.
And I'll tell you what, Chicago definitely knows what they're doing in the scrum. You could definitely tell they take pride in their ability to be by the pressure the way their front row does. Oh, just tipped it. A little advantage. Doesn't seem like it was straight there.
Over, but an effective tackle. Brings down DJ Martin there, but he made him earn it. Not losing some ground there. An aggressive Chicago defense. The right side looks pretty open. If Bumgarner can get it out, it's going to be blocked.
No Evangels gain. Get the knock here. It'll be scrum here to purple, okay?
We're playing the initial knock on. We've only got about 4 minutes left in this half. And what do you think if you're Chicago you're trying to do here? Are you trying to get a turnover and go score? Or are you just trying to survive these last 5 minutes and go into halftime only down 7-0? Because Minnesota's look good on attack.
They look really good on attack, but like you said, Chicago is matching the intensity of their offense with their defense. I mean, they're doing a really good job. I feel like Minnesota hasn't gained as much territory, or if they have every little bit of territory they do gain, they lose it with some type of turnover from Chicago. So I think that Chicago needs to ride the momentum into the last 3 minutes here, out of their strong suit, the scrum. Right now, they need to get the ball back. They need to figure out how to turn it over and spend the remaining 3 to 4 minutes inside of Minnesota's territory and make them out of their comfort zone, out of their element.
So Baumgartner here with the put in for Minnesota. Works its way to the back. Good, strong, solid platform. And gets it out to Ashton Johnson right here. He spreads it out to the left, but immediately lost. And Chicago picks it up and hacks it through.
Oh, bingo. Great tackle.
That in, but there's 3 Chicago players there, but they don't contest. But not releasing, so Chicago will have it here. He's got time, but he's going to go for a tap. Or walk us through this here, Tyler.
You know what? This is exactly what they needed to do. Opportunity. They take it with a really swift chip kick, get it right where they need to be. That's exactly need to be. Get a scrum there. If they can get their forward pack, picking and going right in this area, I guarantee you it'll convert to a try.
Right here off the back, pass it out to the right. Keeping it tight like you suggested, and another working the ground forward. Chicago scrum half passes it out again. Like you said, keeping it tight. Minnesota's defense trying to stay tight, but they're getting a little thin there.
Oh, good opportunity. There you go. Take it fast, ride it up, keep going. Ball over ball. You can't let those big guys
through the phasers.
When's it gonna be try time?
Big defense here by Minnesota as Chicago works it closer and closer. See if he can hold him up right here. It's right there on near the line. Works its way back. It's available for Chicago to use. He dives. Still out. Still got him out.
Come on.
I don't expect this ball to get out anytime soon. They're still able to recycle it yet again. Now spreading it wide right. Oh, and they're able to drive him back.
Good ball speed. Break up the defense somehow.
Only about a minute left, and Minnesota's starting to drive them away.
Oh, good. No, no
Oh.
good poach. They got to take it fast. And they're over.
Yeah, whose fucking mic is going off?
Well, you guaranteed to try it. They kept it in tight. Kept it in tight. They did. And the flanker for Chicago goes over after the quick tap. So we're at 5-7 with the conversion to come.
No, we got
Just a great effort there by Chicago, keeping it tight.
Sorry, I'm used to these 30
Doing exactly what they needed to do the half. I mean, what excellent defense here. But look at off guard, takes the quick tap, optimizes the speed, boom, over. I mean, they spent 6 phases without moving an inch against that Minnesota defense, literally on the. So for them to do that, for them to keep focused, laser focus, and quickly, you know, the dark arts of the quick tap, if you will, you know, and it's getting over, it's getting behind. We got a conversion, and what do you know? Chicago on the board for the first time today, going into the halftime. 7-7.
Yeah. So as you mentioned, tied 7-7 here at the end of the first half of Game 3 in the men's plate division at the inaugural Thuinderbird Cup. Stick with us for second half action. We'll be back shortly from Lamont, Illinois. I'll see you back soon. Welcome back to day one action here at the inaugural Thunderbird Cup at the Chicago Blaze Rugby Facility off of Smith Road in Lamont, Illinois. I'm Tim Sigmund. With me is Tyler Deutsch. And we've seen some good action so far here between Chicago and the men from Minnesota. It's tied 7-7. Tyler, tell us what happened in this first half of action.
Oh, I mean, we just got to see all of the elements of what we can expect from nothing less than an exciting second half here. Chicago's forward pack barreling over for their try directly before halftime. Minnesota with an early aggressive try at the beginning. I think that those are going to be the two highlights of these two teams. And another thing that we're seeing for the first time, Tim, the sun. Look at that.
Yes,
in the last match.
Yes, indeed. I was just thinking the same thing. I was like, are those shadows? I haven't seen those all day. It's been raining all day. You can look at that pitch and tell there's been almost 5 hours of rugby on that field today played. And it's a little worse for the wear because it was been a downpour at points today. But so far, the rain has held off. It looks like it'll continue to hold off through the end of this match. And we've seen some better running rugby as a result, and both teams being very aggressive in their styles of play.
I think we need a next level rugby time lapse cam to really see how the elements have overchanged through this game. I mean, it is just unreal. And we see Minnesota using the boot, Chicago trying to use the boot to come back. Good retrieval. Can they hold on to it?
Yeah, trying to regain it here. They're slinging the ball around pretty well. I think that's Simon. It is. That's Simon Schumper. He's had a couple of big breaks in game one. Oh, diving over and not supporting the weight. That's going to get called every single time. There from Chicago. Quick tap to the left, and they're going to go. And that's Schumper again. Oh, that pass may have been forward.
Yeah, I mean, after such good play, you really do not want to make silly little mistakes like that if you're Chicago going up against the caliber that Minnesota is on their run game. I think they just need to maybe take it down a little bit, focus, and don't let Minnesota get too synchronized in your territory again. Too much time spent there, and they're going to be looking to make points.
Yeah, they weren't able to take advantage of some of that territory in the first half, so they'll definitely look to change that subject in the second half, and now they'll have this line out after the penalty just outside the 22-meter line. Looks like there's been some replacements from the Chicago front row. So lined up here, going mid-range. They drop it down, pass out from Baumgartner to Johnson, working it through the hands. First tackler brings him down. Good tackle by the fly half there for Chicago. Now, Schumper misses. Oh, and Gillian drops another one. It's his second knock-on so far.
That's what Chicago wants. They want Minnesota to make mistakes, at least while they're on their end. It's going to slowly break down. Minnesota, they're going to feel that. They're going to feel that pressure. And as we know, both teams can apply pressure, but if Chicago catches you on the end of a mistake, you better be ready to answer, because they're going to come and nip at your heels until you make another one.
Very evenly matched plate division. First victory by Indiana only by 2. Second one only by 9. 3 penalty kicks. And now these two teams each winless on the day. Dead even. Here, 4 minutes into the second half. Hacks it downfield. Over halfway. Gillian does not retrieve it off the foot, but it did go backwards.
It was definitely backwards.
Oh, whistle.
Oh.
The knock here, right here.
A referee is going to call that a knock one. It looked to me like that went off the foot and back, but referee calls it a knock on.
Knock on the kick. Scrum here to.
So it'll be a scrum to Chicago.
Oop.
On the Minnesota side of halfway.
This is almost this is when you got to be most weary of Chicago, is right here. Scrum position. Minnesota's done an amazing job defending. I have no doubt they'll be able to defend, but this is exactly where Chicago wanted to be going into the half, and here they are now. About 5 minutes or so into the second.
Oh, and they immediately lose possession there when they try to take it off the back. So advantage to Minnesota.
There's still scrum advantage right here. Roll back up.
This is where you're able to take a risk here, maybe sling the ball around a little bit.
Yeah, Minnesota's got to capitalize off that. Good dummy.
Pass wide to no one. Oh, here's Danger Man, the try scorer for Minnesota in each game. Linus Sims there taking it to contact. Minnesota bringing it apart almost to halfway. Baumgartner retrieves and passes out to the left. Swings it. Oh, almost an intercept backwards. Offsides. He kicked it and it was played by a man offside, so a penalty. They need to retreat quickly. There's little gamesmanship there as he hacks it back towards where the spot was, but away from the Chicago player.
Hey, whatever you got to do. I don't know how much a wet jersey is going to dry up a wet ball, but it's going to hopefully gives him what he needs to get it out of touch.
Number 12 from Chicago takes that kick to touch, and right around the 22-meter line, it'll be Chicago's throw-in. So dangerous spot here, as you mentioned earlier. We're only about 7 minutes into this second half. Chicago has an attacking opportunity here.
I'll be honest, I haven't been as confident in the line out. Minnesota seems to be a little bit more dominant. See who catches this one on the receiving end.
Overthrows it. Minnesota's ball. So both set pieces, they've turned the ball over here in the second half, both at the scrum and at the line out.
Looks like they took note of that, Minnesota, going into this half. Good kick downfield.
Good.
Don't know if he'll quite make the 22 or touch.
Good chase by Minnesota. Multiple defenders down there. Flips the field. Now Chicago trying to return the favor. Working it up over the halfway.
Ooh, got to get a little lower there.
Oh, you're right. I got to watch that body position. Number 7, DJ Martin takes that one into contact, and now Baumgartner out to the left. Michael Williams taking this one up. 2, 3 defenders still moving forward. Good strong run by him. Great leg drive. Baumgartner out to the right now. It looks like they got an overload if they use it. Oh, and out of hand yet again.
Well, no. Can we get the replay on that one if anybody can get it to us? I mean, look at this. Could this be considered an intentional knock to you? I mean, look at it. It seems like that. I don't. Unless there was a penalty prior to that maybe I had missed, there was an advantage, but that looked like an intentional knock to me.
I think he just might have lost. When he was trying to get that ball to hand, he lost it forward. But regardless, referees made his call, and now Chicago will have to put in deeper in their own territory. See, Minnesota has had a pretty good scrum going against the head throughout this match.
Yeah.
Chicago looking a lot firmer here now. Kick over the top. Gillian back to retrieve it. Lets it go through. Makes the first man miss. Makes the second man miss. Looking for support. Spins it. Oh, and an intercept from Chicago. And now they have possession at halfway.
The returns from Gillian have been so good, but what an amazing interception. Oh, wow. Hooker just barrels through. Here's that ball speed they need to focus on. Catch Minnesota while they're moving back.
Minnesota's look dangerous on attack, but just can't seem to keep possession for those last critical finishing touches.
Gillian again.
There's 4 Chicago defenders there, but Minnesota able to get back. It looks like they'll be able to hold on to possession here and now working it out to the right. Big contact from both sides. Baumgartner out again over Williams. Skips it out wide, retains possession. Secures it, and now off to the left. Needs some support here, but continuing to move through, breaks the advantage line. Maybe not rolling away there, slowing the ball down. Referee says it's okay. Misses the pass, spins it. Now they've got a break. Oh, that is forward by a mile.
Yeah, and unfortunately to the 16th man on, aka the touchline. So I think that was really, that was probably, let's hear what the rep. Okay, so it was forward pass, obviously, but I mean, this was some of the best back and forth volley, if you will, in between the offense and defensive. Really exciting stuff coming on. Oh man, my poor Chicago forward guys, they are definitely hurting. You mentioned, you know, it has not been long since their previous matches for either of these sides. This is a lot of rugby to play in such a short amount of time, but you wouldn't even be able to tell. You'd think this is the first match of the day for both these sides.
So Chicago puts this one in, working it through. Good drive there from Minnesota. They're driving it back the other way, and it comes out. Referee says play on. He got off his feet there when he tried to grab it. He lost his feet and put his hands down. And so that's the call. So penalty to Chicago. They'll look to gain territory here. And there you can see him making the tackle.
Getting a bit chippy here, a little aji-baji here. Down in the breakdown. You love to see it. You love to see the passion that these guys play with. I mean, you wouldn't think they'd be having drinks together at the bar after the game, but based on the brutality of these games. But that's one of the beautiful things about rugby is you leave it on the field. So that's why you give it your all for, in this instance, 50 minutes.
So Chicago with a good kick down the field, and they'll have a line out there about 22 meters out. The last few have not gone to hand. Last one was overthrown. So here they get ready. Gathered in by the 9, hanging on just by the shirt tail there, but it was enough to slow him down. Number 8 steps up to play the role, scrum half. Into the pocket there, driven down. Now working it out to the left side. Good tackling so far here by Minnesota, not giving an inch, actually driving them back a few meters. But now, oh, Chicago off the hands. Knock on, and it'll be scrum advantage. To Minnesota will be their put in here.
Man, I really just love the intensity that Chicago, their hooker, has been playing at. He is just kind of everywhere, all over the field, and it's been really impressive just to see all of the valiant efforts this guy's made, not only on offense but on defense too. I mean, and we know being in that front pack position, it is tough, you know, to have the size, not only the size, but the stamina too.
Yes, indeed. So another dark arts of the scrum there. They're able to wheel that one, this time legally, and get the penalty. So now they'll try to gain territory the other way with this penalty kick. It's a very, very nonchalant kick to touch there. Didn't try to gain too much territory. 10 meters out from their own side, and they'll have the throw.
What could be a reason for that, you think, Tim? I mean, is it something about the positioning here? Is it something about maybe they just want a better throw?
I think maybe they have confidence in their line out here and like the spot they're in. Oh, leaves it behind. That's backwards, hacks it through, and this is danger. Can Gillian get there? Referee's got to confer. I don't know if it went out the back first.
Ronaldo.
Yeah, it's over the line. So it's over the line. It's kick, so it should be either the scrum, or should be a scrum, or the goal line. Or 22, yeah, because kick out the back. Okay. Yeah.
So it did go out the back after the discussion, so no try.
For a 22, or you can have the scrum.
$100 move, $2 finish. It's unfortunate. He had the boot, impressive kick, but doesn't get him what they want, which obviously is another try. But at least they're still over where they need to be. Hopefully, if they plan to put some more points up here as we get closer to the end of the half.
Yeah, so we'll have a scrum from the spot of that last kick. We're in the last closing 10 minutes here of this match. Still tied 7-7. Each team only able to put up 7 points in the first half. Minnesota's looked a little bit more dangerous with ball in hand, but Chicago taking advantage of their opportunities and proving themselves equally as capable of scoring, and came just a hair's breadth away from stealing one right there.
I really think that momentum shift. I mean, I said it. I was like, I really think if they don't do this right now, I feel like their aggression, their drive in the second half is 100% due to that ability to get that 7 on the board before going in the half. Now let's see if someone can change the halftime score here. Almost 10 minutes left in the second half.
Big kick over the top, bounces back into the field of play. Oh, Gillian almost there in time. But Chicago able to recover and secure possession. Passes back, and now they'll kick it back the other way, trying to regain territory. They have players there. Oh, and just unfortunate knock on there. You can see that. Number 15, Gillian, not able to collect off of this kick. Just a high kick, but just right through the breadbasket right there.
And
quite able to gather it in.
He's been playing absolutely amazing all day too. He's been all over the field like an absolute gazelle. And his kick returns have been nothing short of incredible. But as we said, as we get later here and the stamina starts to wear out, it really is hard to not make those mistakes. But still, hats off to Gillian. Had a great match so far. Let's see who can come out victorious in the second half.
Great drive by Minnesota, but Chicago retains possession, now sprints it out wide to the right. Hard run by the inside center. Good clearance there. Secure that ruck. And now your favorite hooker right there. Oh, but driven back the other way.
Ooh, they want it.
They kicked that. Ooh, goodness. I'm not sure if that was hands. It looked like it was actually kicked by a Chicago player, but the referee calls hands in. So that's a big penalty. See right here, he's got his hands right there. That comes off the boot of one of the Chicago players. Unfortunate call there. Are they going to go for points? Time is ticking away, but no, they go for the touch finder. And it indeed finds touch just 5 meters out.
That's big. That's big stuff right here, because this, like we've said, I think this is the moment. This is the moment where Chicago has the absolute best probability of getting it over the line. Is coming from their set piece. I think they have the drive still. I think they're to take the lead. It just depends on this throw-in.
We've not seen their lineout be their most stable platform. A couple of overthrows. Here they go short. Oh, right. But it's enough. And a strong drive.
Here we go again.
Down. He's got momentum. Can they hold him up? They drive him back here.
Deja
Be
vu.
prepared to see a lot of pick and goes. Nine's held. Can they hold him up? Just short.
Drumming.
Big man loses ground a little bit there, but expect lots of picks and drives here from the base of the scrum. Now they're going left. He's held up so far. There's hands all underneath that ball. Referee almost put his lips to the whistle right there. It looks like they've managed to turn this over, and Baumgartner kicks it through. And now they're restarting from well outside 22.
Move it quick. Move it. You got to get as close there. Force the error from the Minnesota side here. That's what Chicago needs.
What a defensive effort there by Minnesota, being able to turn that ball over. Get the slight clearance, and now they get the penalty. As there was off his feet at the scrum, but he drops the... No! He's trying to go quick, and unfortunately drops it instead of kicking for distance.
You hate to see it.
Webb Bolstad right here. Just drops it butterfingers.
He wanted to try to reach for it. That's why he gets stripped. But it's your scrum
Oh.
right here. Scrum right here. Yep.
Not happy about
So
it.
Chicago's put in. You can hear the referee explaining, one of the Chicago players asking for an explanation of what happened down there near the try line. And he said he reached to place it and the ball was stripped of possession. Was how Bumgarner was able to take it, kick it over the top. So great defense there from Minnesota. We're down to, I believe, less than 5 minutes of play. Still tied at 7. Chicago's put in 22 meters out, 25 meters out, directly in the middle of the field. Still anybody's game.
There.
Working it through the hands. Not quite making the gap. He loses it forward. That's going to be a knock-on advantage to Minnesota.
Scrum here. Scrum here to purple.
So it'll be Minnesota's put in. Time ticking away for both sides. Three minutes left here in the second half. Still tied 7-7. Final match of the day here at Field 2. The Chicago Area Rugby Football Union men versus the men from Minnesota. Aaron Bumgarner put this ball into the scrum. And he'll pass it out left to Ashton Johnson, who will hoof it down the field. He gets a pretty good bounce here, but goes to the arms of the fullback for Chicago, and he's going to hoist it up.
Oh, Chicago's going to be a little quicker. Good stop.
Hands in. Hands in.
Hands in, looking for it. That's Gillian there with the quick tap. Maybe not 10. Yes, referee calls not 10, so he's going to back him up again.
Right here. Back up. Here, Mark, right here. You got 3 minutes left, okay? There you go.
Good kick, gains about 13, 14 meters there.
Get it out of the way. If he's turning the other way and they run into him, yes, that's foul play.
So they're on the Chicago side of halfway with less than 3 minutes remaining. We're ticking almost to the 2-minute mark. It'll be Minnesota's throw in here from the line out. They've had a pretty secure base from the set pieces today, both in the scrum and the line out, but have yet to capitalize off of either. Going mid-range, good toss. Down to Bumgarner, now out, but not to hand, knock on, and that'll be Chicago's advantage.
Right here, guys, right here. Who's scrum?
Just can't quite pull off the phase play there.
2 minutes, guys, 2 minutes.
Whew, 2 minutes. What could possibly be the outcome of this? Is there anything that's going to let us know ahead of time? It's like a wash at this point. I don't even know what to think. I can't wait to see what the final minutes end up in.
So put in here from Chicago. Good, strong push from Minnesota. Yes, good call. Great push from the men of Chicago. They would be happy about that. A dominant scrum. Straight out in front. Do they have a kicker who could take a shot at post here? Or are they going to go? Oh, they're going to opt for points. Big kick here with just a minute remaining.
Oh, wow. This is going to be the nail biter, the clincher. Now, I'm curious to see who they're going to send out there.
You've got a full minute to take this kick, so if he takes the full amount of time and slots it, it could potentially be the last play of the match.
Ah.
Looks like it's Ashton Johnson lining up for the kick. He converted the try earlier that was scored by Linus Sims. Short approach. I don't think it's going to have the distance, and it doesn't. And they're going to... Oh, I thought he was going to run that out. I was like, please don't.
I was like go for it, man. I was like, why not? I mean, shoot. It's like, I know they're going to take it for the 22, and obviously Chicago, that was a smart move. You know, that was just the opposite of me that thought that maybe they could find the hole.
Straight into touch. Absolute disaster there for Chicago. It's going to be a scrum center at the 22, so you have an opportunity to set yourself up for a drop goal directly behind the scrum here, if you so choose.
Not good. Not good.
The one thing you didn't want to happen there was for that kick to go directly into touch, and that's what it did. So unfortunate there from the 22 dropout. This should be the last play of the match.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Good strong base. Baumgartner retrieves this ball. They're not going to go for a kick. A pop. Ball goes to hand. Almost broke that last tackle. Baumgartner wide left. They need to keep this in hand. Maybe watch the pop passes. They're gaining ground here. Spins it, but he loses it. Perhaps a knock on, hacked forward. Referee allowing play to continue, saying that did not go forward. No advantage being played for either side. And back in Minnesota's possession. Chicago with some aggressive defense here.
No shortage of that from them.
That's almost a penalty awarded there. You could hear him. He was on his last warning saying no hands. That's a knock on right there. Oh, but they were offsides and now just outside the 22.
Oh my
A
God,
penalty,
Tim.
another shot at posts.
Tim, you said it, man. You said it. You said no. That's not what you want. You were even giving them the benefit of the drop goal, but now they got points, straight up points to go for right here in extra time. Oh, you gotta hope it's in your favor here.
Just short on the last kick, but this time almost 18 meters closer. It was right and low on the first attempt.
I've had people do it. It's like, be careful.
Now we'll see what he can do just to the right of center. That kick is going to be up. And I think he drifted it left.
No way. You are kidding.
This whole time.
So in tournament play, there is no overtime, so that will be full time.
You even heard the referee upset about that. He was even like, crap, man, I wanted to see the rest of that. He's like, I wanted to see who's going to win. We want to see who's going to win, man. Wow. What a match, though. What a match. I mean, both sides just absolutely came out, and they had something to prove. And, wow, what a really great, even matchup.
We're doing overtime, right?
Discussion here between the referees.
Let's talk to them.
Hey, 1 second, guys. 1 second.
So maybe they're having discussion about whether they will have an overtime. We're tied 7-7. It's been a very even match. Referees having discussion now about whether there will be overtime or not.
Period before we had tie.
Give the people what they want. 0-2.
1 second, guys.
Again, this is inaugural invitational Thuinderbird Cup. So maybe some decisions here about whether they want to do overtime or not.
I'm sure the scouts
Still
want to see
having
overtime.
discussion. Well played by both teams, just unable to finish. So close. 2 kicks at goal in the last minute, not able to convert either. One right, one left. That means the next one will be right down the middle.
Yeah, has to be, right?
Still discussing between the tournament organizers and the referees and touch judges.
Okay. Hey, that's full time.
So full time, and we'll end at a 7-7 tie. A great match here between the Chicago area Rugby Football Union men and the men from Minnesota. And that'll conclude Field 2's Day 1 action It was wet, it was wild, but maybe a suiting ending as we have to stay tuned for more on day 2. Tyler, tell us what we should expect in day 2.
If it's anything that was half as exciting as today, Tim, especially as that last match, the skill level of these, unreal. The pace, the power from both the men's and the women's side. We are truly seeing the best of Midwest rugby has to offer. And what a better venue than the Chicago Blaze pitch in Lamont, right off Smith Street. Tim, I don't know, man. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to sleep tonight going into tomorrow's matches. I might just be too excited. But until tomorrow, huh?
Yeah, until tomorrow. We look forward to another great day of rugby with all of you. I'm Tim Sigmund. With me was Tyler Doige, and we'll see y'all tomorrow for more action.
Announcer's clear.